Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Time for week 2. Just moments from the first of 10 races you don't want to miss the opener. You don't see this very often. Horses racing and hurdling. That's how we'll start day 5. And this is how we'll end it. The New York Stallion Series, Statue of Liberty Division. Red Moon, 2-1 morning line favorite, does her best running late, finished 3rd in the last race of the series because she couldn't catch this filly, Ms. Big Bucks, wire-to-wire winner of the Kupakoi's Joy last month at Belmont. She is quick, but has to carry her speed a little farther today. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. We have activity behind us we'll tell you all about in a minute. Alfred Patty Smithwick, his statue, a little bit of everything on today's broadcast. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. And everything in place on the turf course. All set for the Grade 1 AP Smithwick, about 8 minutes to post. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We are all set for another exciting week of thoroughbred racing at Saratoga. You might expect that. What you might not expect is how we're going to kick off today's broadcast. Completely different brand of racing. Up and over the hurdles, steeplechase, but steeplechase at the very highest level. The Grade 1 AP Smithwick. Take a look at the field. These horses run all day long. 9 deep, 2 miles and a 16th, $150,000 purse. Number 3, Fletty Flintsher was the morning line favorite. Now 9-5 currently. Fletty Flintsher for this Grade 1 AP Smith Memorial. We welcome in my co-host, Joe Clancy, our steeplechase expert, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. I have all day to talk to you, Andy. First things first, Joe, what just took place behind us? Those seemed like a lot of commotion, somebody acting up. Did you happen to catch it?
Yeah, there was a little bit of action. You think the steeplechasers are the well-behaved geldings of the group. They're supposed to be, everything's old hat to them. But we saw Noah in the Ark got a little unruly, dumped his jockey in the flowers right there. But seems like they got everybody back on. And again, as soon as they get out to the track, you'll see them warm up. Most of the steeplechasers warm up without a lead pony. They'll settle out. It's just a little pre-race antics a little bit, but something to think about. Just give you one more thing to think about.
We'll keep an eye on them. We're going to start with the 3. Noah and the Ark pictured a 4th straight Grade 1 appearance.
Yeah, he won the race at Aqueduct. People will remember him at a huge price, beat Snap Decision, and should be live to me. So he's run against the best horses of this group. Freddie Flintsher, much more on him and his jockey Parker Hendricks in a moment. We saw him last year. He won here. Very good.
9-5 current favorite. Spaced out a little bit.
Again, we'll blame the horses.
Here's the 4, Joe, and Historic Heart, who was a 4th in last summer's AP Smithwick.
Coming in fresh, makes his first jump start. Had a little tune-up at Delaware, though, on the flat. I think that helps him. I think he's a little sneaky live at a price.
I think we see the 5 there in Salvino, the first-time starter in a Grade 1 race, yes?
Yeah, first time in America. He's won 1 race in England. Irish trainers are taking a big shot at a Grade 1. They're confident. They sounded confident yesterday anyway.
Handicappers look confident. 5-1 currently. Then number 6, West Newton, his 1-2 straight.
Yeah, he'll probably be on the front end. Ricky Hendricks trains, had a great year, steps way up in class.
Gordon's Jet, your brother's horse.
Yeah, River D Stable. He's live too. Jack Fisher's horse. I kind of like the other one, Welshman, who we'll see in a minute, but Gordon's Jet was second to him last time.
Welshman there. He is, as you mentioned, 2nd to 2 by Sword Dancer winner Flintsher.
Yeah, Flinchers have somehow become really good at steeplechasing. Trainers keep talking about how good they are to learning. They quickly learn to jump and won his last race at Great Meadow. Jack Fisher says he's got to keep his cool to run his best.
And then Belfast Banter, 4th in last year's Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard here.
Another one coming out at same race in May. He was 3rd behind Welshman and Gordon's Jet. Gets a huge pull in the weights. It's like a 14-pound swing. Went from giving weight to getting weight from those horses.
That'll work. Post parade, Grade 1 Smithwick coming up shortly. Still haven't signed up? Saratoga, what are you waiting for? Get involved. Use that promo code SPOT200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. AP Smithwick, the first of 10. Flat racing the rest of the way on this picture-perfect afternoon in upstate New York. Late pick 5 gets started in the 6th, Statue of Liberty. The nightcap, race 10. Turf courses are listed as good. Main track is fast. Temperature around 78 degrees. Hendricks. We promised you more on Freddie Flincher and his jockey, Parker Hendricks. There he is. This was the scene last summer right here at Saratoga. You're going to see an emphatic win by Freddie Flincher and an emotional win for the Hendricks family. Parker, the winning jockey. You see big sister Liza rooting, cheering her brother home, and eventually was able to get home in time. And the interview after the race, the embrace Liza Hendricks. And don't be surprised if we see a little more of the same on this afternoon. There's the high five, brother and sister celebrating a win here at Saratoga. Liza is standing by and with us. Liza, as much fun as that was for us to watch, it hasn't exactly been all smooth sailing for your brother Parker since.
No, it hasn't, Lafitte, but that was such an exciting win. I think I was actually crying in that video when he crossed the wire. But it was just such a great year for him last year. At 18, went on to become champion steeplechase jockey, only at 18 after graduating high school. So he was on cloud 9 definitely that day. But it's been a little bit of a rocky start this year. He got injured in early May, and this is his first start back. But I talked to him yesterday about his fitness. He says he's feeling fit, strong, ready to go for this first start back. He's been running a lot. He's been working horses at Fair Hill where he rides for Kerry Bryan. So he said he's ready to go, and he feels like he has a great chance with Freddie Flincher here. He's won over the track, so we know that he can handle it and likes the flat track that has those sharp turns. So I'm expecting a big run out of him today. His owner, Patrick Lewis of Upland Flats Racing, he is an up-and-coming owner, and he actually has 2 horses in the race, both with live shots. The other one is number 6, Wes Newton. He is stepping up in class here as well. But if he gets an easy lead, I think he can just take this race. I heard from my dad, Ricky Hendricks, who's the trainer, that he's going to the lead. And, you know, if he gets that easy lead, I think he can just take away with the race. But you can never count out Hall of Fame trainer Jack Fisher here. He always has his horses prepped and ready to go. He has 2 horses, the 7, Gordon's Jet, and the 8, Welshman. I'm preferring Gordon's Jet. He seems like he's going to thrive at this distance on the flat track. He has great form in England, so I'm going to go with Gordon's Jet here, Lafitte.
Liza sticking with Gordon's Jet. The 3, Joe, Noah and the Ark. Liza, the 3, Noah and the Ark. What went down in his last race?
He was in the Iroquois last time, 3 miles. He was definitely a little unsettled. I think that we saw him at Aqueduct. His best run was he kind of came and ran by, snapped decision around the turn late. And if he was good enough to do that, he was getting a ton of weight that day, but then came back and was second in the Grand National at level weights with those horses. If he runs back to those, he's very tough. I don't like that he's so unsettled. He's the horse that dropped the jockey in the paddock. He was in this barn over here earlier today with a miniature horse, trying to keep him company, keep him cool. He looks settled now, but even when he got out on the track early, he was a little wound up, and to me, that might put him in the race sooner than they want him to be. That's what happened in the Iroquois. He was in the race way earlier than he should have been and kind of flattened out late. This is a much shorter race, but he's still got to be – he runs his best when he can kind of sit off, stalk, and then kick, because he's got a top-end speed that's pretty quick.
And Liza, with a little more on what happened with Noah and the Arca in the paddock pre-race?
Yeah, Lafitte, he was just kind of getting a little wound up, throwing in a couple bucks. His jockey, Harrison Bestwick, actually came off of him once. But as Joe was saying, that is typical of him. He does get wound up. I talked to Todd yesterday. He said in that Iroquois race, he actually had to hand walk him starting at 7 a.m. until the race because he was so wound up. But he actually did get wound up at his race in Aqueduct. A couple people had to step in and help saddle him. So that's typically what we can see. And looking at him now out on the track, he looks settled, so I think it'll be okay for him here, Lafitte.
Noah in the Ark, high weight, 158 pounds he's carrying. For perspective, horses in the Kentucky Derby carry 126, Joe. You're sticking with Welshman towards the outside, yes?
Yes, and the high waist just because the flat jockeys won't ride him. We tell Migliore he'd have a whole second career now he could be riding if he wanted to tackle this.
He would be riding in this race if he could. If his wife would let him, he'd be out there right now.
We can probably make that happen.
Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial Handicap. Joe, race shape early on, what are we looking for?
Yeah, I think Wes Newton's going to be up front, and then you're going to see a lot of people trying to get their horse cover. Like Patty Young, the great jockey, used to say, you want to drop in, not out. Like, you don't want to be out the back, but you want to drop in behind horses at Saratoga to be in a good position.
The start. Somebody just tuned in to watch Saratoga race, and they're like, where's the gate?
No gate, because it's I like to call it a beginning, not a start. So the last thing you want is, most of them are ex-flat horses. You don't want a really fast start. You want a fair start. Then that's what they hitter. They've called him back. Hector Solar is a starter. They've got those cones. They want the horses in the box, which is defined by the cones. They're still in post position order. He'll call him back if it's not quite right and try to do it again.
And Hector has actually a lot of experience, not just here. They've had him do the races at Far Hills.
Yeah, he comes and does the races at Far Hills. Some of the steeplechase starts are a little more of a group where post position doesn't matter so much, and they kind of let the jockeys sort it out. Here, where there's wagering on it, you want the fairest start you can get. Again, it's mostly no gate because of the meets are remote. You're trying to get a gate to those places is hard. Most countries start jump races without flats. A couple still, or without gates. A couple still do, but
I would imagine the process can take, quite a bit of time from time to time.
Exactly, because they are animals, and we saw them in the paddock doing the wrong thing, and they can do the wrong thing here too.
Let's see what happens in this 2 mile and a 16th Grade 1 AP Smithwick. All set. Frank Miramati with the call.
And the first jump, Gordon's Jet is the pace setter, opens up 2 lengths. In the early stages, Historic Heart is a joint second on the inside of West Newton. West Newton now ambling up to Gordon's Jet and taking the lead. So it's West Newton pulling away by a length and a half. Gordon's Jet in second over the second jump. And then comes Historic Heart in third. They are followed by Rhodesian, Welshman, in the turquoise colors, fifth at this stage, about 6 lengths off the leader. Then comes Salvino, who's a little headstrong, trying to get closer, followed by Belfast Banter. The 2 at the back, Freddie Flincher, who is nice and calm at this stage, and 2 more to Noah and the Ark, who was so keyed up pre-race, content at the back. So they run down the Saratoga backstretch for the first time, and it's West Newton in front by a length and a half. Gordon's Jet is second, a gap of 6 lengths to Historic Heart as Welshman gets a little bit closer in fourth. Now about 7 lengths off the lead. Rhodesian is in between rivals, followed by Belfast Banter, who's on the inside of Salvino. It's 2 more to Freddie Flincher and Noah and the Ark. West Newton, a length and a half over Gordon's Jet. They've been 1-2 from the start. It's 3 more back to Historic Heart in third, and Welshman a comfortable fourth, 5 lengths off the leader. Then it's Rhodesian racing on the inside of Salvino, Freddie Flincher, Belfast Banter, Noah, and the Ark. Coming through the Saratoga racecourse stretch, and it is West Newton continuing to dictate the terms with Gordon's Jet a length and a half behind in second. It's 3 more back to Historic Heart, and Welshman still in fourth, yet to be asked. Salvino, fifth, on the outside of Rhodesian. Those 2 stride for stride. Belfast Banter, Freddie Flincher yet to do his best running, and Noah and the Ark. Into the Saratoga clubhouse turn. For the final time, West Newton, 2.5, 3-length lead. Gordon's Jet has been second the whole way. Historic Heart, Welshman on the outside, still on hold in fourth. 2 more back to Salvino and Rhodesian. Now Freddie Flincher starts to pick it up a touch on the outside of Belfast Banter and Noah and the Ark. The lead has belonged to West Newton. West Newton is still there by a length. Now having to be asked to pick it up as Gordon's Jet applies a little bit of pressure in second. Historic Heart, Welshman on the outside is in fourth. Then comes Salvino, inching up outside Belfast Banter, followed by Rhodesian, Freddie Flincher, and Noah and the Ark. Very little change in the running order around the far turn. West Newton leads it by a head. Gordon's Jet is in second. Belfast Banter moving up. Yellow Capel on the inside in third, followed then by Historic Heart in fourth. Here's Freddie Flincher coming alive on the far outside with a bold late bid as they reach the top of the home stretch. There's now 3/16 of a mile to go, and the leader is Historic Heart, confronted and passed by Belfast Banter. Belfast Banter runs right on by. Freddie Flincher is in third. Belfast Banter with a beautiful trip under Barry Foley, cruising home to win the Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial by 5 widening lengths. Historic Heart was second, followed by Freddie Flincher, Noah and the Ark from last to fourth.
By daylight. Fourth in last year's Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard. Nobody would stop him on this afternoon. The AP Smithwick
So,
Belfast Banter at a price.
Joe, you said to me as they were going around the turn, you quickly pointed out how Belfast Banter was loaded. And, and I said, well, he's blocked, but he's going to get some seam. I don't even think the rider asked this horse at any point in the race.
No, really strong. And again, I was a little off him because his worst 2 races were in New York off Lasix. He had really good form in Europe. Has sort of been off form, came back a little, was third in that race to the other 2 horses here. Really delivered today. Again, he was a winner a long way out, and all we were worried about was whether he was going to get room.
He's 16-1 this horse. He won like he was 1-9.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know that I've ever seen a horse win one of these races. I mean, we've seen horses at big margin. We've seen some great horses over the year. They could win by more. He literally barely asked this horse to run.
No, really impressive. And the one thing that jumped out at me was just a big weight swing. He gave Welshman and Gordon's Jet weight in May and was third to them. And it got completely swung around. He's getting a lot of weight from them here, and that paid off. And then maybe he's just been delivering that form. He won at Cheltenham Festival. He won at the Aintree Festival in England. Obviously, some quality back there behind him.
My mic is working again, Joe.
Well,
because I put it on. Because I put it on.
Your clothes are partially on at this point.
We had an issue or two.
There was a wild. It could have been wild animals. We don't know.
It's not my fault. Is what it said.
I don't get blamed on Andy one way or the other.
I had nothing to do with it. But.
Belfast. How much better is that than anything we've seen from him in the past? Jeff?
Much better. I mean, that's his first win in America. It's a many lengths improvement. He's been running in top class company. I guess maybe that's where he's in there against Snap Decision and Radishan and running in these Grade 1s. He'd run a bunch, 27 starts over jumps, gives him, but those last 2 are the best he's ever run in America. Those 2 wins back there in 21 at Cheltenham and Aintree were good races, but he hadn't been able to deliver that here until now. And again, his 2 other times without Lasix were the Lonesome Glory last year and the Jonathan Shepard here last year, and they're both double-digit defeats, one by 60 lengths he lost.
It's hard to look at his PPs and realize that's the horse that just won. Yeah. That's how impressive this was.
Exactly. I mean, he was third last time, but he was not going to win. He wasn't beaten much, but he was, he was a decent third last time, and he really delivered today. It's going to be fun to talk to Cyril Murphy, his trainer, a little bit about how he pulled this off. Nice effort, beautiful start. I think he's going to be a player later in the meet too.
At 16-1, a blowout in the Grade 1 AP Smithwick. Results, reaction when we come back. 9, 4, 1, 3. You're watching Saratoga Live, first Wednesday of the meet. Stay tuned.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
$500,000 in the back. Thank you.
Oh, what a Preakness! It's National Treasure who gets the lead late.
$1 million in the back. Thank you.
Flight line, then full flight. Flight line, 20 lengths.
Flight line, and a jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The 102nd Saratoga Sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Gorgeous day in upstate New York. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Gonna be that kind of afternoon, huh? An upset, Belfast banter, water bottle incident on the set, microphone malfunction.
Yeah.
And when I say malfunction, I mean I malfunctioned. Trainer Cyril Murphy in the winner's circle with Liza after that big grade 1 win in the AP Smithwick with Belfast banter. Liza.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yes, with winning trainer Cyril Murphy. And did you have any inclination that he was up to the task for this big upset win?
Oh yeah, today was his day. We knew coming. The way the weights were structured, he had a legitimate chance off his run the last day. He was training well. Horses, we only have a few, but they've all been running well all year. And the bit of rain over the weekend took the sting out of the ground. I mean, we were here for nothing less than what we did.
And Barry gave him such a great ride. Did you have that plan in mind?
Yeah, it was on paper. It looked like here's a race. He needs a true run gallop to sit behind. There were so many in there that wanted to be close. All we had to do was bide our time, and if we got a trip and jumped around, wait as long as he could, be brave about that. There was only ever going to, we came with one idea in our head, and that was we were going to win.
And you're no stranger to the winner's circle in Saratoga in grade 1s, but only as a rider, not as a trainer. How does it feel to be back here in the winner's circle?
Oh yeah, it's nice. Anytime you're in any winner's circle, it's a good day. No, I was fortunate to win this race as a rider way back when. You never get tired of winning. You learn to accept losing, but you never get tired of winning. And when you do win, you appreciate and enjoy it for as much as you can.
Well, congratulations, a great win.
Thank you.
Lafitte, such a fun story to be in the winner's circle as a trainer after he had won this exact race for Tom Voss before.
Really great stuff. Liza, it's rare in thoroughbred racing as well for a trainer who used to be a jockey who had won a grade 1 race to come back and win a grade 1 race as a trainer as well. And you could sense the excitement from him this afternoon, especially that performance, which he said he was pretty confident going in.
Yeah, he was really confident. We should have been chatting with him beforehand. Yeah, I hope he bet as well. Cyril used to ride for Tom Voss. People remember his name there. He trains mainly privately for Irv Naylor on his farm in Maryland, and has a small stable. But they buy nice horses, and you know, that horse is. Yeah, I couldn't quite see him. I mean, he'd run much better than he had previously the last time, but that's still a big jump forward. He was behind 2 horses in the race, and he just blew them away.
Had he ever run here before? Because he ran like a horse. He was here once before, and he ran poorly in the Shepherd. He ran like a horse that just blew up in Saratoga. Right. But he's run here before, and he didn't love it that time, but he loved it today.
Yeah, which was kind of what I was against him for. Like his 2 prior races in New York at a racetrack were his 2 worst. They were even, and the other ones weren't that great, but they were terrible. You know, he got beat 60 lengths in one of them. You know, so
are we done with him yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
I'm going to loan Lafitte my jacket if he needs it.
I need, a water bottle incident on the set here. Great having you here as always, Joe. When do we get to have you back? When's the next event?
Be back next Wednesday. So the jump race is the first every Wednesday as long as they keep filling, and there'll be another grade 1 toward the end of the meet with the Jonathan Shepherd.
And also, of course, the Saratoga Special, which I'm sure many of you have read up here, the newspaper. You got to pick up the Saratoga Special, find everything going on. A tremendous job all you guys do on that, guys and gals, I should say. It's also thisishorseracing.com. So check it out. If you're not familiar, it's really, you become part of the fabric here at Saratoga. We love you.
Thank you. No, we love being here.
On your way out, can you text me a good dry cleaner?
Sure.
Appreciate it.
It's not a water bottle, by the way. It's Lafitte that's got a drink out of a water bottle. Let's stop blaming the poor, innocent water bottle.
It was a heckler. I swear, a water balloon just came out of nowhere.
Somebody threw something at me.
I have hecklers.
My story, and I'm sticking to it. Second at Saratoga, first flash race of the afternoon. Nobody hurdling, we hope. $40,000 maiden claimer start of the early pick 5, a mile out of the Wilson chute. Plus, sometimes the celebration's the best part. Gary Contessa, high fives all around. Schuylerville Stunner and trainer Denny Velasquez. First win at the Spa with a 46-1 shot in the Sanford. Stay tuned.
Continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
They're off at Saratoga. Boston Bay did her best, hasn't gotten to her yet. Boston Bay surges to the front. Becky's Joker looming about 2.5 lengths off the pace. Becky's Joker has taken command. Becky's Joker, what a performance out of her. She will dazzle home.
I had said in the beginning I wasn't afraid of anything that was in this race if it was in a maiden race, so why be afraid to run in here? And it turned out to be the right decision. And this is my place. This is my happy place, and I'm so happy to be here.
Randomized, going on strongly. Randomized in complete command. Randomized has won the Wilton. Anna's Arabesque Unified Alliance start to duel right out of the gates. Unified Alliance 2-length lead. Anna's Arabesque in hot pursuit. And Unified Alliance and Javier Castellano all the way in the Coronation Cup. And they're off in the Diana, in Italian, in control. As In Italian now has to fend off White Beam. In Italian, White Beam, a final try. White Beam in Italian.
And it is White Beam, put up as the winner in a huge upset. The Graveyard strikes early here at the meet.
On the outside, Casa Creed is called on. He's coming with a 3-wide bid. It's still Big Everest clinging to a narrow lead. Casa Creed right to him. Casa Creed, what a classy individual, wins the Kelso. And they're off. A bobble for Gold Sweep, who is last. And Market Street on the outside challenging as Yo-Yo Candy is rallying. Yo-Yo Candy with a 2.5 length lead. And Yo-Yo Candy has won the Sanford. Uncashed around the far turn, leading the way 3/4 of a length. Uncashed has asked the question, responding gamely while hugging the rail. Uncashed, razor sharp in the quick call.
Memorable opening week at Saratoga. What else is new? That stakes rundown. 7 stakes races. Only favorite to win uncashed in the off the turf. Quick call. 3 odds-on favorites defeated. A champion defeated. What will we see in week 2 as we welcome in Richie Migliori to the show? Good thing, you know, weather's warm. Things dry pretty quickly around here at Saratoga. Richie, what was your lasting impression from what we saw opening week?
Just that Saratoga is a constant reminder of how great racing is and how privileged we are to be here to cover it. And we had some upsets, but that's one thing we've come to learn about Saratoga. The best of the best congregate here every summer, and sometimes you may get what you think's an improbable result, but that's because all of these horses are so good.
This week's feature, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. More on that later in the broadcast. As for today's featured event, flat race feature, 20th running Statue of Liberty, all part of the New York Stallion Series. 3-year-old fillies, mile on the inner turf course, currently listed as good. Number 1, Red Moon, 2-1 morning line favorite. This was her last race in the series. Cooper Coy's Joy last month, Belmont, 7/8 of a mile. Andy, top 3 finishes are back. What happens at the start?
Well, I think it's very important, a couple reasons, to talk about what happens to horse on the inside. Breaks a little bit slowly, and right in here, things get tight. Richie's familiar with that happening, obviously, and a lot of times that exaggerates a horse, and they sort of drop back. But I think it's also more important to point out, and that's the one Red Moon in today's race. This race was basically a merry-go-round race affair, where the speeds just completely held together. And that's no knock on Miss Bid Bucks, who ran very well. But Red Moon, with that early trouble, taken out of position, was the only horse to make a significant run from the back of the pack. And I really felt like Red Moon ran the best race. And for people that say, well, she has the rail again, Richie, I think that you would agree there's a big difference between breaking the rail on that dog leg mile and breaking the rail in a two-turn race here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an advantage today to have the inside, and even if this horse gets outrun, she's going to save all the ground in the first turn, and then, you know, obviously going to have to negotiate traffic. But they went slow for, you know, the distance at Belmont last time, 23:46, as glib as that course was at that period of time. Today, I see more speed signed on. I think Red Moon works out a trip, going to be very tough.
I mean, she's going to be short, but she's the horse to beat in here.
Red Moon to be ridden by Arad Ortiz. A strong start to the meet, trained by Bill Morey, who also trains Orange Freeze. Red Moon here. Ms. Big Bucks has to go a little bit farther, negotiate a second turn. Orange Freeze, Richie, she just won for the first time. Morey just claimed her. How big of a jump is this?
This is a quantum jump. You understand why they'll take this chance, because it's a race restricted for horses by stallions that stand in the state of New York. So that
it's even a great claim.
Well,
this was a very shrewd claim by Bill Morey.
Because by Freud, who is a full brother to Giants Causeway that stands in New York, you have the opportunity to compete in these races.
Yeah, this was a shrewd claim. And I'll tell you something interesting about this horse. You want to see the only other horse that Bill Morey's ever claimed in New York and run on the turf the next time? Go to the race before it and look at the number 3 Cadenzia. He claimed this horse from Todd Pletcher and came back and won at 6-1. Not an easy guy to claim from, Todd Pletcher. I thought this horse, if you're looking for somebody else, maybe he's the stranger of the group.
I think that's fair.
Trains the bookends, does Morey. Red Moon, Orange Freeze. Andy, taking a step back, what's this series all about? How does a horse qualify to be part of the New York Stallion Series?
As Richie said, has to be sired by a stallion in New York. And the difference, of course, and Richie can expand on this, is there are horses that are bred by stallions that are not in New York, and they bring them back, and the horses fold in New York. But these are horses fold in New York, but also with New York breds, New York stallions.
Yeah, there are protocols in place where a mare can go to Kentucky and breed to any number of the big-name stallions, but as long as they're back in the state of New York in time to foal and then spend a certain amount of time here with that foal on the ground, and mares establish residency by living in New York predominantly through the year.
Sometimes hard to keep the best stallions here. That's why I love a stallion like Central Banker staying here. I'm sure that they've gotten offers to move the horse to Kentucky, but staying in New York, we've got a lot of quality Central Bankers.
Week 2 stakes rundown, all coming your way from Saratoga Coaching Club, American Oaks, this Saturday on Fox. Check your local listings. Field updated odds for today's second race. $40,000 claimer, maiden claimer out of the Wilson Chute. Field and updated odds with Cloud Forest currently 6-5 as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show. Standing by with this race 2 paddock report. Acacia, what are you seeing?
Well, we'll get to Cloud Forest trackside, Lafitte. I wanted to start to the outside with Memphis for Todd Pletcher because there's a lot going on here. This horse debuted on the turf, switches to the dirt in the second start, takes a big drop in class, and adds the blinkers. And this was a horse that they had initially spent $850,000 for, being a son of Gun Runner, which I think that alone is curious that he actually started on the turf. And he broke in, he bumped his neighbor pretty significantly and was steadied back at the start by several lengths and then just didn't really run on. I wasn't in the paddock that day, but observing him today, he's been a little bit coltish. He was very vocal when he first came in the paddock, kind of screaming and whinnying. It didn't seem overly nervous or anxious. It's just I don't love to see that behavior, especially with a horse that is making his second start. The shortcut blinkers do go on. He's a big, good-looking son of Gun Runner. He doesn't look overly turf-meant. I just do find it so curious that for his first main track try, it's with such a big drop in class. Now, Todd Pletcher certainly does win with these types, but we'll see if he is a trustworthy sort. The number 3, Happy Bob. I love the stretch out in distance for this guy, and I love when you see Linda Rice dip in to claim a horse, so we know how shrewd she is, but immediately make a change, whether it's distance or surface or what have you, and clearly clearly there's an intent there. Happy Bob, I've always felt that longer is better for him. He's a big, solid individual, son of Run Happy. Didn't show too much speed, was kind of run off his feet, going 6 furlongs last time out. I think the mile suits him perfectly, and he looks tremendous in here. Saddled with the pony alongside, as Linda often does, but he's been the ultimate professional, and I think this is a good spot for Happy Bob Lafitte.
Happy Bob, right connections in his corner. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice. When we come back, start of the early pick 5, first flat race of the afternoon. Out of the Wilson Chute, Cloud Forest. Not the best horse in Belmont stable, but he's a threat in this one. Is this graduation day? Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The Naira Bets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Place a $50 win wager on one horse in any or all of the selected Saratoga Stakes races and receive a $20 bonus, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NairaBets.com.
Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit Naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances, all the races on today's show, including this one. Start of the early pick 5, race 2, $40,000 maiden claimer, mile out of the Wilson Chute in a post parade in progress. And start with number 1, Hanini, thus far. 4th track in as many races. There he is, outsider 24-1.
Comes to New York for the first time, dropping down for Nick Zito.
6-5 favorite, Cloud Forest for Bill Mott, Jose Lizcano.
Dropping back into maiden, claiming company, ran very well for maiden 75. Very extremely well-bred son of Quality Road, good inside draw.
Andy's top selection, Happy Bob, 5-2.
This horse was always cut out to be a good horse, kind of went the wrong way. Linda Rice with remarkably strong numbers, stretching horses from sprints to routes off the claim.
Union Tap, one pace in his first 3 races.
Yeah, well beaten for maiden 20 last time. Removes the blinkers, moving back up in company's going to have to improve.
Steady progress, number 5 in the money in his last pair. Moving quickly here, Golden Purchase. Lots and lots of improving to do.
Yeah, and 0 for 20 has had plenty of chances as well.
And finally, Memphis, as Acacia mentioned, $850,000 purchase, 1 start, And here he is in this claiming event.
The fact that at any point in the betting he's now 5-2, he was 2-1, now back to 2-1. It shows you the power of Irad Ortiz. He is basically eliminating the takeout, in my opinion, because I don't believe he's a contender here. But it is Todd Pletcher in a big drop down. But his first race in the turf was a disaster.
Early pick 5 starts here. Post time 4 minutes. Who will graduate? We'll find out. Linda Rice. Wow. Incredible start to the meet, having won 4 consecutive New York Racing Association training titles. The momentum continues, Andy, with a big opening week.
Yeah, and she's got plenty of live horses going through the first few days of this week, and she's loaded. Can she sustain it? Well, Happy Bob, he's got to improve, but I like the fact that when he first started running, he was cut out to be a good horse. And Linda, as I said, these stretch outs from sprints to routes off the claim, remarkable. We saw one win the other day. She's over 40% over the last 5 years with over 50 starters, Richie, and a $2.60 ROI.
That's some stat, and with a lot of data to back it up.
And they're not all short prices. Super short price, I should say.
Saratoga Silks, Game of Silks jockey standings. Richie, shocker, the Ortiz Hermanos, they're winning races in bunches.
Well, they went down to the wire at Belmont Park for the spring summer meeting there, and they picked up where they left off, Andy.
Yeah, Jose will need Linda Rice to continue to have a strong meet, in all likelihood to beat his brother. And it's very early. I don't want to discount Flavian Pratt sticking around.
We're 4 days in.
He's going to start getting a lot kind of mounts he necessarily didn't get last year when he finished second.
2 horse here. Cloud Forest, the even money favorite. It's only an appearance in a claiming event, early April, Aqueduct, the same distance, Andy. Cloud Forest in a pitch battle with power and numbers.
And it's important to talk about power and numbers because he went to Monmouth, he improved his buyer figure a couple of points. Then he won an off-the-turf stake, running low 80 buyer figures. 2 weeks ago, he went to Keeneland, the Horse of Racing Age sale, and sold for $400,000. They didn't claim him here for $75,000, but they bought him for $400,000. Well, today, you can have Cloud Forest for 10% of that. Now, don't knock his last race. I think he ran well. If you're not familiar with Donegal Forever, he's a Donegal, clearly, Donegal racing stable horse trained by Todd Pletcher that, Richie, he could not have been more impressed in his debut. You'll be probably seeing him, hopefully seeing him up here.
He stumbled at the break, Donegal Forever, almost unseated Irad Ortiz. He was able to get his stirrups back. And the way he finished, and to me, he looked like a horse that's still trying to figure it out.
He stumbled, lost the stirrups, but he never really lost any position.
He didn't lose any
race.
position, right?
It was unbelievable.
More on Cloud Forest. We check in with Acacia.
Yeah, the sheer athleticism we saw from Irad Ortiz that day aboard that impressive first-time starter, I think just goes to show, pound for pound, how tough these jockeys really are. And Cloud Forest coming out of that race, as Andy mentioned, he actually ran pretty well, I think, behind a really talented horse with a big future. He was off a bit slow from the rail. He has the rail post position again today, so he will need to break a little bit sharper. But he's a horse that, towards the beginning of his career, would be really distracted and just lacking a lot of focus prior to his races. And as he's gotten older, he has improved in that respect. He's a little bit more clued in. He's still an energetic type on the track, but he's so much better now as a 4-year-old. And I think just that mental maturity is starting to show. He looks tremendous. He's dappled out from head to toe. He's always been a very visually pleasing type of horse. But you can see they've clearly been searching with him for a little bit throughout his races, trying some different distances, even trying the turf at Saratoga last year. And now I just think it's being logical. They really have exhausted pretty much all of the other opportunities with him. Dropping in for $40,000 just makes sense to find a spot where you can put your horses to win. It's the old racing adage, keep yourself in the best of company and keep your horses in the worst of company. And this is going to be the right spot for Cloud Forest to potentially get the job done. If he breaks sharply too, he could be, I think, a little bit more forward, just hopefully with Jose Lascano. And he gave him a pretty quiet warm-up out on the track. He can get him out of the gate and into position from that inside post, Lafitte.
And for Bill Mott, Acacia, start of a solid campaign considering the firepower he has in that stable. Sugar High, who made that debut opening day, the Kelso win on Saturday with Casa Creed, looking to get off to a productive start in week 2.
Got a really live barn, and it's just deep with talent. And from what I've seen, his 2-year-old crop is the best he's ever had. I've been out in the mornings. Wow. I'm so impressed with his 2-year-olds.
I guess this is a negative drop down on paper. He loses by a half length in a maiden 75 to a horse that I'm sure they know sold for $400,000. He runs a respectable fourth while engaged in a relatively fair pace behind a potential stakes horse. Now he's in a maiden 40. Now, the argument is Bill Mott has a lot of horses. This horse is not winning a maiden special in all likelihood. So I'm not going to wait around for a 75. But he could have been an MTO in that 75 that came off the other day. They went right to this race. How much of a negative factor is that, though, in handicapping? I don't have the answer, but it does give me a little cause for pause.
Well, I think if you like an alternative like we do in the 3 Happy Bob, who showed so much ability early on in his career and things kind of went sideways for him, now making a start for a new barn. And when a horse is claimed and makes a start for a new barn, if they're successful, it's not an indictment on the former connections. Horse responds to different things, a different feeding program, a different way of training, a different approach.
No, I agree. And I think what I would say, though, about negative drop-downs in Saratoga, people sometimes are too quick to say, they just want to win a race in Saratoga. Yeah, I think you have to be. It's one thing if it's a drop down the horse is 5-1.
Right.
But when they're short prices, I think you always have to ask those questions. So that's one of the reasons I don't mind betting the 3, because on paper, the 2 is a weak the horse to beat.
What's wrong with that? They dropping down just to win in Saratoga. It still has to make financial sense.
I remember years ago, Mark Cuban bought the Mavs, and his first thing was losing a lot of money, spending a lot of money. He said, I'm having so much money, I don't mind losing $40 million a year. And a friend of mine who's involved in a major league club said, I don't care how much fun you're having. Losing $40 million a year gets old really quick. And the next year, he had like a fire sale of players.
Interesting.
Memphis, for example, $850,000 purchase, the one start, and now here for $40,000 in his second career start.
That start was on the turf. He broke very slowly, but watching him, unless he just hated the turf more than any horse I've ever seen in my life, he just didn't look very athletic.
Listen, if you like him, he is the new face here, but he better improve. This is a potentially much stronger maiden 40 than you see sometimes, the presence of the 2 and maybe the 3.
Odds-on favorite, number 2, Cloud Forest. Jose Lascano for Bill Mott, all set for the first flat race of the afternoon. Frank Mirmati standing by post-time race 2, Saratoga.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here is Union Tap taking up his spot, joined by Steady Progress. Golden Purchase going in. And the last one, Memphis. Memphis takes up his spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Henani breaks out very sharply and will vie for the early lead. Steady Progress and Golden Purchase, 3 of them across the track, and they're joined further out by Memphis. It's another 3 back to Happy Bob, racing on the outside of Cloud Forest, and 3 more to Union Tap, making their way onto the backstretch, and it's Henani with a narrow lead. He's in front by just ahead, pressed by Memphis and Steady Progress racing in between them. Now Memphis is right on even terms. Just behind them, Golden Purchase. It's a very compact group. Cloud Forest, Happy Bob is also in the mix. Only a length and a half off the lead as Cloud Forest now comes through on the inside to take over and sprint clear. Cloud Forest, opening quarter, 25 seconds flat, opens up a 2-length advantage. Memphis is now in second. Steady Progress just inside of him, keeping pace with Memphis as they round the far turn. It's another 3 back to Happy Bob. Henani losing ground, the half wet in 48 and 4/5 seconds. At the back of the field, Union Tap and Golden Purchase. Memphis takes the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Cloud Forest on the inside, trying to hang tough in second. These 2 have pulled well clear. It's Memphis in front, coming toward the 8th pole. Cloud Forest not done. He is a half length behind in second. 5 more to Happy Bob in third, coming to the 16th pole. It's Memphis and Cloud Forest. Memphis maintaining a narrow lead. Cloud Forest very game along the rail. Memphis, Cloud Forest, they come for the wire together, and it's going to be Memphis prevailing in a long drive. Cloud Forest was second. Happy Bob third. Steady Progress finished 4th.
Slugfest to the wire. Memphis, Arad Ortiz able to stave off the odds-on favorite, Cloud Forest, Jose Lascano in the second at Saratoga.
Yeah, Memphis broke much better, was involved, was 4 wide around the first turn, the dogleg turn, and got it done. He just outgamed Cloud Forest, who tried to battle back. Memphis trying to lug in a little bit, but a precipitous drop in class for a horse that was bought for $850,000.
Were they really going 25 the first quarter? I
Didn't
know they're
look
on
like
a
that.
turn. That's a little hard to believe considering how they pulled away, but I suppose anything's possible. But they might want to look at that time, and they went 23-4. I don't know. Seems a little hard to believe, but regardless, this horse ran like you wouldn't want to lose him for 40,000, frankly, because the favorite should have won this race. He scooted up the rail. This horse fought the whole way. He was a little wide, and he ran today. I could never have had this horse. I picked him third by default, but I could never have had this horse, but congrats if you had him. You got Todd Pletcher and Ira Ortiz at 7-2.
What you got to love about Saratoga, Richie, is just a $40,000 maiden claimer. You got a Red Ortiz riding here for Todd Pletcher, and out of the Belmont barn, Cloud Forest and Jose Lizcano, even at this level.
Yeah, I mean, world-class connections at this level, and they put on quite a show, and it was pretty good separation back to the third-place finisher, Happy Bob. I didn't see a tremendous amount of excuse. Didn't break particularly well, but he never does.
I mean, he got a smidge in the front. He's just not very good at the end of the day. Just he is who he is. All of Linda's horses can't win, and all of her claims won't be good. It's the way the game goes.
She's been on some kind of run. This one didn't pan out. Not on this afternoon. 7-2-3-5 Memphis in the second at the Spa when we return. Now the Belmont Stakes winner. Arcangelo out for a spin on Monday at Saratoga. All roads leading to the Travers. Only question, how will he get there? That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. What a day. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Those WinStar white colors, Memphis, big class drop. Graduates in his second career start. An exciting horse race, top of the stretch. Cloud Forest on the inside battling the favorite, but Memphis has his measure in the end.
Hard-fought victory, and took all the strong handling from Ira Ortiz to implore Memphis to get it done over a very game but vanquished favorite in Cloud Forest. It's interesting for me, Lafitte, watching riders and how they've adjusted to the new riding crop rules and the limited amount of times that they can use it, and how they're flagging horses or showing horses the crop more than using it.
Seeing that from Ira Ortiz. Wins a lot of races for Todd Pletcher, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Yeah, Todd certainly knows his way to the Saratoga winner's circle, and Memphis getting the win here. Todd, talk a little bit about, as a trainer, having to be a good manager and just find the right spots for your horses.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. You know,
obviously didn't show anything in his debut, and he'd been kind of slow to come around. So L.A. Walton and I talked about, we felt like this is an appropriate level to try to be competitive.
It worked out with a win and being claimed today, but a big weekend for the girls in your barn coming up this weekend in the Coaching Club American Oaks. You have Gambling Girl. She ran so well in the Oaks and much improved as a 3-year-old.
She really did. She ran terrific. She seemed to really like Churchill, so we let her do most of her training for that, for the coaching club there, and we decided to wait. We know she likes the mile and an eighth, and hopefully if that goes well, we can look at the Alabama down the road.
It'll be exciting to see her. And last year's winner of that race, Ness, we're going to see back on Sunday in the Chuvie. Had a workout the other day. What did you see?
She's doing super. We got behind schedule a little bit this winter when she got sick, but everything's going really well now. Obviously, asking a lot of her to come back in the Chuvie at a mile and an eighth against some really top-class fillies, but she's training really well. We know she likes the track, and so we're looking forward to getting her season underway.
She is very fun to follow. Can't wait to see her. Congratulations here, Todd.
Thank you.
Big weekend coming up for the Pletcher barn, and quite a roster as far as those fillies are concerned, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Yeah, can't wait to see what Ness does in the Chuvie and moving forward the second half of the year.
Well, it's always interesting, particularly when fillies go 3 to 4. How do they come back at 4? They still have the same enthusiasm for racing, and that's always a question.
And she's going to be running against a very strong informed Clairiere who seems to be as good as ever.
Yeah.
That's going to be a race you will not want to miss. Played hard in there as well, who won the Grade 1 La Troyenne. But absolutely, Ness is going to have to be better than she was last year, as good as she was here. She didn't run against Clairiere last year. That's a heck of a matchup. Looking forward to that.
She was able to 2 Grade 1s here, CCA Oaks, the Alabama, en route to a championship for Nest. Speaking of the road to the Travers marquee event every summer here at Saratoga, the Curlin coming up on Friday with a field of 5, and the Preakness Stakes runner-up is the odds-on favorite in Blazing Sevens. Flavian Pratt will ride. Mile and an eighth the distance in that hard-fought battle. Andy in the Preakness Stakes with National Treasure, Blazing Sevens doing everything but winning the middle jewel of the Triple Crown.
And had he not been carried out early in the race, I think he would have won the race, because the intention was to go with National Treasure. And when he got carried out, almost like the other horse sort of rode shotgun and sort of kept him from getting that position, forcing National Treasure getting that better position. So I think there is an argument he ran the better race in here, but he finished second. I think you have to ask yourself, do you really think he's a router? I have some questions about that. And how good do you think the Preakness was? I think he's meeting a tough horse outside of him. And Curlin stands at Hillendale, and 3 of the horses in this race are sired by Good Magic, who stands at Hillendale.
Fingerprints all over this one. Richie, your thoughts of Blazing Sevens and what you're expecting from him, not only in the Curlin, but the second half of the 2023.
I think Andy hit on something very interesting. His best race to me was his Champagne, and that was around 1 turn at Aqueduct. I also question the wisdom of going down to engage National Treasure through the stretch. I agree, he got carried out. It cost him some ground. But I always felt like when you're getting by a horse, stay away from him. Don't engage him. Don't make him get. Exactly. Make his job harder. Make him come out to engage you.
It's a great point.
Blazing Sevens odds-on favorite for the Curlin. Scotland coming to his own for Bill Mott. Early June, Churchill down. Scotland. He's not a push-button type, Richie, but he's coming.
No, absolutely. Listen, he's a nose away from being perfect, but he's been in hard-fought battles in all 3 of his starts. A horse that is certainly battle-tested with just 3 runs.
It's a very interesting horse who I actually like in this race. He got a fast pace to close into, so he got a good setup here. But I also thought he ran pretty well. This race, the Curlin, has absolutely no speed whatsoever on paper, and I know they can get Blazing Sevens a bit closer, but isn't his game kind of making more of a run, though he did grind in the Preakness? And I think this would be a good opportunity for Scotland. It could be the speed of the speed. Maybe send him to front in this race. He is, to me, and the odds board will reflect it, the one with the biggest chance to beat Blazing Sevens.
He's coming out of races, sharp pace races around 1 turn. So certainly if they want it, they can be close. I don't know what happened to the speed of Miracolo in the Belmont, because this horse flashed good speed to start before to win.
I would send him if he was mine. It's his only chance to win. He'll need a Miracolo to get
and
it done.
I'd be your kind of rider.
Oh, you are my kind of rider. Why don't you get back into riding?
Quickly, circling back.
Get rid of you on the set and get you back in the horses.
The 3-year-old stakes races leading up to the Travers with the Curlin on Friday, following week with the Grade 2 Jim Dandy and the Travers. Well, we will next likely see the Belmont Stakes winner in Arcangelo This was Monday, breezing 3/4 in 114.03. Javier Castellano is in the saddle of Arcangelo. Richie, what are you seeing from his breeze when you do eventually see it?
Well,
This is a good slate, to be fair.
If we just hone in on this work and talk about this work, it's an outstanding work. I mean, he's moving beautifully. He does things very easily. I saw quotes from Javier Castellano about how he'll fool you. He doesn't feel like he's going as fast as he's going. He's flicking his ears around. He's also working on a track that had a lot of cut in it, meaning a lot of horses are trained over. You can see the other hoof prints that he's having to run over. Those kind of racetracks tend to yield slower times in workouts. It didn't affect him here. I think it was a lovely workout, a beautiful gallop out. But this is his second work since the Belmont Stakes and his second big work. Just because a horse can do it doesn't mean you need to see it all the time.
And what I think is interesting is one of the questions, the biggest question is, which one of these horses are going to take a step forward? We've got a lot of good 3-year-olds out there. No great ones, a lot of good ones with the potential to be extremely good. Are they going to take that big step forward that Epicenter took up here last year? Will they take a step back? We're going to start finding out with the Haskell, the Curlin, the Jim Dandy heading towards the Travers, because one or two of them at least will.
Thanks to our friends at XBTV. Quickly, Richie, the not having a traditional prep for the Travers. Jenna Antonucci has pointed out that he does better with more time in between his races. Not running in the Jim Dandy, no Curlin, no Haskell, training up to the Travers, not having raced since the Belmont Stakes. What do you think?
Jenna Antonucci knows the horse a lot better than I do, and she's done an amazing job with this horse. But he did pretty well from the Peter Pan right
so
back
he's not running
to
the Jim
Belmont.
Dandy?
I don't believe so. I think training up to the Belmont Stakes.
The Travers.
Excuse me, the Travers.
We ran
for the Belmont Stakes winner.
I was with you. It was a torturous experience.
We spent that
for me.
afternoon
It was
together.
horrible. I'm scarred.
Reigning 2-year-old champ in Forte. There he is. He is pointing towards the Jim Dandy. What'd you notice from his most recent breeze over at Oklahoma?
You know, Forte looks good. You know, obviously it's been well documented, the issues he had going into the Kentucky Derby, bruised foot. He, wasn't training as well or looking as well. He looks very well from a physical perspective. He's galloping outside his workmate here under Irad Ortiz, and he's doing exactly what he's being asked to do. And this is Todd Pletcher's MO. He works horses in company to keep them in the bridle and keep them interested and focused. Sometimes I think that can backfire on you a little bit because horses are used to running together all the time, and in essence you're training them to run with a horse when their job is to run by horses.
My concern with him is that he has not taken a step forward from a speed figure standpoint as a 3-year-old. He may do it. And he missed the Derby, which was a race you would expect him to take that big step forward. And I'm not expecting him to do it a 1.5 miles. A race he ran fairly well, and I thought dynamics favored him in there. But for a race off 10 weeks, 1.5 miles, all those things, he ran absolutely fine in there. But I worry that he hasn't taken that step forward, and that's a concern. And he's going to have to start doing that because this is put up or shut up time.
Forte winding up, prepping in the Jim Dandy for the Travers late August. Meantime, our coverage continues. Horses in the paddock from the 3rd, about 15 minutes out. There's a horse to beat in Maddie's Grace. 6-5 favorite, Irad Ortiz to ride. Ortiz looking for back-to-back wins on the Wednesday program. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. The sources are here in the paddock for this third race, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, a starter allowance, and we'll start to the inside with the current favorite, the number 1, Maddie's Grace. Watching that last race, she was 3 wide early on, then kind of lugged in a little bit late. You could see her strides shortening, though she was able to hold on for second. It just seemed to me like 7 furlongs was kind of the end of the world for her. So cutting back in distance a little bit to the 5.5 today, I think will really suit. And you can see that she's an energetic type as well. Just a little bit tricky to getting the tack on, but she's saddled fine now, and she's always been a high energy type of filly, which I do appreciate for a sprint race. And I loved when she switched to the turf. Her races have improved dramatically with running on the grass as well, and she's kind of that smaller, shorter coupled type that I just think this is the right spot for her. The number 4, Golden Dagger, is a little bit intriguing as she won her first race back in April, but pretty decisively holding on the synthetic. So she'll try the turf for the first time. And it doesn't always transfer that horses that handle a synthetic track will do a turf track. I always find that turf horses tend to move a little bit better over a synthetic track versus going onto the dirt, and not always vice versa. But this filly has a tremendous amount of turf pedigree to back it up. She's by Boltioro, and they have certainly been effective on the grass, and she's off to grade 2 placed horse named Huntsville, who was a 3-time turf winner, and a stakes winner named The Hunted, who was a 4-time turf winner. In fact, 4 of the siblings won on the grass, and she has that kind of flatter type of hoof that we look for to see if they can get over the turf well, and I think that she should handle it just fine. She's compact, she's a very quick looking type of filly, and she was off the pace in that debut race, so we'll see what kind of trip she gets here today. But from looking at her pedigree and her physicality, I don't have any qualms about the surface. The number 2, Proud Foot, first off the claim for Linda Rice, and immediately going to the turf. Her 2 turf races earlier in her career were both made in special weight tries, and she didn't do much running in those, and she does seem to have improved since sprinting and being on the dirt. But she kind of has that physicality of a horse that can run on the turf. She's by First Samurai in the 2nd generation. Actually, the 2nd dam was all turf. She's lighter behind. She's very angular in her build. Oftentimes, those types have an easier time of it pushing off, getting onto the turf. A turf hoof, slacker pasterns. We'll see how she handles it and if she's necessarily good enough in this group. But it is an intriguing surface switch for the number 2, Proud Foot. Lafitte?
As you mentioned, Acacia, first after the claim, Linda Rice, Proud Foot, and Richie from the previous race, the winner, Memphis, claimed by Linda Rice.
Yeah, and Linda Rice is very active at the claim box, and that's one of the reasons, Andy, she's been able to string together multiple leading trainer titles, because she has constant turnover and restoration of her stock.
I think she's taking a shot here because this horse is very good in the dirt. The turf races were routes, so this is a sprint, but they're so bad. This horse is 4-1, 7-2. On paper is a 20-1 shot.
One final note on that second race, Cloud Forest heading to the barn of Talia Lynch. Cloud Forest heading to the barn of Talia Lynch. Maddie's Grace here, the favorite. There she is, her maiden win, Andy. Turf debut, Aqueduct, first start for John Kimmel. Maddie's Grace showing more speed and ability on a new surface.
She's run fast figs, and that's why she's the favorite, along, of course, with Irad Ortiz riding her. And she came back at 7 furlongs and showed that race was no fluke, and now cutting back can only really help her with her speed. She rates to be outrun a little here by maybe the 3, Flip My Lid, and probably the 5 now showing. But she's run well in both the races. I thought those figures both came up a little on the high side, but any figure you look at has her fast, and she's the one to beat.
Agreed. I think she found a home on the turf. She's quick. She's going to have to work out a trip from the inside, because I agree with you, Andy. I think the 3 is the main speed.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't, it's Irad. I'm not overly worried. Things probably work out. I just thought the 4 was a little bit interesting here as an alternative. First time on the turf is after 3 turf winners out of 6 to try it.
It's your top selection, yes?
Yeah, Bill Murray. You know, I always think he's a dangerous trainer, and taking a shot here, shipping this horse to New York to run here. A Bolt Doro has been effective as a turf sire. So I thought he was interesting because I guess if I want to beat the 1, I want to try to do it with a stranger. Now showing not impossible here, but I'll take a stranger of the crew.
Golden Dagger at 4-1. Dylan Davis in the saddle. Maddie's Grace 7-5. Good allowance. Turf sprint. Turf course listed as good. Picture perfect day here in upstate New York. Wow.
It is a glorious day, and it's just so nice to see how many people are out enjoying it. And we've had some rain, some weather. I mean, days like this wash all that away.
You know, I want to talk something interesting on the board. I talked about the 2, and sometimes people think I exaggerate, and I do exaggerate sometimes, how this horse is 7-2 should be 20-1. This horse is a gigantic price in the double. It's far, far. The second highest double here is $43. This double is $61 in a 6-horse field. And this is a situation we talk about. The CAW money, not a real major factor in the win pool, and if at all. And so you see here, something you don't see late odds changes the same way you see at other tracks, but you see value in the win pool relative to multi-races, to exactas. Right. People think the exactas are paying low. No. The winners are often paying too much. And you have to keep an eye on this. This horse being overbet because of the Linda Rice factor and Jose Ortiz not being better than his PPs. This horse should be a very big price and the longest shot on the board.
See him again in the post parade. We start with the favorite in Maddie's Grace. Dull on dirt, much better on grass. There's Proud Foot, Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, turning back, first time sprinting on the turf, but the 2 turf efforts for routing were not very good.
Flip My Id. Yes, she's by Freud, and she is quick.
She's the speed, and listen, it's not as though she's never run a reasonable race. Her recent form, though, has been against much cheaper.
Golden Dagger, number 4, debut winner, Turfway Park in April. Andy's top selection.
As a mare out of a mare that's been has produced turf winners, and I think she's the most logical closer and new face in this group.
Now showing number 5, Louis Saez, 8-1.
I feel like she's a last time was the time horse, though you could say with the 1, who's a much shorter price, her debut was the time for her. She got it done. She's going to have to deal with some other speed today, but not impossible.
Western Lane, number 6, and Talia Lynch, who just claimed a horse out of the second race, saddled a winner opening week.
I think both of this filly's turf sprints were good, and I think she's a player here.
There's the favorite, Maddie's Grace, currently 7-5. Irad Ortiz looking to go back-to-back on the Wednesday program.
I mean, she's the horse to beat. I don't think there's a strong argument against it. From a speed figure standpoint, I think no matter what speed figure you look at, she's the fastest horse in the race. She's tactical, so she shouldn't be compromised by dynamics. Irad will probably sit in the pocket, and somebody's going to have to step up to beat her. They may do it, but somebody's going to have to do that.
4 minutes out, race 3, Saratoga. Start of the early pick 4, which you can play on your Naira Bets account. If you haven't, get involved. Sign up. Use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage of a $200 deposit match. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Number 5 here, and now showing with Louis Saez. We're talking about speed here. Golden Dagger, now showing, making the lead in her latest. She's going to face more heat this afternoon, though, Andy.
Oh, yeah. She's the Golden Dagger. Golden Dagger is going to be nowhere near the pace here. She's going to need him to be moving a bit. But I actually wanted to talk to Richie about this a bit. My general feeling is that it's 5.5 furlongs in the turf in Saratoga. You see a lot of more fairly honest paces. And I feel like closers have more than their fair chance to win these races. In fact, I feel like more closers do well in these races than 6 furlong races at Belmont.
I agree. I guess most people think, well, the shorter the race, the better it is for speed. But usually that pace is more intense, and horses will tire. And you get a horse that's got a good 3/16 of a mile kick, they're going to be effective because the leaders are going to come back a bit, and they're going to finish stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're very good turf spinners that have a lot of speed, and they can go quick early, Caravel, and they can still finish. But they're also very good turf spinners that come from way, way back. Big Invasion being that type of horse, and some others. In fact, I think you might have won a race that eventually became a Grade 1 and a closer and a turf sprint. Is that true?
Yeah, Artie Schiller, well, sprinting first time.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
but also the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. That horse closed, right?
The Desert Code, yeah. He came from...
Most of those races
Lafitte
are run by late
Richie's
or both from
hit his
late
head
feet.
A little slow on that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm the only guy who wins a Breeders' Cup when it's not a graded race.
Did you get paid?
I did get paid.
Most importantly. But the point being, yeah, with now showing, though, that wire-to-wire win, because it is in here and quicker, it compromises her chances.
Yeah, listen, you don't want to have pace-compromised horses in any situation. But I don't worry in these turf sprints as much as maybe some might. How's that?
I think it's fair. We've seen enough closers do well in turf sprints. And pace makes the race, no matter what the distance.
And up here, they tend to go a little bit more.
Acacia, more on Flip My Id, the quickest on paper.
Yeah, you have to say that name slowly, Lafitte. But she is the quickest on paper, and I thought it was interesting watching the preliminaries because she had a pretty quiet warm-up, and I haven't seen her since Kelly Breen claimed her, but she used to always break away from the pony, get a big gallop, and she does have a lot of early foot and early speed, and we saw that from her, especially last time out at Monmouth when she went right to the lead and was able to kind of kick away and hold off any potential closers. Water gets a little bit deeper now as that was a condition claiming race, but she was kind of tossing her head and pulling a little bit, and I would guess it's by instruction because Javier was very intent on keeping her quiet and staying with the pony. Given what I saw from her and her demeanor, I would have liked that he took her away from the pony and given her a good gallop, and I know Richie believes in strong warm-ups as well, so we'll see what the number 3 Flip My Id does as she's sharp on track, but it seems the intent not there as much, maybe just relying on her natural speed, but seems like there's a lot of weight on the 4 Golden Dagger. Hopefully she can get the right kind of trip here, Lafitte.
So you're all on Golden Dagger.
Poor Golden Dagger.
5-1. Richie, Acacia, Andy's top selection.
Well, we're just tagging along with Andy.
Well, 4-5 on the 1 is a little excessive here. And it's the problem if you like logical horses that Irad Ortiz is riding. Even 7-2, frankly, on the first winner was no bargain. And at the end of the day, you got to get paid when you cash bets because it's not about cashing bets. It's about getting paid when you cash. And if you're consistently betting underlays, you're going to lose. And listen, I understand with the takeout, you could argue that it's hard to find anybody that's an overlay. But Irad Ortiz horses are getting bet very heavily. And even Irad, he'll underachieve over time with his ROI because of the excess money they're taking. And this is no 4-5 shot in this race. There are unknowns in here. Course to beat, but probably a 7 or 8-5 shot. I don't know what the morning line that David Aragona made.
6-5.
6-5.
Okay, so
he's a victim of his own success, Richie.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm listen. And the interesting thing to me is there are days I'm not particularly high on an Irad Ortiz horse that's taking a ton of money, and a lot of times he gets them to perform. I mean, they run.
They're going to run really well, but this is a room filled with great riders. His brother's on the 2. Javier Castellano's on the 3. You got Dylan Davis, Luis Saez. I mean, you're talking about the best riders, some of the best riders in the world. And so he's going to do that much more to help horse. And this is the horse to beat. I'm not going to be surprised when she wins. But 4-5 seems a little low to me. That's all.
This jockey colony is as strong as it's been to me in many years here in New York, right? Into 80s, into the 90s. The difference is the core of these riders is youth. I mean, there's so many top young riders here that potentially haven't even hit their prime yet. There's a window where a rider is at their best physically and mentally. Usually it's before you start getting beat up and, you know, injuries start piling up. But I'm seeing young guys that still have a lot of good things in front of them.
And Javier and John Velasquez are the 2 elder statesmen in the room, and both of them can ride like their kids.
Yeah, they're both riding
it's like you've got, you're right, though. They're all so young, and these guys are still riding great. I mean, Johnny's riding, in my opinion, John Velasquez is riding the last couple of years as well as I ever saw him ride. And I don't know that you could say, I feel like he's gotten, his enthusiasm for the game has come back in some ways.
And certainly seeing that with Castellano as well. Yep. Never seen him have so much fun doing his job.
Yeah, Javier's having a great time. I also think part of it is that Johnny's being managed differently. He's not riding as many, and I think he got to a point where physically he understood he just wasn't capable of riding 9 or 10 a day and keeping the same enthusiasm and energy level up.
That's very fair.
Irad Ortiz here on the 4-5 favorite, moving into line, and start of the early pick 4. Final thoughts as they're at the gate here, Richie?
Well, the 4's carrying a lot of weight, but in Andy we trust.
Everyone.
Just Andy likes him.
Everyone on
like
Golden Dagger. She moves forward.
I'm putting on a pound or 2 every week, so it's getting more and more.
She's 5-1. Maddie's Grace odds on. Frank Mirmati with the call post time, race 3 from Saratoga.
All right, Lafitte, we have one more left to load. It's Western Lane. She'll go out of the outside stall. Walking in. They're in the gate. They're off. And Maddie's Grace is very quick out of the gate and flashing sharp early speed in the opening furlong. Alongside Flip My Id, and Flip My Id is now a little bit quicker. On the outside of them comes now showing a close-up 3rd. It's a gap of 4 back to Golden Dagger, who's 4th. followed by the two trailers, Western Lane and Proud Foot is at the back of the field. They round the far turn, chasing Flip My Id. The opening quarter zipped in 22 seconds flat. Flip My Id a length and a half. Now showing in second. Maddie's Grace is now 2.5 off them, maybe going to the outside third. It's another 2 back to Golden Dagger in fourth, followed by Western Lane and Proud Foot. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's wide open on the outside. Now showing is up to take a very narrow lead, coming toward the furlong pole. Center of the course, Maddie's Grace, and Golden Dagger is coming alive in between horses with the red cap. Golden Dagger to the front, far outside. Proud Foot is closing resolutely in the final stages. Golden Dagger, Proud Foot. It will be Golden Dagger to win it by 2. Proud Foot second, Western Lane third, Maddie's Grace weak into fourth.
Gotta love it when a plan comes together. Golden Dagger at 9-2. Acacia, Richie, Andy all over this one. Dylan Davis, Golden Dagger in the third at Saratoga.
A lot of confidence by Dylan on this horse because he made no attempt to swing out the turn. He saved, he rode brilliantly. Yes. This is the Dylan that we love. And he saved ground, but the way he just was confident, just sort of sitting there, this race completely fell apart in the end. And even the number 2, who I didn't like at all, and I thought I was going to be smart running last, actually made a big run, but a nice job here, a nice ride by Dylan.
That much more impressive, the second place finish, Proud Foot, when you go back to the start and see what happened to Proud Foot, Richie.
Well, the one, the favorite, Maddie's Grace, broke sharply but outwardly. And that's nobody's fault. You could see the rider making
and she broke
an effort.
slow the 2, and then the door slams.
They take that space. But when you see a rider's hands and they kind of break away from the horse's neck, that's a rider trying to correct the horse from going in. When you don't see that movement, that's a rider that's allowing the horse to do what they want. That wasn't the case here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great ride, too, though.
This was a terrific ride. Oh, yeah. Everybody, there were good rides all around. I mean, I'm not going to knock Irad Ortiz. He didn't do anything wrong with Maddie's Grace. He got good position. He saved ground. He angled out in the turn. I mean, maybe this turf has a lot of give in it, and that pace was a lot quicker than the 22. They went 22 flat. Maybe that's more like a 21-3 if the turf was firm. 21-2.
There is give to this turf. We've had rain. What I like is Dylan showed a lot of discipline, and that's how you win on turf. Stay disciplined. Stay inside. You have time. Don't be looking for the escape route to the right when the race is going forward. And he did all that. He sat the pocket. He waited. He didn't overcommit to any one given spot before finding that gap when the one horse drifted out and being able to kick on. That's the way you win turf races.
And riding with confidence, too, right? Like he was confident in his mount. He must
have
felt he had a lot of horse, but he was chill and he rode well. Nice job, nice performance. And Bill Morey, a name that a lot of people probably don't know, you should know.
Might not be done on the afternoon.
No.
Bill Morey.
Bill
Might not be the last time you see him. 4-2-6-1. Well done, team. Golden Dagger. Results when we come back. Plus the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks on Saturday on Fox. Hoosier Philly arrives with momentum. The Monomoy Girl winner and Wet Paint defeated Monomoy Girl favorite, defeated Kentucky Oaks favorite. How will she respond? The Oaks on Saturday.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms.
is Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And One Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a war dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Is it usual? Is it common for us to have 3 of our handicappers locked in on a 9-2 shot like that and come through?
How much the best a horse has to be to carry all of us
you're
along
not lying.
with him?
I don't know what to say. This horse ran very well. A big factor in the race was the dynamics. I think it'll be interesting to see how the turf plays going forward.
Winning trainer Bill Morey with Acacia, the winner's circle.
And I was just telling Bill how Golden Dagger had a bit of weight on her today, but she certainly seemed to take to the turf, and she had the pedigree for it too, Bill.
She's a nice filly. We always thought she'd turf. We ran her on the synthetic first out, obviously, because I winter at Turfway, and we always had plans to get her on the grass.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you think some horses transfer their form from synthetic to turf or vice versa? Because it's not always as easy as it might look on paper.
It's my go-to. It's my hole card, you know. Don't tell too many people, but that's my one of my best moves is going from synthetic to turf.
Well, certainly worked out today, and you could have a big day. It's coming up in the New York Stallion Series a little bit later. You have 2 with Red Moon and a new claim, Orange Freeze. What can you tell us about those fillies?
They're both super live, and they have different kind of styles, so they shouldn't interfere with each other, and hopefully they're both right there coming for home. I think that could be.
We look forward to seeing it. Best of luck later. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Lafitte, the Morey Barn, gearing up for a big afternoon.
Yeah, like we said, Andy, might not be the last time we're talking about Bill Morey this afternoon on Saratoga Live.
Probably have the favorite in the Statue of Liberty later.
New York Stallion Series continues. I like it, having the feature last race of the day.
Yeah,
just
well,
as
we're
a
doing
change.
it tomorrow with the other,
like
which is tomorrow the Cab
Tomorrow's
Callaway
the Cab
division?
Callaway.
That's exciting. Remember Cab Callaway was at Aqueduct every day?
I've got pictures with him in the jockey's room. He'd come to the jockey's room all the time and visit with us, and we were all, enamored Cab Callaway. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I used to see him at Aqueduct constantly.
You got another 11-20 winner for us?
Well, I'm waiting
I'm
to hear
going to take
what Andy
another
picks.
winner. I'm going to take another winner. The price will be secondary.
Who is going to win the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks? We'll find out on Saturday in the first of 6 straight Saturdays on Fox. Live coverage from Saratoga with a $500,000 purse. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Summer at Saratoga only on Fox. They will draw today. These are the probables with Who's Your Filly for trainer Tom Amos. Wet Paint, defeated favorite in the Kentucky Oaks, defeated favorite in the Monomoy Girl as well. They met in the Monomoy Girl, and Richie coming around the far turn, you could tell Who's Your Filly is absolutely in cruise control, loaded, while Wet Paint, she has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think Who's Your Filly, who showed so much ability early on and then kind of felt to me like went through some growing pains, took a little while to get back on track. I think she's best when she's in a position to use that big stride. She's like a big, rambling, galloping kind of a filly, and when she's cruising like that, unencumbered by any kind of traffic or kickback or anything, that's when she's her most efficient.
She needs to control to get this done. Now, we'll see how much speed. I don't have the PPs in front of me to see who's going to go, and listen, we're all rooting for Tom. I mean, let's, sure. I tease him, we make fun of him, but he's our pal, and he works with us, and we want to see her do well. But I want to see whoever I bet on do even better, as it turns out. And I think the 2 interesting players in here are Gambling Girl, who ran so well and proved dramatically, fast pace or not, to finish second in the Kentucky Oaks. But why haven't we seen her? since that race, almost 3 months. That's a question. But the same could be said for South Lawn, for Norm Cassie, who ran so very well in her preps that race down in Fairgrounds, and a massive disappointment in the Kentucky Oaks. She's coming back as well, and they're two very interesting players joining those two runners.
Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks on Saturday. Coverage beginning at 3 Eastern. And the first of 6 straight Saturdays on Fox. The Oaks, the Jim Dandy keep prep for the Travers. Following week, the Whitney, Cody's Wish. Can't wait to see what he does. 2 turning, going to mile and 1/8. 4-star Dave, Alabama, and finally the Travers, August 26th. Summer at Saratoga on Fox. One name you did not see for the Kentucky Coaching Club, American Oaks. Pretty mischievous. Back-to-back Grade 1 wins, Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn. We'll see her at a shorter distance in her next, likely the test on the undercard of the Whitney.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of factors involved in not going the CCA Oaks Alabama route. I think they probably questioned a 1.25 miles. And I think we all think even a 1.8 miles, though she won the Oaks, probably the absolute stretch for her.
Sure.
But they also have wet paint Godolphin for those races. And with a win in the test, you'd have to say she's absolutely cinched the 3-year-old Eclipse.
You win the Oaks, Kentucky Oaks, and you win
Acorn.
the Acorn and the test. You've put together quite a resume already.
This is the same day as the Whitney, one of the best matchups of the year.
Maple Leaf Mel, pretty mischievous. The back-to-back Grade 1 wins. And on Saturday, Richie, stretching her legs. She's on the outside here. Is the Oaks winner pretty mischievous? Thanks to our friends at XBTV. What are you seeing here?
She's just cruising. You know, Tyler Gaffleone aboard. She's galloping along next to her workmate. She is a filly that has a tendency when she makes the lead to kind of wait on horses a bit. And this is just a way to keep her interested. You can see how easily she was going. This is just a maintenance 1/2 mile.
Now, I love seeing Brennan Walsh, her trainer, get a little chance to get in the spotlight. I mean, you know Brennan Walsh if you're involved in the game as we are, but I don't think he's a household name. Winning the Oaks, you think of the same thing with Tom Amoss. Winning the Oaks changes things so much, and he's got a terrific filly here who he's doing a great job with.
Would you assume that she would be running in the CCA Oaks if wet paint wasn't?
I think it's a valid question. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. At this point, the test might be a more prestigious race. Now, it's Godolphin. They're not looking to sell her. They're going to be breeding her going forward, so it's not about making her worth more money. I don't know. I think it's an interesting question, but I think the fact that they're probably not confident in 1.25 miles makes them be a little reticent to the 1.8 miles, and so the test works perfectly for her. And the test is really one of the most prestigious races run in America all year for the 3-year-old fillies, and to put it together with those previous 2 Grade 1 winners, I think wins make almost unbeatable for the divisional championship, and it should.
3-year-old fillies taking center stage on Saturday. Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. Again, first of 6 consecutive Saturdays on Fox from Saratoga. When we come back, coverage continues. Oh, she's on the loose again. Maggie Wolfendale with unsuspecting fans opening week. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Well, I've never done that before. Come through the turnstile here at Saratoga, and I've never hung out in the backyard. But today, I'm going to be a woman of the people. Is this one on the house, though? Because I didn't bring any money with me.
Absolutely. Are you interviewing me? Am I supposed to say something nice about you? Can you come back in? I'm going to think of something. Can you come back in 10 minutes?
I'm just going to do this sit. Do you like this?
I do.
Hey, what's happening, babe? Nothing. How are you?
What's going on?
I love Javier. Don't get
Exactly.
me wrong, but yesterday he cost me some money.
Yeah, because you didn't pick it.
True.
What the heck?
That's funny, Mary.
Ah, duh. Why are you betting 3-horse races?
I ask myself that all the time. It never turns out well.
Well, one guy's got the ticket on his phone. We might have to chase him down. We don't know.
He's full on a runner.
He's on the Northway, headed
He's
back.
missing. Where's the wisdom from Maggie Wolfendale?
You took a video.
Oh,
And go Giants. Try. No, I'm scary. This is studious material.
It is. Like, I'm very studious.
Look how organized he is.
Oh, that's my girlfriend has done.
So wait, is she your girlfriend or your wife?
She's going to be my wife.
Boom! I think you nailed it. Number one excuse for leaving Saratoga. We ran out of drinks. Everybody has lost their children in this group. What is up? Forgot about doing that.
I think I had the same problem last year.
You don't have to pose like that. What are you guys doing?
I pose some modeling shoots. We're auditioning. We're auditioning.
We're auditioning?
It's our family tradition for 30 years.
Oh, that's awesome. This is actually a moving thing. You don't. It's not like a picture. It's a video. Everybody, suck it in.
That segment, I don't know if Maggie wants it to be her thing, but that's her thing.
That was hysterical. I thought that was funny. This is video. It's not a still picture. You guys can move. They were like posing. That was great.
It's like Mitch at Large we used to do with our director, Mitch Levitas, but you actually don't mind watching it.
Nah, those were funny too. Come on.
They were very funny, and that was great too.
Acacia on the loose. Question report coming soon.
You never know where I am. I always feel for the production assistants we have here that have to chase Maggie and I back and forth from the paddock to the winner's circle because I got long legs. I walk fast, that's for sure. But taking a look at a couple forces here in the paddock, starting with the 2B Musical Heart. This is a horse who last time out had to steady back pretty sharply at a few strides out of the gate and then got a little bit keen and rushed up. 2 back, broke slowly, got keen and rushed up. They've changed the equipment on him a little bit today. They've added a shadow roll, which I believe is the first time that he's worn it. He certainly hasn't in his last couple of races. And it's a piece of fleece that goes over the nose band. And it kind of serves pretty much what the name says, to kind of block out some of the shadows. But the idea of it is that the horse will try to look over it. So it often helps with horses to put their head a little bit more out and down to try to look over that piece of fleece that's right under their eyes and over the noseband. And he wears those pretty typical David Jacobson blinkers that are kind of closed in. And I think all of that speaking to try to get him to be a little bit more focused, to relax a little bit throughout the running of the race and hopefully to get out of the gate a bit better. Though number 1, Don't Be Late, is in great form right now, trying to make it 3 in a row. It was a voided claim last time out. And with the new ISO rules, when there is a voided claim, and if it is for a physical reason, you are placed on a vet list. So you often will see gaps in races as they'll have to go through the protocols to be able to be cleared to enter again after that can happen. He comes back here and he looks great off a little bit of a freshening. He's put a little bit of condition on, and he's sharp here in the paddock. So you always have a little bit of a cause for pause with the voided claim. You don't know if it's physical or administrative, but we'll see if he can keep that good momentum going. The number 4, Breadman, takes a drop in class, and this is a horse that was claimed for $14,000. So I think it's kind of illogical after facing significantly tougher in his last couple of races, and hopefully can be a little bit more forward. I think it's amazing that he won going a mile and an eighth over at Aqueduct, because I think he's much better suited to the 1-turn mile here and out of the chute. He's a smaller type of physical. I think that this is the better place for him, and we'll see if he can get a good trip after now going to significantly softer company versus what he's been facing lately, Lafitte.
The distance Acacia, much more suitable. Breadman and softer company this afternoon. All adds up to a 9-5 favorite in the start of the middle. Pick 4, that's next. The 4th of 10 from Saratoga. Gorgeous afternoon. So glad you could join us on the first Wednesday of the brand new meet.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Oh, look at that. One of the oldest active sporting venues in North America. You're watching Saratoga Live, where you're going to want to take advantage of this. A $10 bonus today, playing with Naira Bets. Bet $50 each. Saratoga and Delaware Park. Earn a $10 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. Postcard material kind of afternoon with riders up in this 4th race. Race looks a lot different, Andy, than it did after the scratches. Changed significantly.
Treasure Trove dropping down a player, but big backering out. Luck was going to be a huge favorite in here, and without this horse in the race, it just completely changes it. Whatever your opinion, if you want to bet against, your prices are all going down. It was a major player, no matter how you cut it.
Yeah. Breadman, the favorite, 8-5. We'll see him shortly. Don't be late. Sharp. He's rattled off 2 straight.
Voided Claim kept him out for a couple of months, but his recent form was tremendous. The question is, can he capture it or recapture it off the layoff?
Musical Heart, 1st or 2nd in 18 of 39 lifetime.
Yeah, consistent sort. Should be in a forward position and certainly a player here.
And the favorite now, 8-5, Breadman and Manny Franco.
Yeah, Breadman, he made a lot of sense to me before the scratches. He's taken a drop down in class. Of course, they claim for 14. He's named for Artemi Panarin, who delivers for the New York Rangers.
So you're all in. Grump's Little Tots, 7-year-old Warrior, 40th lifetime start.
Oh, yeah, it drops down a bit for Charlie Baker, puts 7-pound apprentice Eliza Greenidge aboard.
Number 7, great workout. Back to the main track.
Yeah, I'm going to try to wake this horse up. Has back form that's good enough to win it. Tried the turf off the Claim. First time in the dirt since the Claim.
Andy has him on top, then Super Catch. 17-time winner?
17-time winner, 32 times in the money from 55 starts. This is my kind of horse, honest, hardworking. And he makes his first start for Rob Atras. I thought he was interesting, particularly at 8-1.
He should be forward in this race.
Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. Seems likely. At 8-5, Richie and Acacia pointed out the reasons with the softer company this afternoon, and that this mile distance figures to suit him much better. It all adds up to 8-5 for Breadman.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand it. His last race left a lot to be desired, but his 2 previous runs were very good. And, you know, he's a horse that I've always been aware of and like. You know, you have horses that you gravitate to.
if he can get to the race, yeah, for sure. You definitely develop affinities for horses, and you try to sort of fight it when you're handicapping. You get to the race off the claim for Robbie Falcone. It was a conditional claiming race. He ran fast enough to win this race. Makes him maybe the horse to beat, assuming the one doesn't run back to his last. Then he was just over his head. But his last race concerns me a bit. I think he's a player in here.
Disappointed.
I just don't feel like I look at this race and anybody. I want to take anybody at 8-5 or under here.
Price.
And that's why I went to the number 7, Great Workout, because he was going to be a price here. And keep in mind, you look at the morning line here. I know the 2B is running, and it shows even money. That rate line was based on the number 2.
Right.
So these odds, the morning line wasn't wrong. It's just the scratches dramatically affected it. As far as Great Workout, he doesn't have any speed, and that's not going to necessarily help him in a race like this. But he has races that are fast enough to win in his go back. And since he was claimed by Mike Maker, they run him twice in the turf. I don't really know why, because his prior turf races were sort of marginal at best. One of them was okay, but sort of more a good figure because of the company he kept. This is what he wants to do, and I'm just hoping he can get back to his better races. I'm concerned. His race last time in the dirt for Linda Rice was a disaster, but he has some of those races, and I was hoping for a little better price. 9-2 in this field, borderline fair.
Tyler Gaffleone winding up, aggressive, Great Workout, 9-2, Andy's top selection. You mentioned Don't Be Late in his most recent, and if he runs back to it, let's take a look. This was mid-May, Belmont, same level, and Don't Be Late. Andy absolutely drills this field.
Now, he was a bigger price near because there was a mediocre favorite that I believe ran second for Linda Rice in the Caribbean. And this field was sort of there for the taking, but he ran a huge figure. Now, the claim was voided, and I don't know exactly what the rules are, but I believe the fact that he's been off for 2 months has a lot to do with the fact that you can't run it for a certain period of time, Richie, after a voided claim. But I still think you have to ask yourself, can he recapture that magic that led to such good performances before the layoff?
Yeah, I mean, great form before that layoff. Here's my problem with the layoff. Look at his work line. He's got 2 very slow workouts since May 18th, and they're very strict. The protocols for workouts are so different now than it used to be in the old days. There's spotters at the gap. When you come on, you've got to give the horse's name. It's not like you could hide workouts as efficiently as we once could, right? And which we consciously did. So I see one work in 51, another work in 39. Since May 18th, I take that as a negative.
Okay, that's fair. Except does Randy Persaud ever work horses quickly? They all have dramatically
No, that's fair, but only
slow
2
workouts.
is the problem, the
Okay.
number of works.
Okay.
I mean, and listen.
No, I'm not. I wonder how much it deviates from whatever Randy's the method to Randy's madness.
Well, that's fair, and sometimes these horses just have so much foundation, they're almost better being a little bit fresher.
Don't Be Late. He's won 5 races, Acacia. Breadman, 3 races. A Super Catch, the 17-time winner. What are you seeing?
Yeah, he definitely is the most accomplished of this group, and he's intriguing. I agree with Andy. He should be forward from the outside, and Kendrick Carmouche gave his patented big warm-up, taking him right from the pony, and he was keen out there. You could kind of see how now he actually didn't want to pull up. He had his mouth open a little bit as Kendrick was trying to get him to relax and say, hey, buddy, we got to save a little bit for the race. But watching him last time, I noticed he was a little bit antsy in the gate, too, prior to that mile and an eighth try over at Pimlico, and he was wide throughout. Just a really uncomfortable, kind of awkward trip for his running style. So I like that he was able to get a big warm-up here, get some of the energy out, shake off a little bit of the rust, and I think breaking towards the outside will be a little bit of a benefit for him too, as far as loading and being able to relax in the gate a little bit too before breaking. I'm going to take him at 6-1. He's a bit of a price. And just to wrap up on the voided claim rules with the number 1, Don't Be Late. A horse can have a claim voided for a number of different reasons. It can be an administrative reason. If you spell the horse's name wrong on the claiming slip, that could be call for the claim to be voided. We've seen it happen. It could also be a physical issue. And if that's the case, then you're placed on the vet's list. And as we have discussed, for instance, with Forte on a vet's list, you have to train in front of the attending veterinarian, and then they'll take blood, and then you'll be released to be able to come off the vet's list. and enter. So I don't know if it's a negative because it has been since May. Theoretically, we could have seen him come back a little bit sooner, but the health and safety of the equine athletes is first and foremost, and so as a result, he would not be able to enter until he had been cleared by the vets, and I'm sure that's why we have not seen him since then. He probably was just cleared and entered to run here, Lafitte.
Good stuff, Acacia. Thanks so much. Super catch outside 5-1, and a very solid start to the meet for Kendrick Carmouche as well.
Kendrick's been riding well. He doesn't get maybe the prime mounts that some of his colleagues do, but he delivers. He puts horses in position to win races, Andy.
Yeah, and listen, he's also, Jimmy Riccio is now his agent. Jimmy was Jose Ortiz's agent until last summer, and Jimmy's a sensational agent, but as you say, it's hard to get the opportunities. He's not in the absolute upper echelon here, and unfortunately Kendrick, he got hurt a bit this winter. The same thing with Trevor McCarthy, both of them missing considerable time. At the time, they really can do extremely well. And
that momentum.
Yeah, but Kendrick's getting chances. They're doing a good job there, and Kendrick is delivering as well, and he's already got a few wins in the meet. It's tough. I mean, it's you know what it's like up here. It's very, very competitive and hard.
Want to get out to that fast start, and Richie, limited data. Last year, the first year, the Wilson Chute back, and the handful of races we've seen this summer so far, I feel as though the general consensus is that it was a lot of overthinking going in to what might benefit the Wilson Chute, where you want to be, inside versus outside, speed versus closer. Seems like it's been relatively fair for the most part.
I think they've done a fantastic job with this chute, the configuration, and the proof of it for me is I've walked out there and watched races from out there and how quiet they are into that first dog leg. If it wasn't a fair race or if it wasn't angled properly, it'd be rougher. You'd hear a lot of yelling going on, guys screaming for room, and I think people were hung up with when we tried the mile races here, but it wasn't a true chute. We were brisk braking on the outside fence. This is completely different, and I applaud it. I think they did a fabulous job with it.
They'll be breaking out of that Wilson Chute, all set for this $10,000 claimer. Don't be late, 2-1, as is the number 4 horse at post time in Breadman. Frank Miramati standing by.
Thanks, Lafitte. Here's Super Catch. Going in. And they're off. And it is Super Catch to the front. Don't be late. Is also up close in the early going, but it will be Super Catch to set the pace. On the outside, here's Musical Heart moving up to be a joint second. Breadman taken in hand fourth, just 3 lengths off the lead. Great workout by himself. And at the back of the field, Grumps, Little Tots. Onto the backstretch behind Super Catch, who leads the way by a half length. Musical Heart is second. Opening quarter in just under 25 seconds. At the rail, Don't Be Late with Breadman in and among horses, only 2 lengths off the lead. Coming to the half-mile pole, it's a gap of 5 to Great Workout and Grumps. Little Tots heading into the far turn. It's been Super Catch throughout, 48 seconds flat. Pressed hard now by Musical Heart. And Musical Heart means business. Puts those white blinkers in front. Super Catch asked to respond. It's been a good journey for Breadman, who's now asked to get after the top pair in third. 2 more lengths back to Don't Be Late in fourth. They are at the top of the stretch. Musical Heart, Super Catch at the rail, back to second. A length back to Breadman in the clear third. And they're followed by Don't Be Late in fourth. An 8th to run. Musical Heart, Super Catch coming right back. And from the back of the field, Grumps Little Tots has surfaced. A late run from Don't Be Late, who's finishing strongly now. Here's Don't Be Late on the outside as Super Catch. Super Catch, Don't Be Late surging. Don't Be Late on time. Super Catch was second. Then Musical Heart and Grumps Little Tots.
Don't Be Late on time. Pretty good, Frank Miramati. The late surge in the 4th at Saratoga. An exciting finish, driving finish.
Yeah, and got up in the shadow of the wire over a very game Super Catch, who fended off all challenges until he yielded very late to the well-judged ride on the 1, Don't Be Late.
And we saw a very similar pace scenario we talked about earlier race, where they went almost 25 the first quarter and then just a little over 23 the second quarter. So clearly they're speeding up when they get to a straightaway in the backstretch. Don't Be Late was very, very game. Not Don't Be Late, I'm sorry. Super Catch was very game, but Don't Be Late. 2 months off, He comes back and gets it done. And what was a bit of a stagger fest down the stretch, the number 4 Breadman, I mean, he couldn't have had a more perfect trip. Manny Franco couldn't have had him in a better spot. And he ducked out and banged into the eventual winner in the stretch and did not
and coughed it up.
Yeah, I just swallowed that the wrong way. Whatever that was, I swallowed the wrong way. Excuse me.
Don't be late taking advantage. Yeah, he was right there, the favorite, and no response when it mattered most. Don't be late. At the sharp 3 straight wins now.
Yeah, he is. I was concerned about the lack of workouts. Obviously, it didn't affect him, and good job by Randy Prasad. And nice to see Omar Hernandez Moreno get a win at Saratoga. You know, it's special to win up here, and you don't get that many opportunities.
Hard-trying rider. Nice to see him get it done. And Kendrick deserves a little nod there. That's a tough beat for him in the 8 because Kendrick came out of that gate with a purpose. I mean, he sent him hard. And the 2B broke a little slow, which helped him a bit. But Kendrick rode hard to get that position that almost got him to victory.
1826. Don't be late. 2-1 at post time. We'll have those results in just a few moments. In the meantime, looking ahead to the stakes racing this weekend on Friday, you have the Curlin, another potential step towards the Travers, and then 3-year-old fillies on grass running a mile in the Lake George. There is the field. 10 of them. Chad Brown trains 5 of them with a good-sized field and wide open in terms of the morning line. Look at that, Liguria, the 3-1 morning line favorite. She'll break right next door from one of her very talented stablemates and tax implications at 5-1. They met a few weeks ago towards the end of the Belmont meet.
Yeah.
Andy Liguria and tax implications both launching from off the pace.
Right. Liguria had both the benefit of recency, but also a better trip. You see Manny Franco kicking in with tax implications from last now, making that big wide sweep. And there's Irad Ortiz, confident as could be, saving ground on the turn, waiting to make that last run and angling her out, losing significantly less ground, making the last move in a race that collapsed, and eventually getting it done. I imagine the tax implications will turn the tables on that one on Friday. Course condition is such a factor because we are expecting some rain on Saturday. And if this race comes off the turf, I have no idea who will be left in it.
I think this is a clear example, you know, a great illustration of one horse making that wide sweep, another horse sitting inside before tipping out. Now, people might watch the race, well, the winner came outside the runner-up, but you got to save that ground around the turn before tipping out, and it just makes a huge difference.
Big difference in trips.
And tax implications for Manny Franco was much easier to manage that time. That was a big story heading into that race in the Wild Applause based on what we had seen her last start as a 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, trying to lug in so badly as a 2-year-old, much more cooperative and professional. Yeah,
right. Good race. Chad Brown has 5, but 10 deep in the Lake George on Friday. We're going to take a deep breath, pause, and welcome in a brand new audience. You're watching Saratoga Live on this Picture Perfect Wednesday afternoon, first Wednesday of the brand new meet at the Spa, the 155th season. He is Andy Serling. He's Richard Piccioli. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Welcome, everyone. And 4 races in the books, guys. We still have the Pick 6 coming up a little bit later on, including the New York Stallion Series, the feature event.
Closing out the day, we were talking about we enjoy having the stake in the last race. Definitely makes you want to stay around. And Bill Morey, who has a win in the card, he's got 2 in there, including Red Moon, who looks to be the favorite and horse to beat.
2-1 on the morning line. And just moments ago, you just missed Don't Be Late. Great call from Frank Mirmati as he was on time. Richie, Don't Be Late on the outside. Red colors launching his bid, finding his best stride.
Yeah, starting to make this move, gearing up from the back. Keep an eye on the favorite, Breadman. He's going to kind of come out and hinder his forward progress right in there.
Slammed him.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, he was at a point where he was in a position where he was kind of on that horse's heels, and it's a tough spot to be in. He came out, found his best stride, dropped his head, and he got up and got it done over a dead game super
At that level, a lot of horses would have quit right there.
Yeah, no, he's a cool horse. And I got to tell you, like, I'd like to be able to look this up. I wonder if Randy Persaud as a trainer or as a rider, frankly, and I remember what he wrote, as to you, has ever won 3 straight races with a horse.
You look that up, and we're going to get to Acacia with the winning rider standing by, Omar Hernandez Moreno.
And all smiles, and rightfully so. Lafitte, don't be late, Omar. You were just telling me how much you appreciate this horse and how consistent he is.
Yes, he's a very consistent horse. You know, I started running him. This is the third time I run him, and thank God, you know, this is our third win together. So I'm very thankful for the horse and, you know, for the trainer, of course, also.
He's had 6 wins in his career. You've been aboard now for 3 of them, and he came flying late. You know, you never know what you're going to get at this level, but he had a lot left.
Yes, he down the turn, he kind of made a move on the outside. So, you know, I want to stay on the rail, save some ground, but you know, I kind of let him as long as you know there was no with the other jockeys, which, you know, I kind of worked out. Came down running at the end, which was beautiful.
We saw you win 2 races here last year, getting a win already this summer as a 7-pound apprentice. How meaningful is that for you, and how important to win here for your business?
Oh, it's very important. Like I said last year, this is like winning my first race ever, you know. Winning here in Saratoga, it's big, it's very big, at least for me.
Well, here's to many more. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Omar Hernandez Moreno, 7-pound apprentice, off and running at the Spa Lafitte.
$10,000 claimer, Richie, as if he won a graded stakes race, he sounded like.
He just won a race in Saratoga.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big deal. That's heady stuff for a young man. And Don't Be Late overcame a hip check from the breadman.
Oh.
Not bad.
Well, you're not really on your game today, Richie. It's a shame you're only going to be off for a half hour.
It's a sprint today.
$16,000 claimers in the 6th. One defection, Magical Ways. Rocked the weekend at 2-1. How'd you see this one unfolding, Andy?
Not seeing Rock the Weekend 2-1. Excess Demand is the horse to beat for Chad Brown, the outside, and ultimately I almost certain will be favored as the speed.
Great.
I'm not thrilled with this horse near. I'm going to try to win with a horse, Run Smitty Run. We haven't seen on the dirt in a little while for Eddie Barker. We like to see sort of the aqueduct connection. You know, Eddie, big more downstate than Saratoga. Maybe he can get it done.
That connection, you'll see it in the upcoming 5th race. We got to go to commercial. Then we can discuss Eddie Barker, the downstate connection, upstate. Plus the ride of the week, Javier Castellano, Derby, Belmont. What about opening week with a couple of stakes victories? Flavien Prat with his first Grade 1 win at Saratoga in the Diana in the upset. And how about Luis Saez, Casa Creed in the Kelso? The ride of the week will unveil when we come back.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's a pretty comprehensive day, starting with breakfast, which begins right here on track at 7 o'clock. You're getting the same high-quality buffet, the opportunity to witness horses in training on the main track.
Look at the day. It's just absolutely beautiful. Being here early is the best part of the day.
I just love the horses and how fast they're going.
You hear nothing but the horse's hooves hitting the ground.
It's just like Wimbledon or U.S. Open. I feel very Mary Lou Whitney-ish, you know, I feel the history of the place.
I'm glad I finally did this. I've been coming here 21 years. This is my first breakfast.
They then board a trolley, which leaves here at 9:30. They then arrive at Old Tavern, greeted by Walt Baryznak and his family, who run that operation.
You know, they can interact with the foals, the mares. We give them carrots to hand feed the mares. They can actually touch, you know, some of the yearlings and stuff like that, so they can really kind of get up close.
We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. It's 20 minutes from here. We're so proud of it.
It just gives us great joy to be able to share this wonderful sport.
Limited seats remain. Breakfast and Breeders' Tour, Richie, that experience and something for a racing fan could absolutely enjoy, specifically here. Seen the races at Saratoga, this is a different experience.
I think it's fantastic. I'd like to do the tour. You know, I think it's a great opportunity to get people close to horses and see babies and see what goes on at the farms before they ever even get to the racetrack. You know, they see them as the finished product, Andy, here, as racehorses that have been trained and prepped to do that. See them when they're younger and they're growing up, and I really think that's going to help capture people's attention and imagination and help create fans. Something about getting people close to the horses.
It's something we'd hoped to start, and then the pandemic hit, so it took a little while to get us going again, and it's been hugely popular, and we've grown to the 2 farms this year, and I can't agree more. I mean, listen, I'm a bit of a hardened veteran horse player, but when I would go to Lexington, the F actually started at Keeneland. Right. There's nothing like driving around Lexington in the spring, on the days off especially, and just driving down the pikes and seeing the farms with all the yearlings in the field. It's pretty great, actually, and really incredible way to enjoy horses.
It moves a hardcore.
I do. I'm a bit of a softie at times.
More sentimental than you think. Andy Serling, time to unveil the WinStar Ride of the Week. Several to choose from, but this was next level. Luis Saez, Richie, and what he was able to do with Casa Creed in the Kelso. Why is it the WinStar Ride of the Week?
Well, he just shadowed the favorite, Annapolis, every step of the way, and got first run on him on a horse with better acceleration in Casa Creed. And Andy, listen, you've made the point, and you're 100% correct. Casa Creed had no easy trip. He was kind of strung along wide on both turns, not usually a recipe for success on turf, but having the jump on your main rival and putting him in a, I won't say it was a terrible trip, but a bit of a compromising position.
The fact that he was in front of Annapolis is surprising from a positional speed standpoint, and also from post position. And yeah, was it a bit odd that Irad wasn't more forward? Yeah, but Luis Saez is the one who made sure his horse was more forward. And in doing so, and you say it, and I don't disagree, you want to save ground on one of the 2 turns. He wasn't able to save ground, but I think getting the position was more than being farther than the wide and the lost ground, and it made all the difference in the world. This is a very good horse.
Yes.
WinStar Ride of the Week. What a performance, Luis Saez and Casa Creed. Next up, the 4-star Dave in a title defense at the Grade 1 level in a few weeks here at Saratoga. Luis Saez riding Little Frappuccino, pictured in this upcoming 5th race. Horses in the paddock, $16,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. Another race out of the Wilson Chute. That's next. The Pick 6 gets started on this Wednesday broadcast from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2, watching Saratoga Live.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a World Championship event. The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Racelens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Beautiful Congress Park. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Any race, any track, anywhere, get involved. NYRABets.com. Updated odds for the 5th. $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, 3-year-olds and older. Luis Saez making his way into the paddock. Little Frappuccino. 5-1. We're going to start, though, with Excess Demand towards the outside. His maiden win you're going to see 2 starts back mid-May. Monmouth, odds-on favorite, Andy. Excess in Demand in complete command turning for home.
And he has the speed in this race, and the Scratch the 8 Magical Ways helps him. Not exactly running against particularly good horses in these races, and I'm being kind of kind. It's a tougher field here, though for what it's worth, Chad Brown making a 50% drop in class and claiming price over the last 3 years in the dirt. 5 years is 3 for 3. Small sample size, but they win these drops for Chad.
Excess Demand, Acacia. I'm guessing you haven't seen him before. The race at Parks, couple at Monmouth. Here he is at Saratoga. What are you noticing in the paddock?
Yeah, my first time laying eyes on him, Lafitte, and he's well bred. You can see that they paid $400,000 for him as a yearling by Candy Ride out of a mare who was a multiple grade stakes winner, won races like the Ballerina. And you can understand how after such a disappointing effort at Parks on debut, they go all the way down to the $10,000 level. He has that early speed. My question with him is that he's almost built a little bit more like a turf horse almost. And sometimes we talk about that with horses that are just so light behind. Just not one that's a typical kind of dirt sprinter type of physique, in that I like to see them well muscled in their hindquarters, really strong across their flanks. And he's just a lighter, almost feminine type of build. And so, Richie, I do have some concerns about a horse like that who has a lot of speed too, because they push off from their hind end. That's where you want to see them be so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Horses don't drag themselves. They don't pull themselves with their front feet. They propel themselves with their hind feet. And you always hear Acacia and Maggie talking about horses being strong behind the saddle, muscle up, well developed, because a horse needs to push off.
Go Smitty go. Go Smitty, run Smitty run, excuse me. I mean, you look back at this horse, runs a huge race in February at Aqueduct, getting back to the dirt. A race that makes him super competitive here. Then he's off for 4 months, and Eddie Barker brings him back to the turf, and it feels a bit like a prep for a race like this. But I do think it's fair to ask yourself, where has he been?
I think it's a very valid question. I mean, listen, he got a terrific ride this day from Joey Martinez. Came up the inside, rallied. You know, you don't know what he was beating. I mean, it wasn't the toughest
No, but he ran a fast figure, and
He did
I know
it
that.
well.
He beat him easily. I think he fits in here, and I like the fact that he had a prep on the turf.
Acacia?
I agree with Andy. I like him getting back to the dirt here. And you know what? He's done well. My notes from the last time I saw him were back in February, and he just was looking a little bit wintry in his coat. I certainly didn't mind him going onto the dirt, and he was impressive that day. It didn't break the quickest, and he is one that comes from off of it. But I thought that he was actually very agile in the stretch, having to kind of change course and re-rally. And now as he stretches back out to the mile, which I think suits him perfectly, his coat looks tremendous. His weight looks looks great, the way that he's come around. I think this is the right spot for him, and I've been impressed with what I've seen from him in the paddock, Lafitte. But hey, we've got the Belmont Stakes winning trainer in this race as well.
Gianna Antonucci rocked the weekend, who is currently 7-2, coming off a maiden win, can rock the weekend, go back-to-back.
You know, not off the last race. She'd have to improve. Now, I guess the positive is that was only the first race the horse ever ran the dirt and ran the best race he's ever run. The second place finisher came back and improved his Beyer figure 8 points the next time out. So I think there are some positive signs out of that race. Not a horse I'm a big fan of and I think is being overbet, but there are some things to like.
Yeah, Acacia, guessing the first time you've seen him, what are you noticing from Rock the Weekend?
Yeah, he's gotten himself a little bit revved up here in the paddock. He's been very sharp, and he's getting himself a little bit warm. But having spent quite a bit of time down at Gulfstream, I'm familiar with the way Jenna's horses typically look, and they typically carry a lot of good weight, a lot of good conditioning, and that's the case for Rock the Weekend. And the fact that he is so sharp, I hope that he can settle a little bit. I do like that he has been able to be up here and have a work at Saratoga, kind of get acclimated, shipping up from South Florida. Javier Castellano will be aboard that very dangerous team we saw teaming up for Arcangelo, but hopefully he's able to keep things under wrap a little bit as it is warm and he's getting himself into a bit of a lather here. But I agree with Andy. I think his last race was the best one. If he has any step forward, this would be the right place to get a little bit of a litmus test, Lafitte.
Riders up, Acacia. Castellano going to try to keep that lid on, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, he comes in off a very fast half-a-mile workout in 46-2, best of 9 at the distance that day. And sometimes that'll ignite a horse, too, that already has a little bit of a proclivity to be keyed up or a little bit high-strung. You know, maiden 12-5 there, though. How do you correlate that to where he's running today, Andy?
These are better horses.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of his chances, but I'm not going to knock, you like anybody. I just think he's overbet right now. Maybe they're looking at that connection.
Sure.
I think a horse that's not getting a lot of attention is Little Frappuccino.
Right.
And it's interesting. I looked up a stat that's not a stat, but I'm going to give it anyway. This horse was claimed for $30,000 by Robertino Diodoro and Flying P Stables. He's running for 16 today, so he's not dropping 50%. But you get the drift. It's close. I looked up stretching out in the dirt because he's going from a sprint to a route, off the claim, and making a 50% drop in claiming price for Robertino Diodoro. It's a small sample size, but he's 5 for 5. So for what it's worth, when he does this kind of move, now listen, I know it's not fair to use this race because it's not a 50% drop. I just thought it was sort of interesting.
Speed from the inside pedal to the metal. Luis Saez, Little Frappuccino, as they look on from the 1863 club. Pick 6 time that you should be playing on your Naira Bets account. If you haven't signed up, do so. And when you do, use that promo code SPA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. It's a great spot to spend a weekend afternoon at Saratoga, that 1863 club.
It really is. I was up there last year, and I was really impressed with what they did.
They let you in there?
I snuck in.
Oh, I'll take care of that.
So I grew up in Brooklyn. I know how to sneak in places. Mayfair Theater on Coney Island Avenue.
I've been known to spend a little time there.
Talents of a misspent youth. Post-parade race 5, Little Frappuccino drawn inside. He's fast.
I don't think anyone can outrun the 9, but he could be a thorn in the side of the favorite with Luis Saez.
Number 2, D Speedster. Rat Ortiz looking for a second win this afternoon.
He hasn't been seen since late April. Comes in a nice, steady work tab, and the horse was competitive at this level in his last 2 starts.
Run, Smitty, run, Andy's top selection.
I'm trying him. He's going to have to, come back to that good win, but I'll take a shot, and hopefully his odds will keep drifting up.
Ginsu Warrior, 1 for 23 coming in.
Yeah, finished 3rd at this level, moved up in company off the claim, gets back to that level, feels like he'd have to improve.
Number 5, Poppy on Ice, Randy Purcell looking to go back-to-back on the program.
If he wins, you'll be able to tell your grandchildren, I was at Saratoga the day Randy Purcell won back-to-back races.
Winner in the last has now won 3 straight. Why not? Reunion Tour, 30-1 outsider.
25 or 26 tries to break his maiden, and would be a surprise for me here.
Number 7, Rock the Weekend team, Arcangelo, Castellano, Antonucci.
I think that team is one of the reasons this horse is a bit of an underlay at 7-2, and maybe it's that workout as well.
And excess demand to the outside, 9-5, Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown.
Chad Brown's had a lot of success in making these drops, trying to get wins in Saratoga. He's no different than everybody else trying to get wins in Saratoga.
9-5 currently the favorite. Circling back to the one in Little Frappuccino, the one win and the 5 second-place finishes, Richie's a little disconcerting, but I think the strategy is pretty simple and obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that's always problematic for me. When a horse starts piling up more seconds than wins, what I go back and look at then, or were they just second best in those efforts? Were they getting beat 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths? This horse looks to me, even the race he won, when he got there, that was all he was going to do. He was very content to run with horses as opposed to running by horses.
Well, I think the other thing to look at with horses that pile up the seconds and the thirds, what prices were they in those races? If you look through and they were 6, 8 to 1, they were probably outrunning their odds, even finishing second. Sure. You look at this horse, 3 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 2, 2 to 1, 3 to 1. Now, prior to that, bigger prices, but those 5 races all bet like he's kind of supposed to win, yet he's only got 1 win in 3 seconds. So that says to me, he's a little camera shy.
Gotcha.
With more on a Little Frappuccino, we check in with Acacia.
And Lafitte's on such a warm day. I am looking forward to potentially going to get a Frappuccino a little bit later on. But talking about this horse who goes out now for Robertino Diodoro, we saw Luis Saez take him right away from the pony and give him a nice kind of even gallop out there on the track. He warmed up nicely, framed up well. He's a horse, he's very long and stretchy in his frame, meaning that he's got a long body, he's got long legs, and he's getting a little bit sharp out there on the track now. But that being said, I like a little bit more distance for him. And it is interesting to see claim for 30 and dropping right down to the 16,000. And the thing about claiming horses that can always be a little bit of a tricky gamble is that you have to drop in your claiming slip before they run. So even if it looks on paper like they could potentially be a big player in that race, you'll never know how they actually run, and they could run poorly and you find them coming over your barn after that race. And so it might not always pan out as you could have anticipated, but Robertino incredibly sharp and shrewd with claiming horses and spotting them aggressively sometimes too. So we'll see if this is the right spot for him. I do think that getting a little bit more ground will be the key for him. We'll see if he can have that little punch at the end, Lafitte.
One of the best in the business. We discussed it all winter at Oaklawn. First after the claim, Robertino Diodoro. We'll see how things shake out for Little Frappuccino. Right next door, Richie, your top selection in D. Spiritzer. Why?
I just really like the work tab. I like when you have a horse put in steady 48 and change. They're basically going every 8th and 12. I thought the last 2 races were good enough to be competitive here. Yeah, the layoff's a little bit problematic. But I also, to be honest, like the way he warmed up, at least from what I'm watching on TV.
I think a negative, listen, if you like him, he's 5 to 1, it's fine. It always bothers me when a horse runs an aberrationally high speed figure the first time he's ever been on a sloppy sealed track.
That's fair.
And that worries me a little bit because if you look at that figure, he's competitive.
Sure.
If you look at any other race he's ever run, he's in a different county. That's my concern. And the other thing is he runs that good race, and now he doesn't run for 3 months. He's not working the party circuit. Yeah. I'm not. Listen, you like him. He's 5 to 1. I'm not trying, but that would be my concern. That'd be my.
I got to be honest. I was swayed by the way he looked in the warm up, and in lower level races, I put more stock in that than better races. But you make good points. I'm sorry.
On the back
say that, Richie. Things going to get ugly here.
What's going on here? Andy's top selection, Ricardo Santana off run Smitty run.
Probably just got the word.
No, it's just a saddle adjustment. When you see the rider not removing the tack, that's when there's going to be a scratch. When the assistant starters have a hold of the horse and they're working on the saddle, they're putting it in a position where the rider feels more comfortable.
And Jamie Torres not riding today, but he was named on a couple horses. Is he starting a suspension? Do we know? Because he did get a 14-day suspension. I wonder.
I don't know, but I will put a text out right now and find out.
Who's better than you?
Have the answer before we say goodbye.
Oh, that's if whoever Richie texts actually responds to him. About a 20% possibility.
Also, coming up this weekend, Andy, only on Naira Bets with the $1 million late pick 5 bonus.
If you play the late pick 5 here through Naira Bets, and you're also the only person to win it out of everybody betting it, you get a $1 million bonus.
Have to be the only one.
Likely to happen? No, but it's a free $1 million if it does. It can't hurt, and it's just another reason you should always be playing it through Naira Bets. Why would you? Imagine how you would feel if by something, you'd be pretty happy if you're the only person that hit it, believe me. And then you find out you could have had another $1 million. So you made a lot of money, but you still may have some problems sleeping at night because you might need that other million.
Oof, that would be tough to take.
Have to hit the late pick 5. Has to be on Naira Bets. You have to be the only winner.
Yeah.
Saturdays and Sundays. And that looks like a big Saturday or Sunday crowd just about anywhere else. It's just a Wednesday here at Saratoga.
And that was one of the beauties, one of the pleasures of riding up here because you're always playing to a packed house.
Jamie Torres is at Parks. I got an answer I didn't even ask.
And oh, wow. That's strong. That's strength.
Richie's going home and crying.
I put a text into his agent, Angel Cordero Jr., and I haven't heard back.
Nothing yet?
I'm disappointed, Angel, because I know you watch the show.
He's the king of Saratoga. He's got things to do. Busy this time of year.
Polishing that crown?
I would be. Behind this
He's with, the person who texted me is with Angel.
You know,
Angel obviously said to him, text early because I'm not speaking to Migliore.
You know, I
Still
was
bitter about Saratoga some instant.
I was actually feeling good about you until that.
That was your first mistake, Richie.
Only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. The pick 6 starts here. Andy with number 3, Run Smitty Run. Richie, D's Speedster. The favorite to the outside. Excess Demand at 9-5. Frank Mirmati with the load and call. All set for the 5th live from the spa.
Thanks, Lafitte. It's like listening to a sitcom with you guys. Here's D's Speedster going in. Run, Smitty Run. Rock the Weekend is next. Ginsu Warrior coming up. They're loading quickly. Excess Demand to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Run Smitty Run. Run Smitty Run vying for the early lead, now backing off as Excess Demand rushes up to take the lead. It's Excess Demand in front, Little Frappuccino second. D's Speedster is just behind the top pair, taken in hand snugly through the opening furlong in third. Rock the Weekend is now in fourth as they make their way onto the backstretch. It's 2 more lengths back to Run Smitty Run as they went the opening quarter in 24 3/5 seconds. Papillon Ice is right next to him, followed by Ginsu Warrior, and Reunion Tour is at the back of the field. They string out running toward the half-mile pole, and the lead belongs to Little Frappuccino in front, 3/4 of a length. Excess Demand tracking from second, 2 more lengths to D's Speedster. Yellow colors in third. Rock the Weekend is fourth as they round the far turn, 48 2/5 seconds for the half mile. And now a move coming from D's Speedster, making a 3-wide bid on the outside, up to take the lead, traveling smoothly throughout. And now in front, Excess Demand second. Little Frappuccino has lost significant ground, passed by Rock the Weekend there at the top of the stretch. And D's Speedster is the one to catch a 2-length lead. Coming to the furlong pole, Rock the Weekend, Run Smitty Run is moving up on the outside of Excess Demand, a 16th to go. D's Speedster, Rock the Weekend within 2 and closing. It's D's Speedster in front. Rock the Weekend trying on the outside. Here's Rock the Weekend right to D's Speedster. Rock the Weekend. Perfectly timed by Javier Castellano. D's Speedster loses a heartbreaker. Run Smitty Run was third. It's a photo for fourth.
That Belmont winning tandem. Javier Castellano, Jenna Antonucci, Rock the Weekend. Back-to-back wins. Perfect on dirt thus far.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on dirt. Nicely timed ride by Javier Castellano. Ran down D's Speedster.
That's a tough beat, Richie.
Yeah, I'll agree with Frank. That was a heartbreaker, but he had his chances. He ran well, set up a good trip, took it to the favorite who had no response, and I think it left him alone a little too long, Andy.
You know, it's a funny race, and a lot of credit to the winner. Nice for Jenna Antonucci as well, and Javier as well, and sort of getting the right trip. Irad, it's a frustrating loss for Irad because he gave the horse a perfect ride, but by getting position that he did, they were going a little fast for these horses, and it sort of caused Irad to move too soon as it turned. I'm not knocking his ride in any way.
No, not at all. No.
I think ultimately it turned out he just got nailed. It's just like, it's something, it's hard. You're getting that good position. It's almost like if the 2 speeds, the 9, had a little more horse, maybe he moves a little, he sort of works out better for him, but because they sort of fell apart so early, he finds himself in that spot. Tough beat with the 2. Great pick. 7 gets it done, though.
Well, you've got the favorite in front of you, right, in the 9, Excess Demand. And that's going to make you want to stay within close proximity. That's one of the horses to beat. And when they give it up, like you said, all of a sudden you're left alone. They didn't carry you as far as you hoped.
And even the one, Little Frappuccino, who forced that pace, and 24.66 is pretty quick, little run-up, the mile races, he actually finished ahead of the favorite, Excess Demand, who was dreadful.
Yeah.
Non-factor, 7-2-3-1. Smiling Javier Castellano had the 2 stakes wins opening week. Now a 3-time Schuylerville winning jockey and a date with Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner, on Saturday in the Haskell in New Jersey.
I bet Javier was thrilled when he heard they were going to run Mage in the Haskell. Can he defer him having to make a decision for a little while longer and have another test spin with Mage in a big race?
If Mage wins the Haskell, does he have to end up riding him back in that Travers?
I don't think so.
One more time?
If Mage wins the Haskell, does he have to ride him back? Because I think if I had to, and I have no information whatsoever, I would lean towards Arcangelo. Personally,
for the Travers.
I would lean
even if he comes back and wins the Haskell.
Forward. What if Mage wins the Haskell? Mage loses the Haskell, maybe it makes the decision easier if that's where he's leaning, you know?
Yeah.
These are good problems to have. Very good problems to have. The Derby, the Belmont, a first in both for Javier Castellano, but already a 6-time Travers winning jockey. Now the winner of the Travers, you get the winner share of $1 million purse or whatever it is, but you don't get this. We're just going to give this away. The first of 4 on Fridays. The water cooler doesn't necessarily have to be water. Andy Serling, the water cooler.
What do you say?
The first of 4 giveaways here at Saratoga.
Put a giant Paloma
just
in there
saying.
for me.
Just saying.
You could put a little lemon in your water or a little cucumber.
Yeah. Yeah, you know me. A little cucumber in my water.
The Dry Fit T-shirt.
Those sake martinis at Nobu.
Sake martinis at Nobu. The bucket hat. We're going to have like 100,000 at the gate for bucket hat Friday.
The bucket hat?
The bucket hat.
I bet you look great in a bucket hat.
Mike Gilligan look.
Yeah.
All right, little buddy.
Rock the weekend. 10:40. Javier Castellano. And again, Rich, you did everything but win. The D's Speedster only to be colored late.
Yeah, well, you gave me a good effort. At least I had a rooting interest down to the wire.
Absolutely.
I almost threw my pen, but I didn't, Andy.
I knew you were in trouble when you said, if the 3 can get up for second, I'll hit the exacta.
and then I got beat for the win, too. Hey, at least you know I'm playing.
That you are.
Rock the weekend. We'll be setting up. You'll hear from Acacia in a moment. Still have the feature coming up a little bit later on. New York Stallion Series continues with the Statue of Liberty. That's race number 10, right down to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And Lafita, I'm so happy to be joined by Jenna Antonucci's assistant, Fiona Goodwin, who is such a huge part of the team. Rock the weekend. Fiona, we saw a huge improvement from him getting to the dirt last time, and that carried over today.
Yes, it did for sure. Yeah, we're very pleased with his last race in Gulfstream. So he's New York bred, so the next step was to bring to Saratoga, and obviously it worked for us, you know.
And you've been overseeing a string of horses for Jenna up here in Saratoga this year once again. Tell me a little bit about deciding which horses to bring up here for the summer.
Usually I leave that decision up to Jenna. She sends them to me and I just take care of them. But I mean, it just depends on what she thinks can compete or can't compete here. So basically that's really, there's not rocket science, you know.
Well, she made the right choice with this one. And of course, all eyes on the barn with the Belmont Stakes winner, Arcangelo, who I know you get aboard. Javier worked him recently, but you've been aboard him in the mornings. How has he been feeling up here? And he's very spirited, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's a little cheeky, but he's been training really well. He likes the track. He likes walking. He likes the paddock. Here is just a different environment. It's very relaxed. He's very calm. He's very happy. So hopefully it works for us, you know.
And you have a quiet little oasis back in the corner of the barn area.
Yeah, it's really nice where we are, actually. There's nothing in front of us. It's almost like your own private barn over there, so we're very pleased with that as well. Nair did a great job with it, too, you know, so it's awesome.
Well, we can't wait to see his next start. He's so fun to follow. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much, Acacia. Thank you, and see you guys later.
Fiona, such a big part of the operation, and it must be pretty cool to say my job, Lafitte, is getting on the Belmont Stakes winner each morning.
That'll work. What a great story. Can't wait to see what Arcangelo does when we do get to see him in the Travers.
Me too. It is a great story, and he is a horse that is developing in front of our eyes. I mean, every step he's taken has been a forward step.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of attention being paid in Arabian Night coming back in the Haskell. Because he hasn't run, so nobody's there to knock him, and he could be good for Bob Baffert. But what we've seen, the 3-year-olds, I don't see any reason the Arabian Night, I mean, that Arcangelo shouldn't be considered, if not the leader, not saying he's the leader, maybe it belongs to Forte because nobody stepped forward.
Sure.
I think you could argue that he ends up being the leader. I won't be surprised.
2-year-olds in the upcoming 6th race. Andy, did you have a strong opinion, suggestion? Anybody?
I like the 2-year-old sales work of the 8 Almond Fudge, so he was the one that I was leaning towards in this race. A first-time star. He worked 10 flat at OBS. I thought it was pretty impressive. So I went to him, but these races are difficult. I think a lot of ways they're good for watching, for betting later the next time they run and trying to learn things about them.
And now for Game of Silks, this is a big moment for Greg Wolf coming up here shortly because in his stable, he has Bertril, who is currently 29-1 and had a chance to meet him up close and personal earlier this week.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that.
This morning, actually.
Go to visit one of your horses that you have for Game of Silks. You got to find out what's going on with my gun runner, Phil.
I will look into that. I will look into that. I just hope that a little visit from Greg really gave him the boost of confidence that he needed. You know, a big star like that to come out there in the barn. I can see Bruce Brown
Needs some D. Wayne Lucas coach speak, Greg. Some D. Wayne Lucas coach speak.
I think it would have been great if that horse reached over and like grabbed his tie or ripped his lapel or something. That would have been.
Dragging me once. When I see him.
Yeah, they'll do it.
Sun King?
By my jacket, yeah. And Nick sort of, set it up, I think. It's funny.
I think it was just your jacket.
It's a nice jacket, actually. It's a leather jacket.
Best of luck, Greg, with Bertril getting ready for this upcoming 6th race where we have 2-year-olds in the late pick 5 as coverage continues. From Saratoga, Statue of Liberty. Red Moon, 2-1 morning line favorite. Best running late, Ms. Big Bucks. Won the last race in the New York Stallion Series. Did so in wire-to-wire fashion. Has to carry the speed a little bit farther this afternoon. Greg and the crew on the other side as Saratoga Live continues.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Good to have you with us. Continuing live coverage of this Wednesday card from the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com. And Lady Liberty, the Staten Island Ferry in the foreground there. Of course, that New York Stallion Series. Statue of Liberty division. we'll have to close out this Wednesday card. Thanks for being with us here on our FS2 coverage. Greg Wolf alongside Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, who I'll bring in here in a moment. We're getting set for the start of the late pick 5. One of the things we love so much about coming up here every summer at Saratoga, seeing these youngsters, 2-year-olds, get started with their careers, potentially seeing some future stars in the sport, and maybe we will see one coming up here in race 6 to start off this late pick 5 sequence. 5.5 furlongs maiden special weight to kick off this late pick 5. And yeah, you got a quick tease. If you were watching the show moments ago, I got to visit that filly, Bertrill, for Bruce Brown in my game of Silk Stable. It was fun for me to head back to the backside there and get a chance to meet her up front. Might be some talented fillies, though, in this race coming up.
Yeah, it looks like it. The 2-horse in, or the 3-horse in here, got totally eliminated at the start of her last race. Her first race was trailing the field, made a long, huge run to get up and run second. So she's got the experience, but it looks like there's some first-time starters in here that have some talent as well with their workouts that they've shown.
Let's get to Lady Liberty. We saw that New York Stallion Series, that shot of Statue of Liberty to open this show, and that's going to be the race we close out this card with today. It seems like it's wide open. Obviously, Miss Big Bucks proved on grass last time out. If she gets to the front, she could be very dangerous. Jose Gomez was aboard gate to wire for that victory. He'll be back aboard today.
Yeah, and she took him gate to wire the other day. Red Moon, though, she was in the race. She wound up running 3rd in the race, and she blew the start. Got away, she kind of hopped or stutter stepped coming out of there, and then gets squeezed back a little back there. She was the 1-horse there. And Miss Big Bucks, in the meantime, she had things her own way up on the lead. But look, when she hits the 8th pole, she finds another gear, Greg, and really accelerates away from this field.
She was 9-1. Yeah, she was unexpected in this performance. And Michelle Nevin, her trainer, believes the extra furlong really not going to be an issue for her. And she even went as far to say she may not even need the lead, although it looks like she could be the quickest in the race.
Yeah, she could be the quickest. I don't think she does need the lead. I think she's going to be there just because she's faster than the rest of them with the gate speed. Orange Freeze, she won her last race. It was a maiden 40. Billy Morey claimed her out of this race, and it looks like a decent claim. Her buyer speed figure came back all right. She's going to have to pick it up a little bit, but the thing she has proved is that she will get 2 turns. She will get around the ground. Actually, this was a one-turn mile and a 16th at Belmont, but she's proved that she can run long already.
And Joelle Rosario aboard for that one. She was favored in that spot. She's run back-to-back races, though, putting up similar figures, which leads you to believe maybe there's a forward move coming up today. She was with Christophe Clement, claimed out of that race. Bill Morey's got several runners today, though, that looks like he has a shot with, and that's one of them. She'll have the outside post in that finale on this Wednesday card. As you look at today's action, presented by Claiborne Farm, start of the late pick 5. We're just 15 minutes from the beginning of the sequence, and that Statue of Liberty division will close things out on this Wednesday afternoon. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. New members, take advantage of that $200 deposit sign-up bonus at NairaBets.com with this code right here, drum roll, SPA200, there it is. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Beautiful look at the paddock. We'll get a closer look at this field here in a moment for our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. And I Like Fun Size, 9-2 right now. She faced Wine on Tap, who went as the favorite into the Schuylerville for Todd Pletcher in start number 2, and she did not run near as good as she did first time out. Another filly out of that race did not run near as good as well. Leaves a little bit of concern, although this filly had a troubled trip in that debut. As we go paddock side to JK and Paula Duca for more.
Yeah, and we got a couple pick 5 tickets as we enter the pick 5 here, and it's very, very difficult when you start the pick 5 with a bunch of 2-year-old fillies, but a lot of first-time starters in here. So I don't know about you, JK, but I spread a little bit in this race.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, one of the good things about having these sequences start with maiden special weights is that you do at least get to see the board.
Yeah,
right?
true.
Which helps quite a bit. I'm going to start with singling the 7 here. I mean, I don't know. What are we going to do here? Ganucha. This is one, though. It's not a universal fastest horse in the world, but I am hearing that this horse can run. If I didn't single here, I'd have to spread. I'm going to go 2, 4, 7, 9 in the second leg. The 2, Master of the Tunes. The 4, Lisa's Vision. The 7, Collaboration. And the 9, I'm Just Kidding. In the third leg, the 4, 63 Caliber for our colleague Tom Amos. Getting back on Lasix, I think, could help quite a bit. In the fourth leg, the 3, 4, and the 8, the 3, Cadencia, the 4, Anna Karenine, the 8, Fleet-Footed, and then I'm going to single in the end, the last leg, the 3, Ms. Big Bucks, who I think could get loose on the front end. If not, will at least save ground on the inside and get a nice trip.
Yeah, we're very similar at the end of our ticket. We're very different at the beginning of our ticket. I spread in this early race. I thought it was just very, very difficult. 1, 6, 7, 9. You can see I used 6 of these 2-year-olds. And listen, Jonathan's singling the 4 in race number 8, 63 Caliber. Gerrymander's the other horse in there. Gerrymander's going to be the horse to catch in there. She's very, very fast. But 63 Caliber probably should have won last time out. I'm just hoping that maybe Joel Rosario and this filly Bennington Mischief gets away from the field. 3-8 in race number 9. JK and I agree a lot in the last. The 3's in very good form. I just included the 1 as well. So $48 ticket. Greg, I guess, JK's is only $6. So if you want to play both of them or mesh them, it's not that much money.
Look at that Travers Canoe in the infield. Still wearing the colors of Winchell Thoroughbreds and Epicenter, who was champion 3-year-old. We'll have a prep for that race coming up this week in the Curlin. And the Jim Dandy still to come. Right now, it's the late pick 5 ahead. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York at this historic racetrack, this summer place to be. As we get set for the late pick 5 coming up, 2-year-old fillies. Many making their debut. One had some trouble though in that first out start and really started to come running late. That's I Like Fun Size. With more, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, I like fun-sized candies too, but I like the filly here today. She's very unassuming in what was an open maiden special weight. Don't forget, this is a restricted maiden special weight for fillies who sold for or RNA'd for $50,000 or less. So she fits quite nicely with this group here. She looked a little overmatched physically, at least in the paddock that day. Not the case here, and if anything, she has strengthened up a bit. Look, she is a petite great filly, but she's nicely put together, and I think she really benefited from that first time out effort, in which you will probably show and see the trouble that she had early on and the ground she was able to make up. Number 2, as we move on to first-time starters, Queen's Martini, daughter of Mucho Macho Man. Tall, lanky filly, very laid back here. Has got a lot of size to her, a little unfurnished, and meaning that it looks as though she'll strengthen up. Wondering if she wants to go a little bit further than this, but she does have some quicker workouts to suggest that she might not need that much more ground. I like what I'm seeing from Queen's Martini. As number 4, Crazy Cammy, she's a big price. She did sell for $45,000 after a very slow 10-4 work. But if you go back a little bit, the Dam is a full sister to Corinthian, and there's a lot of precocity in the pedigree. Beautifully put together filly. She's been so classy here in the paddock. She's the long shot that I would want to use underneath. As the firster taking all the money, though, is number 7. That's Ganuka. Still don't know, JK. I'm with you. Very green when she first showed up here in the paddock. Has settled a bit since they've gotten the tack on her. Look, fitness is not going to be the issue. If there's any issue today, it's what's between the ears. She seems a little rattled by the energy here at Saratoga by this first effort, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. It's Ganucha. I know that because Frank Miramati did the work and called the owners and asked. So we got that confirmed. Pick 5 pool here, $455,000 and growing as they come down Champions Way. And we get set to see some youngsters, the majority of which will be making their debut. And anytime we see significant money like this, like we're seeing on the 7 in here, and it's a first-time starter, the horse probably could run a little bit.
Absolutely, and the horse has been working out at Parks, and last work was here at Saratoga, but most definitely Butch Reed has already proved that he can get the money here in Saratoga.
Kick things off with Lisa's Palace, trained by Kelly Breen, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Kelly Breen, very, very good trainer and getting 2-year-olds ready. But you look at the pedigree, and maybe this is one you want to watch a little bit longer when she runs maybe a route of ground.
Danny Gargan's supposed to be loaded with the best group of 2-year-olds he has ever had. He has Queen's Martini debuting here.
Well, I can tell you Reeves Thoroughbred is hoping that it's a Mucho Macho Man. And I think somebody sitting close to you hopes that too.
I like Fun Size Rough Start, came running late to get second in the debut.
Yeah, and part of this too, Jose Ortiz run this horse the first time. Now Yevian Toledo is aboard. Yevian Toledo rides a lot for Anthony Ferrier, so don't take that as a negative.
First-time starter, first crop by Audible that caught Maggie's eye for Mike Maker, Crazy Cammy.
Yeah, love to hear that from Maggie. Isn't taking a lot of money, and you get a rider that isn't one of the big names here at Saratoga.
Trying to become the second Audible to win. First winner came at Hawthorne for Larry Ravelli. Here's Flowers for Me, Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, this one for Ad Hoc Stable Inc., a filly by West Coast that's been working at Belmont.
Rudy Rodriguez, second-time starter with Johnny V, Sun and Wind.
Yeah, this is a horse that reminds me, early at Saratoga, there's the flashy first-time starters. The horses with experience typically outrun their odds.
Here's the favorite, this first-time starter for Butch Reed that usually brings horses here with intent.
He really does, Greg, and he's been winning a lot of races at Parks with Paco Lopez, a lot of 2-year-old races. Now he's got Irad Ortiz, and this is a horse that's been working at Parks, but did get a spin over the track here.
That was Ganucha. Here's the 8 Almond Fudge, Tyler Gaffleone, Fausto Gutierrez.
Handful of siblings, one as 2-year-olds. Also, this horse has a lot of early speed in the family.
From the female family of Jack Christopher, by the way. Here's the 9 Cozy Colby, Marcassi.
Yeah, I think this horse is obviously a private purchase. They only paid $3,500 for this filly, and she ran great first time out.
And my Game of Silks filly, Bertrill, first time out, daughter of Vino Rosso for Bruce Brown.
We're rooting for you, Wolfie. We're rooting for you.
31-1. And Vino Rosso with a couple of winners already, including the Wine Steward who won the Bashford Manor. So this will be a third winner early on for the Breeders' Cup Classic winners. We take a look at I Like Fun Size. So that debut against Wine on Tap, who would go to the Schuylerville. The traditional opening day features the favorite, not run all that well. Tough beginning, though. As you see, will drop back to last year, but then really starts to kick into gear in the stretch.
Yeah, she does. Drops completely out of it once she broke like she did, not really paying attention. She gets slammed hard, and that can take a lot out of these horses, especially young horses. But she got herself balanced, but found herself with a lot to do coming into the stretch, and she did make up a tremendous amount of ground through the stretch. The last quarter of a mile. Doesn't look like she's got a shot of being second at this point in time, but she really kicks into gear. If she can leave there somewhere in touch with the field today, gets away from there clean. It was partly her own fault why she got left at the start. She wasn't paying attention. She was kind of looking all over the place. Legs were spread out in front of her, and hopefully today with that experience, she'll break a little bit better.
Jose Ortiz was on board for that debut. He's elsewhere in this race, so it's Jevian Toledo. Paulie, JK, as a result of that, you're getting 9-2 right now.
Yeah, you are. And like I said, Jevian rides a lot of horses for Anthony Ferry. And let's be honest, JK, Anthony's the leading trainer at Charlestown. They run a lot of 4.5 furlong races. So most of his horses actually show a ton of speed. They don't really do what like the 3 I Like Fun Size did. So I think it was very impressive what she did last time out.
Yeah, look, I mean, she ran well. She got a nice figure for who she's facing here today. But my biggest concern with her is, there's a couple of concerns. One is it a habit? Is she going to break slowly like that again? The second, you don't ever know with these first-time starters. Now, at a good price at 9-2, you can gamble that she will break well if you think you have the best horse. But for me, I'm a little bit concerned about that. The other thing I'm concerned about is the 2 horses out of that maiden race that have come to run back have not run particularly well. Wine on Tap did not run well as the favorite and ran a slower speed figure. And then the Devil at Midnight, the 3rd place horse, came back and ran a little bit slower as well. Maggie?
Yeah, JK, I totally hear what you're saying, and I thought the same thing. But the fact that this is a restricted maiden special, look, I mean, take nothing away from them. They once upon a time produced a Breeders' Cup, a juvenile fillies winner in British Idiom. But it feels like a little bit of a not quite as good race, but you're right. But 4-1 on a horse who has experience that I think ran very well, closed really well, that physically moved forward from first to second. I'll take it. Now let's get back to the horse who has been holding strong as your favorite, and that's Ganuka. She warmed up much better than what she was behaving back in the paddock. And Irad Ortiz did something very clever with her. He stayed with the pony, and she was strong. I mean, she bowled herself up, but it was contained. And then once he got to the backside where not quite as many people, not quite as many distractions here as on the front side, he turned her loose. And she settled nicely into herself, into her stride. So things looking better for Ganuka, your favorite at 3-1 on the track, as opposed to what I saw from her in the paddock. So she's still a little skittish, still a little unsure of herself, but albeit an improvement. As we'll move on to number 8, Almond Fudge. This filly sold for 50 grand for working 10 flat. Daughter of Practical Joke. And I know that 7-1 is a generous price, I think, on a filly that could be very quick from what I see from her. And she's been very focused. Now, fitness, that's my main question mark. She's built like she should have speed. It just looks as though she might need to tuck up a little bit. But like what I'm seeing from Almond Fudge, could be dangerous. Now, the other horse who has experience in here, there are 3, but Cozy Colby coming in from Gulfstream Park, I thought ran well. I mean, she was bumped soundly at the start, and she kept moving forward. She didn't react from it, which I thought showed a lot of professionalism and a lot of tenacity, and then tipped outside after being under pressure, hemmed in for most of the way, and really ran on behind a gate-to-wire winner. She's a little bit more of a petite filly, but she's very fit and has not been rattled at all by her second start, even coming up here to Saratoga. And I think, you know, a lot goes into a horse that has that experience. So we'll see, though. They love the first-time starter coming in from Parks, Greg.
Yeah, 3-1 right now, mild favorite, but she has been favored throughout here. Ganucha for Butch Reed, Irad Ortiz Jr., and that man on board the 7, leading the way with a victory on today's card, breaking that tie with his younger brother Jose. Our jockey standings brought to you by Game of Silks, and I'm going to see my first Game of Silks runner again debuting coming up in this race. That outside post for the daughter of Vino Rosso, the filly here, Bertrill for Bruce Brown with Trevor McCarthy aboard. So we'll see how she fares. She was so cool and calm at the barn this morning.
Was she?
Sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart.
Did he let you pet her?
Oh, yeah. That was fun. That's the great thing about Saratoga, getting the opportunity to spend more time going to the backside, seeing the barn, seeing these horses. One of the many reasons we love it up here. Get a look at the fans taking in the action on, I have to think this is, we could have weather like this every single day. It gets no better than this.
Yeah, this is about the nicest day we've had as far as humidity goes and stuff. It's not as humid today as it has been. Just a nice, beautiful day.
Can that filly right there break better? She got slammed pretty good in that debut. Dropped back to last early. Made a favorable impression the way she ran late. But with a cleaner break, she could be very dangerous here at 4-1. We begin the late pick 5 here with the 6th at Saratoga. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. The next one to load is Flowers for Me. Just a little hesitant behind the starting gate, getting some help from the assistant starting team. And then Bertrill backing away once again. Flowers for Me. And Bertrill is patiently waiting her turn. Daughter of Vino Rosso. They're in the gate. And they're off. I Like Fun Size out very quickly up to take the lead. Sun and Wind is up close in the early stages, and Janucha is up and on the pace too. Crazy Colby 4 wide, but right there, just a half length off the leader. Down at the rail comes Lisa's Palace. Queen Martini is right next to her as they round the far turn. Almond Fudge with the red cap as Lisa's Palace is now shuffled back. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. At the back of the field, Flowers for Me and Bertrill. They're approaching the quarter pole, and Cozy Colby has taken command, opening up 2.5 and making it over to the rail. Chased intently by Janucha on the outside in second, who's firing a good shot. I Like Fun Size is next. On the outside comes Almond Fudge. They're a furlong from the finish, and here's Queen Martini. Queen Martini with a big bid has taken over with a 16th to go. Queen's Martini will be much the best, firing a big shot at first asking. Queen's Martini wins it by almost 5. Cozy Colby was second. Then it was Crazy Cammy in third, and I Like Fun Size in a photo for 4th.
Trainer Danny Gargan talked about it before this meet even started, said this is the best group of 2-year-olds he has ever had. He's got some firepower, he believes, and a first-timer wins for him here at Queen's Martini.
Yeah, and this filly, she kind of showed her hand 2 works back here at Saratoga, working on a wet, fast racetrack. She black-lettered in the morning, first of only 6 works, but it was this 47-2 workout, fastest time in the morning. Then she came back with a 48 and change coming out of the starting gate. Came from the clouds here, covered in dirt, and then widening at the end. Looks like a filly by Mucho Macho Man, my old buddy, that is going to enjoy stretching out.
Classic win for Gary, and that's sire as you get a look at Dean and Patty Reeves. And a first-time starter, nothing like it, winning here at Saratoga, and what that holds for the future when you can win like this in your debut.
It has to be exciting for him to see this filly pop out of there the first time starter. Obviously, looks like she wants more ground with her pedigree. Daddy was able to accomplish 1.25 miles. He's a specialist, and man, ran huge.
So Queen's Martini at 6-1 to start this late pick 5 here, 2-9-4-7. And a daughter of Mucho Macho Man, as you said here, winning for the Danny Gargan barn. She didn't just win this race. I mean, she circled and ran by everybody.
Yes,
clear.
she did. Showed some good acceleration coming off the turn there mid-stretch, and just lengthened big, long, flashy stride to her.
Impressive here in the debut. And I would think that man right there, Dean Reeves, maybe going to get a little aggressive with what's next, with 2 more 2-year-old stakes for fillies still to come at the meet. Speaking of 2-year-old stakes, they provided some incredible fireworks, unexpected here on the opening week of the meet. How about 46-1 Yo-Yo Candy in the Sanford? We'll take a look back when we return on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins fully over Bluegrass.
We're back on Saratoga Live. We're in our Wednesday coverage on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Luis Saez aboard your winner, first-time starter, Queen's Martini, trained by Danny Gargan, owned by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. And a debut of a daughter of Mucho Macho Man, or Gary Stevens, road to victory at the Breeders' Cup Classic. Starts things off here at 6-1 for a group that has quite a few good runners going right now. Big Invasion, Big Everest, just to name a couple. Acoustic Ave, and now this one with a bright future in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And pleased to be joined by winning owners Dean and Patty Reeves and winning trainer Danny Gargan. And Danny, Queen's Martini, she was just so professional throughout. Talk a little bit about what you were thinking first time out, because, you know, looking at her too, though, it looks as though she could like a little bit more ground.
Well, we think she's going to go 2 turns. That's our big go. And Jimmy Gladwell's a big part of this. He breaks them and trains them on the farm, and I'd like to say, Jimmy, thanks for a good job. We all work together and do this together, and Dean's a big part of it. We spend a lot of time in Ocala with the babies together, and I think it's going to really help my future, Dean's future, and everyone's with these 2-year-olds is being able to have the farm and get the horses ready there and everybody have confidence in each other. And she's a really nice horse. I was kind of shocked she was 6-1. I've told everybody she could run. No one listened. But I'd like to thank Andy Sterling for not liking her today, because that really helps.
Thank God he's not on the program right now. As Dean, a daughter of Mucho Macho Man, the horse that really put you guys on the map. How cool is it to see his babies winning at Saratoga?
It's really, really neat. And we, you know, I have to, like Danny said, Jimmy and Martha Gladwell called me and picked this filly out. And we're able to buy these Mucho Macho Mans at a really reasonable price. And they can run. City Man's proved it. This one's proved it. And it's so exciting for us to have these Mucho Macho Man babies. I told Patty in the paddock, she looks just like Mucho Macho Man to me as a 2-year-old. And she's got that big stride, and I think going longer, we're going to see even a better, result.
And it feels like they get better when they get older. So to have one win at 2 here at Saratoga is really remarkable. Danny, about to preview, I'm about to talk about the other big 2-year-old in the barn, Dornock. What can you tell us?
He's a really nice, talented horse. I don't know if he's like her, if he's a first-time out type horse that's going to win first time out because he's a colt and he's a little less focused sometimes. But I really love his workouts. I think he's very talented. If I had to say, if I had another first-time starter that'll win here, I think Dean has one named Instamatic that I can't wait to run on the 27th. If he would be the one that's more focused, more on cue to win first time out. But we'll see how the chips fall. We have a few nice ones, and we're hoping to get lucky this meet with them.
Sounds like you got quite a few nice ones. Congratulations, with Queen's Martini. Guys, celebrating with some martinis tonight.
Well, we are. Patty named the horse, and we're going to have Queen's Martinis later.
Absolutely. That's it. Get those martinis flowing as the big girl got it done at First Asking.
Yeah.
And that 2-year-old that Maggie brought up, Dornock, that is one we're looking forward to see a first-time starter. That is a full to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, who will be seeing debut at this meet as we're underway in our Pick 5.
I look forward to seeing that. That's the great thing about Saratoga with these 2-year-old races. We get to see the future stars of the game. Really look forward to it.
7th race, start of the late Pick 4. It's a mile over the inner turf. New York breds, allowance optional claiming field. And right now, Lisa's Vision taking plenty of support. Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu coming off a win, going 7 furlongs at Belmont.
Yeah, has had 2 wins in her career and was a impressive winner last time. Fought hard, set just off at the pace, got up and won that race by a neck. We'll see if she can transfer it out to the mile distance today.
Well, we expect fireworks at this racetrack. It's known as the Graveyard. There's always big upsets. We don't expect them as fast and furious as we saw on opening weekend, especially these 2-year-old races. For the boys in the Sanford, one of the heaviest favorites we might see the entire meet in Gold Sweep. He did not get out of the gate well, went down to his nose, and as a result, Yo-Yo Candy, and take nothing away from Yo-Yo Candy, able to take advantage and run a brilliant race to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. And your favorite here, yeah, he went completely down to his nose and did well to come on and run second, but it was all about Yo-Yo Candy and what a big performance he put in. You got to give him full credit for shipping in, taking away the big Saratoga money.
46-1. Trainer Danny Velasquez, his first win at Saratoga. Angel Castillo, his first graded stakes win in North America. And now they say, and why wouldn't you, likely to return in the hopeful on September 4th here at the meet. And the only shame of it was the owners didn't show up for this. They were at Monmouth, and they were beating themselves up about it, not the fact that they couldn't be here to celebrate this moment.
Well, the trainer and the jockey, they did enough celebrate for everybody.
They really did.
Everybody in the place. It was exciting to watch. They were super, super excited. And Yeti gave this horse a good ride, too.
Well, Danny Velasquez said he put in a lot of extra work to try and get him ready for this moment because he didn't want to come here and not be prepared. He actually took him back to the gate 3 times to make sure to put that speed back into him. And as a result, Maggie, things happen at this racetrack like we saw, 46-1 upset. What do you think about the Sanford?
Yeah, and Danny Velasquez, his trainer, also talking about changing the bridle, changing the bit. Only wish that I had interviewed him prior to the start of the Sanford. Hindsight's always 20/20. But talk about a professional effort, too, in which, we saw the favorite in here, Gold Sweep, just not break well, which I think was his undoing. And while many of these horses turning for home looked as though they were staggering and praying for the wire, it looked as though Yo-Yo Candy was running through it. So I think that's a feather in his cap. Danny Velasquez, a former jockey himself, so excited, every right to be. I live personally for these moments because it just brings you back. It makes you realize why you love this game so much, Greg. But that's only the tip of the iceberg, as we're going to see a lot more 2-year-olds debut.
Yeah, no question. Obviously, we're going to see, you would think, the rematch. It'll be fun if Gold Sweep can get a clean break, if those tables can be turned. What about some Keeneland 2-year-old horses to watch?
Yeah, so Greg, as we just spoke to Danny Gargan, hopefully going to see his door knock debut. He also said the horse that he's been working with might be the one that you want, Instamatic, as we'll take a look back at their last breeze together here. Door knock will be on the outside, that full brother to Kentucky Derby winning Mage in here, doing it very easily. Now this is only 50-4, but to be quite honest, I have not seen many quick breezes over the Oklahoma training track, except if your name is Cody's Wish. But both of them pretty game to the wire, and Instamatic looking as though he was under a strangle lock, but looking forward to both of these debuting, as well as this filly tomorrow, colt. This is Lamorna, a son of Freudy Ann, who I was very familiar with, stakes-winning New York bred on turf and dirt. Now, Lamorna will make his debut tomorrow, going 5.5 on the turf. But look at this breeze. I mean, the horse on the inside has a jockey and Mike Leslie aboard under a full drive, whereas Lamorna is under a hammer lock with Chelsea Heary, exercise rider, on his back, and he's doing it as easy as can be. I have a soft spot for these progeny of Freudy Ann. She's one of my favorites that we had around the barn, but looks like this one could run. I'm looking forward 8-1 on the morning line tomorrow, Greg.
And some potential runners that we could see line up against Gold Sweep and Yo-Yo Candy. Maybe, if they have that kind of talent, the hopeful Grade 1 at the end of the season here. Our horses to watch, brought to you by the Keeneland Sales. Keeneland September yearling sale is just around the corner, September 11th through the 23rd. Of course, the big prize of this meet in that 3-year-old division, it is the Travers. And we're going to see a couple of preps coming up very soon for it, including this week. In the Curlin, Blazing Sevens just missed with a big run in the Preakness for Chad Brown. He's going to be a short price in the Curlin, prepping to try and bring Chad Brown his first ever Travers victory later this summer. We'll have a preview ahead.
On the outside, and but you don't expect to get speed like this. Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
Blame just in behind the lead in third. Masala's under the whip and on the far outside fourth. American Dance is back to fifth. At the top of the stretch now, Gone Astray strikes the lead. Gone Astray, Ramon Dominguez rousing left-handed, and up the rail comes Blame. Fighting on between them, it's Guam Typhoon. Blame, Guam Typhoon, and Gone Astray. It's now Blame and Gone Astray. Guam Typhoon will be third, and Blame, the winner, 3/4 of a length.
That was the first running of the Curlin Stakes back in 2009. Blame turned out to be pretty good. I wonder if Al Stahl at the time knew how good he would really be. Of course, that classic victory over Zenyatta.
Yeah, and this is when he really turned things around in a big way. Went on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, beating Zenyatta, and Garrett Gomez rode him in the Breeders' Cup. He's definitely a runner.
Really started to blossom that next year as a 4-year-old. That was a championship season for him. But it started with that Curlin Stakes where we traditionally see the winner, maybe even a couple of horses come out of this race and move on to try the Travers and the top 3-year-olds in the division. And Blazing Sevens, hopefully, is going to be doing just that for Chad Brown, a horse who really stepped up in the Preakness. And who knows, if not for just a brilliant ride by John Velasquez on National Treasure to kind of float this horse wide a little bit early on in the race, things might have been different in the Preakness.
Yeah, he ran too good to lose, actually. He was wide, 3 wide around the first turn, and again, going into the far turn, 3 wide, and then gets over to right next to eventual winner, National Treasure, and they were putting on a show here. He actually stuck his head in front, it looks like to me right there. National Treasure fights back, little bumpy bump going on there, and I mean, he got beat by a horse that was brilliantly ridden, like you said, from Johnny B. Was able to slow the pace down, and was able to hold off Blazing Sevens with a great effort by him.
And that was your Kentucky Derby winner, by the way, behind Blazing Sevens, finishing in third in Mage. It will be a rider change, someone who was on board for a Grade 1 win on Blazing Sevens in the past. Flavian Pratt will be back aboard for Chad Brown on Saturday.
Yeah, and that's not going to hurt anything, having his services back aboard.
No question. So we look forward to that as we get back to today's action. Mile on the inner turf. Coming up, let's go to the paddock and Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll check in with a filly who's stretching back out in distance to this mile. And as I always say, speed can be very dangerous. Granted, there are several horses that look as though they have the same amount of speed. But Lisa's vision at least has Flavian Pratt aboard, who knows how to be aggressive. But looking at her, I actually really like more ground for her. I've always thought that it might be better, and just wondering that if in the Susie O'Kane it was just a little bit too much, and that pace kind of coming apart a little bit towards the end that day. So she's going to try it here yet again off of the 7 furlong victory, and she fought hard for it. So you can tell that there is that stamina in her. And furthermore, she's a lot more settled now as a 4-year-old. She used to get pretty wound up when she was 3. And she just, now, of course, when I said that, she's on her toes bouncing around, but throughout the majority of the time in the paddock, she has been a lot more settled here. So hopefully she keeps a lid on it, but she looks great. She's now 3rd off of a layoff. It's the fittest she's looked. It's the strongest she's looked. I think she's dangerous. But again, like, you want to see her a little sharp, and possibly she could be the one who's out on the front end as number 7 Collaboration for Linda Rice. I know she won going a 1 1/8, but I much prefer less ground for her. She's just not built that way. She's built more like a miler. But guys, as I get over to you, can she win 3 in a row for the white hot Linda Rice?
Well, she's in good enough form, I think, to do that, JK. And when a horse has won 2 in a row, and you look at this field, like the 7 and the 9 are the 3-year-old fillies taking on the older horses. So she has room to improve, too, as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at Collaboration, and we'll talk a little bit about the 9. I'm just kidding in a second. Collaboration's race 2 back. That race is pretty productive. There's been a horse that's come back and won. Horses come back and run 2nd. A couple of horses that have come back and run 3rd. I just think that that's a nice race. And I like to hear that from Maggie, that the 7 Collaboration will likely appreciate cutting back a little bit. And the 9, I'm just kidding. I just thought that this horse really stands out in here. This is my top choice, and I'm curious to see what Maggie has to say.
Yeah, JK, from a class standpoint, she definitely stands out. But last time, as I like to say, she was a hot mess. She was washed out. She was nervous. Just everything was going wrong. And during the running of the race, she was very rank early. Well, John Kimmel and his team kept her with the pony today. They are keeping the halter and the shank on her. So far, so good, guys, as she's a lot more calm. And furthermore, and I know it's only been not even a month in between races, but her weight is so much better than what it was back on June 24th in that tough Wild Applause. Guys.
6-1 on I'm Just Kidding. Show of the outside post in this 2-turn mile coming up on the inner turf, where it's 5-2 favoritism right now on Collaboration. And there's the rider, Dylan Davis, and those black and white silks of Barry Schwartz. Linda Rice just continues to be one of the top stories on this New York circuit, and now with everybody in town here at Saratoga, she's leading the way in the trainer standings after having won 4 consecutive training titles on this circuit.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You think that she's going to slow down at some point a little bit, and that hasn't happened. Started out the meet the same way here.
Here's Classic Colors at 12-1.
Yeah, pretty heady claim here. They claim this horse for $5,000 at Charlestown, and I think a horse you need to include in here.
6-year-old mare, Master of the Tunes.
Inside draw for a tactical rider like Irad. I like this draw.
Maybe the best named horse in the game, Dufresne.
Yeah, Philly by Uncaptured. You're right there with Wolfie.
Shawshank fans all over it.
We got a late scratch here. Hold on.
Lisa's Vision at 3-1 went by. Here's the 5 home for Christmas.
5 home for Christmas. Jose Lescano and Greg DePrime off the claim.
Golden Rocket. Troubled trip last time out, second to what Love looked like in a stakes race.
Yeah, it ran well, but was chasing a slow pace up close.
Collaboration crossed the wire first in 2 straight, got DQ'd that first time around.
Yeah, it did, and then last time went off as the favorite, and right now you're getting 5-2 today.
Jose Ortiz showing up on Toolcat 9-1.
Yeah, we'll have to run a little bit faster, I think, to beat this group.
And one Maggie was touching on for trainer John Kimmel. This is I'm Just Kidding, Luis Saez.
Yeah, and this horse is 1-for-1 over the Saratoga turf. That was sprinting when she was a 2-year-old.
So 5 minutes to post here in a race that's going to kick off this late pick 4. Let's go back to the favorite. Collaboration. English Channel filly. He would expect being by that sire would take to the grass, and she certainly has. She has never been off the board, and she comes in off a win last time out.
Yeah, and I'm going to jump on the bandwagon here with Linda Rice and Dylan Davis. Winner of her last 2, impressively. She just wins, Linda Rice, and Collaboration, like you said, never off the board in her 5 starts here on the turf. So looking to get 3 in a row here today.
5-2 favorite. And Dylan Davis with a win already on today's card. He has started the strongest he's ever started at the Saratoga meeting. He's got 4 wins already as we take a look at Lisa's Vision. Flavian Pratt, one of the top riders in the game, having a great start as well. He'll ride here for Jorge Abreu on a filly that's going to try and get an extra furlong off that win last time out when she held on to win by a neck.
Yeah, and actually, I think that she can get the extra furlong. I don't think it's going to be a problem for her. She's going to be forwardly placed, I would say, early on. Should get a good ground-saving trip. Not a lot of speed inside of her. So she should get over and clear most of the field. Collaboration, I think that she'll be in front of Lisa's Vision, the 4-horse.
Meanwhile, both Paul and JK winding up outside. What'd you guys like with I'm Just Kidding?
Yeah, look, I like those last couple of races. You know, we talked about fleet-footed. Paulie mentioned he'll be running a little bit later. This horse ran well against fleet-footed. I thought the common race with Collaboration, 2-back, was impressive. In both of those starts, this horse broke slow. That is a concern of mine, drawn towards the outside. But at 5-1, I feel a lot better about having to overcome that issue. I just think this is the best horse.
I'm kind of with you. You know, the gate has been her her demise. If she can get out of the gate in decent enough order, I do like a shorter type field. She's run against 10, 12, 10-horse fields, but the races on the turf have been very good. And in her last race, she popped away from there, and I think she didn't know what to do. And Jose kind of sent her. It's going to be very interesting what Louis does with her, but I just think she's a 3-year-old, like I said. And when I looked at this race, I thought the 7 and the 9 were the 2 horses to beat just because they got the upside.
Yeah, gee, Wolfie, the other thing that I noticed about, I'm just kidding, she's back Lasix. Her 2 starts prior to that, she was on Lasix, didn't have it last time, and she just wasn't herself. She seemed like she was just kind of running off the entire time, so I'm looking for her to run a little bit better here.
Well done, JK, to point that out. Could be very important here. She's 5-1 from that outside slot. We're 2 minutes to post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at a New York bred who returns to State Bred Company after quite a long break. It's interesting. Number 1, Classic Colors, sold at a horses of racing age sale. Oh, it could have been a breeding stock, for a possible broodmare prospect for $6,000 after she finished racing back in November of 2022. Well, then Mike Dubb takes her back for $5 at Charlestown. And now she's back at Saratoga for Brittany Russell. She gets back to her preferred turf. She's a big price. I don't love her, but look, she's going to be down on the inside, which I think is the right place to be when you're dealing with this inner turf course going a mile. And she looks much the same as what she did throughout last year when she was running races that make her competitive in this spot. I just think she's a little bit intriguing. She may have lost her way, but maybe she can refine it now. She is only a 5-year-old. Getting back to number 4, Lisa's Vision, she's going to be my pick. I feel like one of those cheerleaders for Flavien Prat, not that he really needs it, but be aggressive, be aggressive. And he warmed her up like he's going to do so, moving really, really sweetly out on the racetrack. But as JK brought up about number 9, I'm just kidding. She gets the Lasix back, which often also has a calming effect on horses. And I think the lack of it last time just led her to wash out, to be way too nervous, way too wound up. You saw it in the race where she was rank early, and now she gets it back. She's so much more calm. And 2, Lasix is something that'll lighten a horse up, and her weight looks better. So I think that even is a good sign for her. I'm just concerned about the dynamics of the race being on the outside, but at least she can be forward, Greg.
And as a result of that segment from Maggie, I think Naira already working on getting us cheerleaders here for next season. We'll see. Flavien Prat, he is never afraid to be forward and set the tone in a race.
No, he's not. And I mentioned it before. That's one of the great assets of Flavien Prat is his hands. He can be aggressive with one and then get him to switch off after he's got him running. That's not an easy thing to do. To get a horse running, to get position, and then turn him off again. And he does it on horses that haven't been capable of doing that in the past with a lot of different riders on them. So that's just something you can't teach. It's something that you're born with, and it's a talent. It really is.
J.K. Pauly, Saez never afraid to be aggressive either. He's outside with the one you both like, the 9. Does he have to be kind of aggressive here early just to try and see what kind of position he can get?
I don't know if I'd use the word aggressive, but I think he wants to be forward. I don't think he wants to just kind of fall out of there and see what happens. I think we heard Richie say it all the time on our show, get his position moving forward. The guy sitting next to you was outstanding at doing that throughout his career as well.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're all forgetting about the 6 here, Golden Rocket. And I think it's a filly that is 1 for 1 over this turf course. And Greg won here last year at 33-1. So I could say that this horse ran actually her best number here at Saratoga, one of her best numbers, and I think she's getting overlooked at 9-2.
She had trouble too in that race. She had to check out of traffic into last, and I know that the rail completely opened up for her, but she ran a very big effort. See if she can move forward today. Jose Gomez. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call. Here's the 7th from Saratoga.
Thank you, Greg. Here is I'm Just Kidding in the Broman colors. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Lisa's Vision is going out for the early lead. Toolcat Collaboration is up and on the pace too. And Master of the Tunes on the inside is close up. Home for Christmas is next. I'm Just Kidding on the far outside. Down at the rail, Classic Colors. Dufresne is racing in between horses, and Golden Rocket is at the back of the field. It's Master of the Tunes showing the way, leading by a length over Collaboration in second. They're followed by Lisa's Vision, who's tucked in along the fence. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Toolcat fourth, Red Colors 4 lengths off the lead. Then comes Classic Colors, racing on the inside of Home for Christmas. Dufresne is next. I'm Just Kidding, and Golden Rocket. Down the back stretch, Master of the Tunes in hand, 3/4 of a length, prompted by Collaboration in second. Lisa's Vision third most of the way, followed by Toolcat, who gets a nudge in fourth. The half went in 47 4/5 seconds. Classic Colors fifth with 5 lengths to make up. Home for Christmas is next. I'm Just Kidding, Dufresne, and Golden Rocket. Rounding the far turn, Master of the Tunes continues to dictate the terms, has it 3/4 of a length. Collaboration trying to move in from second. Toolcat is next. Classic Colors between horses. I'm Just Kidding on the outside. Lisa's Vision in the thick of it, now taking second and coming after Master of the Tunes with a furlong left to go. Master of the Tunes clinging to the lead, confronted by Lisa's Vision, and Lisa's Vision has taken over. A late bid coming from Classic Colors on the outside. Classic Colors trying to get to Lisa's Vision. Lisa's Vision, Classic Colors. Lisa's Vision, Classic Colors. Here's the line. Photo finish! It's so close between Lisa's Vision and an oncoming Classic Colors. In behind them between Master of the Tunes, and on the outside of her was Golden Rocket.
3-1 or 14-1. It might have been Pratt just barely hanging on Lisa's Vision. This was close late. It may take a photo.
Very close, but I think that he did hold on Lisa's Vision just by the hair of his chinny chin chin. Of her chinny chin chin. Quick look at it here. Big run from Classic Colors under Manny Franco as well.
That's the one Maggie had touched on that was claimed for just $5,000 a few starts back. And they get her back to what she does best on the grass. And may have nearly pulled off a shocker here, guys. Did Pratt hang on here at 3-1?
This is very close. You know, I like to call these, and I'm kind of with G a little bit, where I think this could be either the 4 here, JK, or it's a dead heat, and it is the 4.
You know, Gary, I have a question. Looking at this 4 right here, do you think that he bobbled a little bit? Because his head seemed to drop to put him back down for the photo right here a lot quicker than I thought he did. See how his head dropped down to the bottom? I'll go to your expert eye on that, Gary.
That was all Flavian Pratt right there. Both hands on the handlebars and moving forward, shoving for all he was worth. And I used to do a thing when I was going to be involved in a close photo. I'd really have a horse held together, and the last 2 or 3 jumps, I'd pitch them their head a little bit, and it would send them forward, actually send them forward a little bit. They would lose their balance just a little bit, but I'm moving forward balance instead of down, if that makes sense to you. And I think that's what he just did there.
Flavian Pratt by a whisker on Lisa's Vision. Maggie holding off Classic Colors and Manny Franco.
No, Greg, you got that wrong. Not a whisker, a tongue. Her name needs to be MJ's Vision. She looked like Michael Jordan. I said, guys, I think I got this because her tongue's out. No, I'm kidding, but it was really funny to watch her run down to the wire. But a nice run by Classic Colors, returning to the New York circuit for Brittany Russell. Made it tight and exciting. These are the types of races we live for here at the spa, guys.
And it shows you, too, just how difficult it is to win at the premier meet in the country here. Just inches can make a difference.
Yeah, and Collaboration, you could tell that she was not going to do her best running about the 5/16 pole even before they turned into the stretch. Master of the Tunes put in a big run as well to finish 3rd there.
How about these connections, too, with Classic Colors? Nice job to get this mare back on a surface where 4 of her 5 wins came from, and she nearly gets another one here at a big number at 14-1. 4-1, 2-6 finish, 3-1. Lisa's Vision with a victory. When we come back, we have a showdown Saturday In the 3-year-old filly division, a filly who was undefeated as a 2-year-old, now back in top form. And the Kentucky Oaks favorite will try to exact some revenge on that aforementioned Hoosier filly when they met at Ellis. Preview coming up.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
The Naira Bets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Place a $50 win wager on one horse in any or all of the selected Saratoga Stakes races and receive a $20 bonus, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NairaBets.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage on just a glorious Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York in the Adirondacks at this special racetrack as we're into week 2 action here in Flavien Prat with his 5th winner of the meet. On Lisa's vision, needed every bit of his skill and talent to guide this one to the wire first in that photo finish with Classic Colors.
Yeah, and it was a great performance for her. Tight, tight, tight. That's what we like seeing up here at Saratoga.
$8.50 for the win. That exact to $44 and change. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Jorge Abreu, winning trainer with Lisa's vision. And Jorge, I gotta say, you've teamed up a lot with Flavien Prat and had some success. Talk a little bit about his skill set as a rider.
Well, I think his ridings suit my horses because I like my horses to come from off the pace. You know, he likes to tuck them in and stuff like that, and that's how I like my horses to run.
Much to my chagrin, because I thought he should have gone there, but, you know, you guys know better than I do. I thought it was funny. Her tongue was sticking out, and you said she doesn't usually do that.
First time I seen her off of her, I was a little concerned there because I said, what is going on with her?
Well, I think it got a little MJ magic going on for her. You'll run to canter in today's 9th race. Talk a little bit about the trip she had last time and why you think she'll run better today.
Well, I think she's going to have a better pose today. Last time she was a little bit wide the whole turn, doing the whole race, and she didn't really get a chance to run.
All right. Well, congratulations here. Let's keep our fingers crossed for a double.
Thank you.
All right, Jorge Abreu sending out to canter in today's 9th, Greg. As he said, look for her to be a little bit more forwardly placed in that affair.
Well, he's got that man back aboard. Flavien Prat on 4-year-old filly, broke her maiden sprinting in Aqueduct.
Yeah, and looks to figure strongly into this race today.
Oh, let's set up the 8th coming up next here. And race 8 on the card. Mile out of that Wilson chute as we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along. 2 legs in. And a $15 horse to begin it. Lisa's Vision at 3-1. So 6-1, 3-1 start with a long way to go. And keep beating favorites. Good things are going to happen for you in that payoff of the pick 5. This race again out of that Wilson chute. That quick left hook. And then another turn in this mile distance race here. Allowance optional claiming field. Obviously a huge scratch movie. Moxie, who rolled right on by Gerrymander last time out when she had the lead. Should have the lead again today. Can she finish today on the front end?
You know what? This is a wide open race as far as I'm concerned. I like Nostalgic in there for Billy Mott coming off the layoff. Hasn't run since Aqueduct. But I think it's a wide open race. Gerrymander's going to be on the lead more than likely. But yeah, big scratch with movie Moxie.
Tom Amoss, who we'll get to, his 63 caliber. That is going to be the filly to beat in this race coming up. He's faced the toughest company of anybody in this field. Let's take a look at the big one in the 3-year-old filly division coming up this weekend. And here's a Coaching Club American Oaks by the numbers. Inaugural running back in 1917. Fastest ever run back in 2011. It's tricky. It's almost unfair. How many has Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher won? 8 of them. And he's got another chance this year coming up for number 9. John Velasquez has ridden a few for Pletcher. Mike Smith with 5 as well. Most wins by an owner. Legendary Calumet Farm, including the great Hall of Famer Devona Dale. Just 3 Coaching Club American Oaks winners have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff, including the tremendous Monomoy Girl for Brad Cox, the filly that launched him into the next level. 18 champions coming out of that race. It is a tremendously prestigious race. We saw that huge upset in it a couple summers ago when Malathot got beat. Good group that's going to line up this year, including a rematch between Wet Paint and Tom Amos's Who's Your Filly.
Yeah, they just matched up at Ellis Park last time out, and Who's Your Filly, she controlled the race from the word go, set a very, very leisurely pace. And look, Wet Paint, she didn't show up for that race. I mean, she ran a buyer figure way subpar of what we're used to seeing her run, and looking forward to that. And also Gambling Girl for Todd Pletcher, who's been laid off, rested since Kentucky Oaks, beating the neck, and the Kentucky Oaks are pretty mischievous. So it's definitely a great race.
And of course, Nest, a filly that completely changed and turned around her season, became the dominant 3-year-old filly of the second half of the year, who will assert themselves in this division as we kind of start the second half of this year coming up with this race here at the Coaching Club American Oaks. That is the field that's going to line up. The rematch we talked about between Wet Paint and Who's Your Filly, the 2 and the 5 in here. Who's Your Filly getting the better of Wet Paint in that Monomoy Girl at Ellis. Guys, compact group, but many, many great storylines in this prestigious Grade 1.
No, look, anytime you have a Grade 1 at Saratoga, it's always going to be a lot of fun, a lot on the line, especially with the fillies for their residual value. I think that's why you see some of these horses show up in here, even if they're not necessarily here to win. Just running well means a lot for them, but it is going to be a nice matchup again between Who's Your Filly and Wet Paint. Paulie, I know you followed Ellis a lot throughout this meet because of how much you were at Churchill. Being on the front end was where you wanted to be for majority of this meet.
Yeah, and I think the other part about this is everybody grown up where Wet Paint was just loving that Oaklawn racetrack and was just circling everybody. And now it's Who's Your Filly gone back to her 2-year-old form. You got to remember, she put away Pretty Mischievous as a 2-year-old by about 8 or 9 lengths. And obviously she had some breathing issues after that. She had the surgery done, and her last 2 races have been very, very impressive. And now Wet Paint, who was your favorite going in the Kentucky Oaks, is everybody else sort of caught up to her and gone past her?
Well, I think if you look at those 2 horses, you look at the mile last time, you look at what was likely a speed-favoring racetrack, and then now you show up here going 1 mile and 1/8 on a racetrack that is a little bit more demanding. It feels like Wet Paint is where you want to go off of that race, but it's always fun to watch horses like Who's Your Filly, who has such a great following as well. She just has to get a little bit faster. In fact, this whole group has to get a little bit faster, Wolfie.
Yeah, who's going to step up? I mean, things changed a lot first half to that second half of the year, so we'll see what happens as we kind of kick off again the second half of the year with this race coming up. Hoosier filly Tom Amoss was so excited about it as a 2-year-old. She did not miss a beat in that campaign, did not lose as a 2-year-old. And now it looks like she's back to that top 2-year-old form. It's the first of our Fox Saratoga Saturdays that you'll see on Big Fox. So be sure and tune in this weekend for Grade 1 coverage in what is a very exciting and seems like wide open 3-year-old filly division this year, with a big prize coming up on Saturday. Speaking of Tom Amoss, who will send out Hoosier filly on Saturday, he's got the one to beat coming up in the 8th race on the card with 63 caliber. Tyler Gaffleone will ride for Tom. He'll talk his favorite race when we come back. And another pretty good filly he campaigned and won the Kentucky Oaks for him. Stay with us.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance, pure class in the Malibu.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it, because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Ames Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
That's one of those big, big races that everyone would love to have on the resume, and that man right there got it with Serengeti Empress, who ran probably the best race of her career here at Saratoga when she won the ballerina as a 4-year-old. When she stumbled out of the gate from the rail, she got pressured on the front end after she rushed up and still fought off all the closers in a brilliant Grade 1 victory. Tom has the one to beat in this race coming up as well. 63 caliber has been just incredibly consistent for Tom, and she's been facing the best company of anybody in this field.
She certainly has, and the only thing that would worry me is that she traveled to in her last race, and it was June 24th. She finished third that day, and then travels up here to Saratoga. Tom knows his horses. He knows how she's doing and everything, so probably not a worry at all there with the recency of her last race, but it's been less than a month since that race. But he's the trainer. He knows his horses.
There she is. She's the 8-5 favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Tom's horse here, 6D3 caliber. Now, I did not have the luxury of asking him about her when she ran in the Comely at Aqueduct, which was their only other NYRA start. She was really washed out and seemed quite nervous that day, but yet it resulted in a win. And as I just said to him, she one that normally gets a little washy and a little hot. And he said, yep, that's just her. Well, today she doesn't seem nervous. And honestly, it can come with another year of racing, another year in age, which she was 3 then, now she's 4. But she's forward, you know, and she's really actually moving quite well here. So all things looking normal, all things looking good for your heavy favorite. The only one thing I noticed about her, and it's a short field, so she shouldn't have too much problem with this, is that it doesn't look as though she loves to run inside of horses. She feels like she needs an outside trip, but that's okay. She only has one to her outside today. As we move towards the inside with number 2, Gerrymander. Her first 2 starts back April and May when I saw her, she was a nervous wreck. She was washed out. She was nervous, and it did not result in many good efforts. Now, I didn't see her in the June 24th effort, but she was a heavy favorite that day in a 4-horse field and was unable to get the job done. Now, I don't know if her better days are behind her, but what I can say about today in particular is that she's not. She's really calm. She's really relaxed here at the spa. So we'll see what she does, as she does get to run on Lasix for the 2nd time in a row. Now, number 3, Nostalgic for Bill Mott. She comes back. Now we have the luxury of XB TV coming back into our handicapping circle here up at the spa, and I watched her last breeze, which was a maintenance work, a 50 flat, but a really nice steady work, really cruising, just listening to the rider's cues, moving incredibly well. My one complaint about her as a 3-year-old is that she never carried weight, and she really lacked a lot of development behind the saddle. Well, another year older for what is typically the way Medalla d'Oros go. They are a little light behind. She's developed. She looks great here coming back. Like a completely different horse than what I saw from her when she was 3. I think she could come up and run a big race here off the bench. As we check in with JK and Polly, do you think this is all about 63 caliber, or are there other ways to go?
Well, JK, when you look at this race, I mean, obviously the 4 are 3-2. I think the public is willing to take their shot against Gerrymander until she does finally take a field gate to wire. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. But, you know, the thing with 63 caliber for me is that, you know, looking at speed figures, lots of different versions. There's the Beyer speed figure, Timeform US, I like quite a bit. 63 caliber is faster than these horses. Back-to-back 118s. The other ones are running 102, 105, 106, 108. She's significantly faster than these other horses. And like we talked about, she has an opportunity to take another step forward adding Lasix. She hasn't had Lasix in her last 7 starts, 6, 7 starts. You talk about the other horses in here that could potentially beat her, the 1 Midnight Stroll, the 2 Gerrymander, the 6 Favor. All of those horses are a little bit slower than her and have been on Lasix, so we kind of know what they are.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And here's Gerrymander. You could say about this filly, first time Lasix, Now, Joelle Rosario kept her way in the middle of the racetrack. She got grounded down by Movie Moxie. You guys on the other set were talking about how it was a big scratch. And sometimes I look at this race, I'm like, you know what, she probably should have got the job done. But then Movie Moxie's the kind of horse that does like to win races. If Jerry Mander's ever going to win this race, she needs to open up and get courageous. She just hasn't been courageous. This has been her best effort, though, in a while.
Wolfie, I'll tell you one thing about Jerry Mander. If you look at the past performances of any horse that's run in the Frizette, the 8 Bells, the Alabama, the Cotillion, excuse me, this is a horse that obviously has some talent. She just got to try to figure it all out.
No question, she's danced a lot of big dances, and one little thing going in her favor. The mare that got by her last time out and ran a lights-out effort, scratched in here. That would have been the 5 Movie Moxies. We start with Midnight Stroll.
Yeah, Midnight Stroll, winner last time when getting Lasix again. She's 4 for 11 lifetime. She loves to win races. Now she's going to stretch out around 2 turns.
So graded stakes winner Jerry Mander should be leading this field from the outset.
She needs to take another step forward, but it is entirely possible that she will do that here today.
5-1 next to it, nostalgic 4-year-old filly making her debut this year for Bill Mott.
Yeah, she's a grade 3 winner. She won the Gazelle at Aqueduct. Maybe the mile is going to enhance her kick. She's going to need a little bit of pace, but she might be rolling late here.
And Tom Amoss with the favorite at 7-5. Here's 63 Caliber.
She deserves to be the favorite, and we're rooting for our buddy Tom Amoss.
And favor outside. Graded stakes placed against Echo Zulu, who's going to be coming back in the honorable miss later in this meet.
Yeah, she's running some nice races as well. Just every time she faces groups like this, seems to be a tad much for her. We'll see if she can run back to that race down at Gulfstream Park.
So compact field going to break out of this Wilson chute as we get back to nostalgic. There is the 3 who, Gary, you had said you liked in this spot. She's making her 4-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, and I like the move. I like this move with Billy Mott when a horse is coming off a layoff. If you go back to the Turnback Alarm, was run in November. She ran a huge race this day. She ran second that day. She ran the biggest buyer figure that she's run in her career, ran a 95 that day. And he turned around, ran her back in the Comley, which was won by 63 Caliber, and she didn't show up in that race. You can see her trying hard here, and just winds up getting beat a neck at the end. And big effort, rested up, coming in here fresh, steady work pattern on her. I like this move with Billy Mott. It's a classic move by Billy Mott.
Well, he's got his main man aboard, Junior Alvarado, who's the pilot on Cody's Wish as well, who is the reigning Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, being pointed to the Whitney, and potentially, of course, going to that spot, the Classic, their eyes on as well. 5-1 on nostalgic. The favorite, though, Tom Amoss, is 63 Caliber. She's just been tackling some very tough company, and there she is. At one point, she put together 5 wins and 6 starts, including 3 in a row, and proved that she could win on the New York circuit in that Grade 3 Comley. And, you know, even though this is an allowance race, this feels like a stakes race with the quality that's in here.
Yeah, it really does, and she's been so consistent this year in her last 2 starts. Big races. She didn't win, but she came out and she performed as good as she has in her career, even though it was in defeat. And you know, she gets back with in New York, where she ran one of her biggest races in the Comley.
Well, she faced a mare that a lot of people, I think, believed was going to become one of the stars in this distaff division. Lay Davida really didn't happen for her. We saw her at Oaklawn never really kind of break through, and then all of a sudden she put it together in that Thistledown stake. Second in that race, in which 63 Caliber was third. Multiple graded stakes winner for Brad Cox. So pretty good company. Idiomatic before that would win the Grade 2 Delaware Handicap off that victory as well. She's tackled some good ones in her most recent races.
Yeah, she has. And, you know, I don't know how that stacks up to her last couple of races, but, you know, nostalgic. Her form, you know, you see all these Grade 3s, Grade 1s from last year when she was a 3-year-old. And so Jerry Mander, we know what she is. She's, you know, faced all kinds of stakes company. Midnight Stroll. It's a very good race. It does have that feel to it.
Let's go to Maggie.
Well, guys, as we take a look at the horse who's actually the longest shot on the board in this short field, that's number 1 in here, Midnight Stroll. She comes off of an effort at winning one, albeit against Good Sam, who was the favorite that day. But Good Sam, she was coming off of a long layoff, and furthermore, she's one of those fillies that she'll dig in her toes when she's asked vigorously by a rider. So I think Midnight Stroll did capitalize on that, but after the victory and talking with her trainer, John Terranova, I said, look, John, she's run pretty much every distance written in the condition book. What is her best? And he did say a mile, he feels, albeit he said a one-turn mile, but, you know, well, it's what it is here at Saratoga. So I think it's, I don't think she's, you know, the rank outsider, and the public doesn't see it that way either. I mean, she's 7-1 versus the next one at 5-1. I wouldn't ignore her. I don't love her in this spot. I really have become enamored with what I've seen from number 3 at Nostalgic and her coming back. I never really liked her last year, even though she ran a couple of good races, but I think she looks tremendous. And while this might not be her best distance, to be fair, she probably is better going longer. She's sharp and she's lively, and I think that goes a long way when you're coming back fresh, Greg.
And there she is, Nostalgic, as she gets set for her 4-year-old debut coming up, continuing to take money as she comes down to 7-2. Yeah, this Wilson Shoot, which came back for the first time, hadn't been seen since 1992 last summer. Really about 1.5 turns here for this mile distance.
Yeah, it's a great setup, especially for Gerrymander. She's got speed down inside, and that seems to be an advantage to get that good placing, just making that little bit of a turn and then straight into the backside. It's proved to have been a decent kind of advantage. Favor, I don't think she'll be too awful far away from Gerrymander, though, at the start of the race.
J.K. Pauly, what'd you guys think? I mean, Gerrymander last time out, she actually did run one of the bigger figures she's run in her life, and you say, well, she didn't finish the deal. The mare that beat her ran out of this world.
Yeah, she did, and that's the reason why I picked her. I think the key to this race, JK, is the break, because Javier Castellano, who's been on a roll for obviously the last 3-4 months, is going to push from the rail, and he's going to make, I would think, Joel Rosario at least work for it a little bit, and then you got to worry about Favor on the outside if Luis Saez is going to press as well. So is Joel, I think the key, the break is key. Joel needs to break out there clear and try to clear early. If not, then it turns into, if the 1, 2, and 6 go at it, I would think 63 caliber is exactly what you want, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, you know, this horse doesn't have to make the front end, but is forward enough to be able to stock a nice position. And let's not forget, this shoot can be a little bit tricky towards the inside.
Yeah.
That turn comes up kind of quick. Being on the outside is also kind of an advantage in here. So, look, I think with Gerrymander, they kind of know what she does best. They'll send her away from there. I agree with you on the rail. I think they'll probably try to send away from there to get some position forward. And I think that the 463 caliber could sit right in a perfect spot in behind those leaders.
Post time coming up here for the 8th at Saratoga. Mile out of the Wilson Shoot. Gerrymander the 2. She'll be the one leading the way in here with a favorite for our colleague, Tom Amos. It's the 463 caliber, trying to win for the 6th time in 12 outings. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. Here's Nostalgic taking up her spot. The aforementioned 63 caliber walking in. And Favor to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Gerrymander wastes no time taking command. It is Gerrymander with the most early speed. Favor on the outside moves to engage in second, 63 caliber. And down at the rail, Midnight Stroll is close up. Now moving up to be a joint second. 63 caliber backs off, just 2 lengths off the lead. And Nostalgic at the back of an extremely compact group. Midnight Stroll makes an early move, and Midnight Stroll, 24-4 for the opening quarter mile, opens up a length and a half. Gerrymander is in second, Favor third, and 63 caliber is just behind Gerrymander. At the back of the field, Nostalgic. 4 lengths covers them as they head past the half-mile pole, and it's Midnight Stroll leading the way by about a length and a half. Gerrymander is now coming back for more in second. Favor third, 63 caliber Nostalgic, 47-1 for the half mile. It's Midnight Stroll, Gerrymander, now asked to go by on the outside by Joel Rosario. These two are on even terms at the top of the stretch. Two more back to Favor in third. 63 caliber has lost ground. Nostalgic is on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. And the new leader is Gerrymander at the rail. Midnight Stroll fighting on very bravely. Center of the track. Here comes Nostalgic with a late bid. In between them, Favor. They're inside the eighth pole. And even now, 63 caliber coming alive. Splitting rivals decisively. And 63 caliber roused to the lead by Tyler Gaffleone. Gets up to win. Nostalgic was second. Gerrymander finished third.
63 caliber looked midway through this race like she's going to be a complete non-factor. She dropped back, got that call from Frank Miramati, and then all of a sudden she finds her stride.
Yeah, it's a strangely run race. Coming away from there, Gerrymander went to the lead, then Midnight Stroll made the early move, took the lead, back in front with Gerrymander, and it looked like 63 caliber. She was just floundering coming off the turn and looked like she was done. You heard Frank Miramati say that she was losing ground, and boom, at the eighth pole, here she comes under a vigorous ride from Tyler Gaffleone. Got her shook up, got her running, and finds the split right here, and it's game over. Congratulations, Tom.
Tom Amos, well done for My Racehorse Stable, Spendthrift Farm, and Tyler Gaffleone on the board with a victory here. 7-5 favorite with the victory, 4-3. 2-1. And Tom Amos, it's always a great part of this game. You get to make that winning phone call when it's picture time.
I don't see the phone out.
Well, maybe they're here. I would think so. You want to be here. You don't want to get this at Saratoga via phone. You want to be part of the action.
He had to be worried at the 5/16 pole just as they were entering the stretch, because she looked like she was going the wrong way, and she got a wake-up call.
Really did. You don't see horses really drop out of it like that and then re-rally like she did. Tyler Gaffleone all smiles, as he should be. And 63 caliber, she's just been remarkably consistent. She's won half of her 12 career outings now.
She's gotten good, and she's staying awfully consistent.
7-5 favorite with the win. Nostalgic second. Gerrymander winds up third. Prices for you when we come back. And the late double still ahead here on our Saratoga Live coverage. 63 caliber back in the winner's circle for Tom Amos. Stay with us.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Back on our Wednesday coverage of Saratoga Live at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Tom and Tyler, high fives for those two, or a shaking of the hands, keeping it civil. And picture time with a filly who has now won 6 of 12 career starts, 63 caliber, $4.80 for the victory. Midway through the race, it did not look like this was going to happen. Let's go to Maggie.
It didn't. We were just talking about it here with Tyler Gaffalione. And Tyler, 63 caliber. Watching her replay, she doesn't look as though she wants to like run in between horses. Is that kind of what was going on around the turn?
Most definitely. And I'm sure Tom had a few choice words for me early on in the race. It just really didn't develop the way we needed to. I thought there'd be a little more speed. I thought we'd be able to get outside, but she kept finding.
She showed some bravery, too, coming through horses. When did you know you were going to get back in it and win?
You know, after she switched leads, I hit her a couple times left-handed, and Joelle kind of drifted in a little bit, spot opened up, and she got a little more brave in there.
What's it like riding for a guy like Tom Amoss? Does he have a lot to say to you, or is there a lot of criticism after races? We need to know the real scoop on our colleague.
To be honest, he's really great to ride for. He tells you how it is. He knows his horses, and they usually perform as he says they will.
I think you're too nice. No, I'm kidding. Congratulations here for 63 caliber, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
All right, always a pleasure to catch up with Tyler Gaffalione. And I guess that Tom Amoss guy, he can train a racehorse too, Craig.
Maggie, get the real story for us off camera when Tyler's not under the pressure of the microphone and there. We want to hear what Tom's really like. This filly has really been good for Tom.
Yes, she has. And Tyler made a lot of sense. You know, he said that she wasn't liking it down inside. But when he did go left-handed, he tagged her 2 times, and she swapped into her right lead and lengthened her stride out. And that, like you said, when Joelle floated in a little bit, it opened that hole up big enough where she got brave, and then game over.
63 caliber, impressive here in this victory. This 1 Mile Wilson Shoot is the favorite. Let's take a look at 3 legs in to this late pick 5. And even with the favorite here winning, 3-to-1 shot and then a 6-1 shot to start it, that pick 3, it was a healthy return. $124 back with 63 caliber. Shockingly, was not even the favorite in the pick 3. It was Gerrymander. As we go to race 9, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. First allowance condition race coming up at Chad Brown. Wow. Filly at 2-to-1, who's favored right now, has had 3 opportunities. First was a graded stake, but 2 at this level where she has been beat, including 1 as the favorite right now. Does open as a short price. There's some other opportunities in this race, which we'll get to coming up. Year after year, Michael Dubb is a frequent visitor to the winner's circle in some of the major races on this New York circuit. But for Dubb, his proudest achievements in this sport, not the numerous Grade 1 wins or owner titles that he has achieved, but establishing care for backstretch workers and their families downstate at Belmont Park with the Anna House and here at Saratoga with Faith House.
The Belmont Child Care Center is open 365 days a year at 5 a.m. But really up here, there was really a need for it, and we felt we had to really do this to kind of complete the loop. We have the building ready now, and the children are in there, and they are just happy, flourishing, and doing great. And it's a great relief to parents to be able to leave their kids in a safe, nurturing place. It's more rewarding than winning any race because the races come and go, the children last. This is about the backstretch family, and about taking care of our own. Just knowing that we had completed the loop and that we were going to have a positive impact on so many people's lives meant so much to us. It was one of the greatest days of my life for me.
It's been tremendous what Dubb has done, providing and improving the lives of these backstretch families. There are about 950 backstretch workers and their families that come up here and work every summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, and what a job he's done, and it's so important. So many of these families, they do live on the backsides. They've got excellent housing, along with this daycare. then they go on to school with busing and everything else. So they're getting great educations throughout the whole thing and great care during the mornings.
Yeah, now with Faith House here and a house downstate, that means year-round care for these backstretch workers and their families, which is just tremendous news, incredibly generous from Michael Dubb. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. We have race 9 coming up. 5.5 furlongs on the grass ahead. Chad Brown, currently the favorite here in the 9th. He's going to have 5 chances to win yet another Lake George coming up later this week. We'll preview it when we come back.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Monmouth Park's featured event is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes Saturday, July 22nd. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore, looking to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $200,000 late pick 5. First post, 12 noon. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 22nd at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Dolce Zell has had a good trip down towards the rail, running in 4th. And then it is Heavenly Hellos. And on the outside, Koala Princess, they are in the stretch. They have Al Kahira to catch. On the inside is Dolce Zell looking for a way through. Here's Eminent Victor on the outside. Dolce Zell squeezed through down at the rail. On the outside is Eminent Victor. It's Dolce Zell and Eminent Victor. They come on for the finish. Very, very tight. Too tight to call.
You see her in that pink cap on the fence, the 5, Dolce Zell, and Arad Ortiz Jr. said her small stature really came in handy there because that was a tight spot on the fence as she was able to go through it. He went for it and it worked out, beating her stablemate in a photo finish.
It was tight, and his first intention was to come out and go around that horse. They wouldn't let him out. He was trapped in there, and yeah, it's like threading the eye of a needle.
6th win overall, I should say, for Chad Brown in Lake George last year. 4th straight, a race that he has just dominated. And he'll have 5 chances, 5, to win another one, which would be a 5th straight, coming up on Saturday with surge capacity, tax implications, Liguria, Revelita, and utilization rate. So half the field of 10 that will line up going out for the Chad Brown barn.
It's not the first time we've seen this at this meet.
Incredible. Well, let's take a look at the 2 stablemates that ran 1-2 for him in the Wild Applause back on June 24th. That was won by Liguria for Chad Brown's stable, and stablemate tax implications would wind up 2nd in here at Belmont, going a mile.
Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, it winds up being 3/4 of a length difference at the end of this race, but Liguria, super game, tax implications, less experience than her stablemate Liguria, and that might have made the difference. And tax implications, Manny Franco back aboard, Liguria, Flavian Pratt climbing aboard. He was riding her prior to the Wild Appeal, gets them out back. And game effort by both of them.
For tax implications, that was just the third start of her career, and that was her 3-year-old debut coming up, so it looks like she has a lot of room to move forward. Meanwhile, Liguria, who won that race, 3 victories on the grass and a runner-up finish in 5 career starts. Although tax implications, who she turned the tables on, did beat her in her debut when they met at Monmouth.
No, she didn't. He's got another second-time starter in here that just broke her maiden at Monmouth Park last time out. Surge capacity. She was impressive with her lone start over there, but taking a big step up in class.
We're actually going to talk about a filly that's not from the Chad Brown barn in this race. I guess we are. Queen Picasso, Christophe Clement. There are a couple other trainers in this race as the rail. Jose Ortiz is going to ride. Back-to-back winners. She has not lost, including a Grade 3 win in the Soaring Softly off her maiden victory.
Yeah, her speed figures are a little lower than a couple of these Chad Brown horses, but she's done nothing wrong so far. She won by 2 lengths. Still a little bit green when she makes the lead here, wandering around a little bit. Doesn't look like she's really leveled out and found her best stride yet. So I think there's more improvement coming from her.
Meanwhile, back to Chad Brown and the most lightly raced filly in this group, just that 1 win, but I guess he felt it was impressive enough in this debut at Monmouth to take a shot in this stakes race.
Yeah, you know what I liked about this race is she went to the lead immediately, and she had pressure to her outside. She actually let another horse pass her by about a half a length, and Sammy Camacho, he saved his position down the backside, and she made the lead again. And to see a first-time starter do that, going around a ground the first time of their career, I was very impressed by it, and I think that she's going to step forward and run a good race as well.
3-year-old fillies that are constantly changing, improving, and just look at what Chad Brown happened in the Diana the last 2 years in that Grade 1. 4 horses entered, and the biggest price 2 years in a row now has won for him. So we don't know what's going to happen. We'll see who'll step up. Grade 3 Lake George coming up on Saturday. Chad Brown with Anna Karenina, the 4, who still 5-2 favorite in this race coming up, but this could be a tough spot for her. There's some other talented fillies in this group in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride. We'll be back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on a Saratoga Live as we are on Fox Sports 2 with horses in the paddock for today's 9th race. We'll start by talking about one that comes out of that common affair that we see Anna Karenina coming out of as well. That does include number 5, Gunboat, who is quick. So you have to think the 5.5 might be a-okay because, yes, she didn't get to the 5.5 the last time we saw her at it in the limestone, but it's not like there's an abundance of very quick horses. Fleet-footed, obviously quick, but I think Gunboat kind of from that inside almost has to go here for Shig McGahee as she's done well coming out of that race, having that one under her belt, Connections being very patient with this filly who looks much stronger behind. Her colt looked great, granted, coming back on June 3rd, but I think she's moved forward from that effort and could be a serious presence here. As we'll move on to number 6, Little Mambo. She's trying the turf for the first time, this daughter of Into Mischief. Now the dam, she was 3 for 21 on the turf as well as being staked place, but none of the siblings have really, I think one tried it once, didn't like it. None of them have really run on it, despite the dam doing all of her running on it. She doesn't really strike me as a turf horse. She could handle it, but I don't know if she necessarily moves up on it. But again, a decent price on this Phil Bauer trainee. Let's check in with number 1. That's Miss Domina. She'll break from the outside. She does seem to like it here at Saratoga, sprinting on the turf. She has been accompanied by the pony. She seems pretty calm, a little bit warm, but not too bad. But she's been kept away from the rest of the field. So far, so good for her. She comes back fit off that layoff dating back to mid-May, and I just like the fact that she has shown an affinity for this Saratoga turf course. But guys, you're interested in number 3. That's Cadencia, turning back in distance. I think she could be really effective, at least looking at her physically.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Mags. This is a horse that, if you look at the race 2 back going 6 furlongs, that race was extremely impressive. And if you take that into account, I think the cut back even further to 5.5 should help. But I think she kind of showed her class a little bit in running extremely well last time, going the mile. She's the type of horse who I feel like can overcome lots of different scenarios in here, Paulie.
Yeah, you make a good point. And here's the deal. Like, she was 0 for 10 before Bill Murray put blinkers on her, and she's just been a completely different mare. She's, won twice for him as a horse that had a ton of second-place finishes. I chose the 8 in here because the 8 speed, but I do think the 7 to Canter is a horse that has a big shot here with the jockey switch. Needs to break out of the gate and be forward a little bit more, but we've already seen Greg, Jorge Abreu, and Flavian Pratt team up for a W already today.
Yeah, we have, and we'll see if Decanter can bring him another one in here. Decanter with the 7th, that win mid-April at Aqueduct from a stalking position in here. We'll see if who's up to the 5.5 furlong challenge in this spot. Still, sort of by default, I guess, that the public going to Chad Brown in here. It's a filly who has been beat at this condition on a couple of occasions, including once as a favorite. Rat Ortiz Jr. will be back aboard. Of course, he always attracts a ton of money as well. As we kick things off with Miss Domina, 13 to 1. We'll break from the outside.
Saratoga turf tracks, you could take that as a positive of Jose Ortiz as well.
Meanwhile, hi, hello, how are you? Gets the rail, 20 to 1, Luis Saez.
Yeah, looks to have some early pace, but those pace figures are very, very slow going longer distances.
Getting back to sprinting, which the guys were talking about, Cadencia, that was a huge effort at Aqueduct 2 back.
Yeah, she's just a mare that's gotten better with blinkers and better in the Billy Murray barn. And you're getting right now a decent price here at 4 to 1.
Still favored, Anna Karenina for Chad Brown with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, she runs okay every time. At short prices, I think you would just expect her to get over the hump. She's going to need to do it here today.
Potentially the filly that's going to be leading the way in this group, and it's second back off the bench for Gunboat.
Yeah, a lot of speed here. Yeah, like you said, second off the bench, but second off, 2 years being on the bench, basically, Wolfie. So I would think this is going to be a better effort. She's just got to hope the 8 doesn't stay on top of her.
Turf debut for Connections that were dominant at Saratoga last summer.
6 for 13, Wolfie. I know that because it's in my brain because maybe Phil Bauer was on my cart this morning.
Ooh, a little tease of what we got coming up. Yeah, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, they were dominant. Here's Decanter, Pratt and Jorge Abreu looking for another.
Well, I like the position where Decanter's drawn because you have the 5, 6, and the 8, all the speed. So if the 7 can get out of the gate, I think projects to get a good trip at 11-1.
And fleet-footed, she's quick, but she doesn't have to be in the lead as she proved last time out.
Yeah, and she's comfortably drawn towards the outside. Has a lot of options in here in this turf sprint.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in the 9th as we go back to Manny Franco for Bill Morey on Cadenzia Gary at 4-1.
Yeah, and she has gotten good since he claimed her and put the blinkers on her. Like they said on the other set, 7 seconds and only 2 wins. But after she got that victory 2 back, she came back, stretched her out to a mile. She ran a good race. She actually led by a big margin and got nailed in the final strides in that race. But yeah, I like her shortening back up today as well.
Meanwhile, there's the favorite. And these connections are always going to take a ton of money. Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr., Matacat, Michael Dubb. And again, beaten as the favorite at this level, 2 back at Aqueduct. Let's go back to June 3rd. That would follow that beaten favorite performance. She was 3rd again, beat a length and a quarter.
Yeah, and really no excuse. I mean, hello, everybody. She really didn't have any excuse that day. She's run, you know, decent in her last 2, but hasn't been able to get the victory here in the United States since she's been brought over.
Nothing really that screams that she should be the favorite in this race, but it's the connections, I guess, drawing a ton of money.
Absolutely.
But it's JK, she does run good races, just not races that stand out to make her a favorite against this.
No, unless somebody knows something, but she's not like a heavy favorite. She's a lukewarm favorite at 5-2, so that's Irad and Chad Brown money there.
We'll see. She'll be in a stalking spot. We'll see if she could break through here and get her first win in the States for these connections coming up. Meanwhile, Cadenzia obviously back to sprinting, that huge effort. And then fleet-footed, she's really just kind of turned things around here in her 3-year-old campaign. This the 8 filly, I should say, on the outside. She's trying to win her 3rd in a row coming up.
Yeah, Joe Sharp started the meet off hot. 3 wins out of 5 starters. And this filly, she's gotten good at, she's won 3 out of her 5 races. So she knows how to win. But I think she's still going to have to pick things up a little bit today. I think she's the speed of the speed out there on the outside. Could be wrong, but there is plenty of speed lined up in this dash.
Let's get to Maggie for more.
And we'll check in with number 7, Decanter. I like what Paul said, because when I talked to Jorge Abreu last time, or 2 races ago when I spoke to him after the win, he said that, look, I think she's going to show more speed, that she's going to be more forward, and she's very sharp today. From the paddock to out to the racetrack, she got a lovely warm-up from Flavien Prat, and I think she could be very dangerous at what is a very generous 10-1 at the moment. Now, the horse that Paulie likes here, that is probably the fastest of the fast, at least based on time form U.S. pace figures, is number 8, Fleet-Footed, and she's in great form. She's done very well since staying here in New York for Joe. She continues to fill out. She continues to get stronger. She has that lovely hind end. You can see it on your screen right now. That's what you want in a turf sprinter, especially a filly for that matter. But I think she's very, behave yourself. I think she's very dangerous in this spot here. She is getting sharper. She wasn't acting badly until now. She knows she's about to go to the gate, as you see the cotton in her ears there. She looks angry. She looks ready for a fight, Greg.
Good, you like to see that. Knows she's ready for battle coming up here. And, you know, again, back to her versatility. Maybe she is the quickest in here. I know the Gumboat's obviously going to try and go. But she doesn't have to be in front if she somehow does not make the lead.
No, I mean, she got the money last time without making the lead. But and she had a great post position that day for not making the lead, sitting just a half a length off the lead. She was 8 of 8 that day, and she's drawn well. She's got more speed than the filly outside of her, so Miss Domina. So I don't think she has to worry about her. Horse directly to her inside. Decanter, she doesn't have her kind of speed either.
I'm sure it's different every single race and who lines up in it, and you got to take it on a race-by-race basis. But these 5.5 furlong turf sprints at Saratoga, do you generally like to be forwardly placed?
You know, we've seen here it go both ways. Last year, Joel Rosario got on a tear. Seemed like he was winning every sprint race, every 5.5 furlong race that there was from off the pace, sitting in the pocket and making all the right moves, getting through. We saw him do it time and time again. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of the come from behind sprinters on the turf. I used to love to ride the come from behind sprinters. I always felt like I was a sitting duck when I was on the lead on the turf. Not near as comfortable on the lead on the turf unless I had a ton of confidence in my horse, but especially in the sprint races, it seems like, you know, everybody's always gunning for the lead, and if you're on a speed horse, there's horses that aren't necessarily speed horses that are being taken out of their game. So give me the horse that sits just off the pace.
Guys, 3-1 favorite has become Gunboat here, second off the bench.
Yeah, look, I thought this race was 3, 4, and 8. So the fact that this horse is favored is kind of a surprise to me.
Yeah, Bill Murray, you know, you guys were talking about horses from off the pace. Bill Murray did win with Gold Digger earlier in the card in a sprint race from off the pace. Can he do it again here with Cadencia?
3-1 favorite has become Gunboat here. Shug McGahee and a Warfront filly. There she is. Will she be the one in front, or will the 8 fleet-footed out quicker? It looks like it's those two in a battle to the front end. And, of course, that new shooter, the 6 Lil Mambo, quick on dirt, doesn't always translate to speed on the lawn. We'll see what happens here. Frank Miramati with the 9th from Saratoga.
Okay, Greg, misdemeanor, despite that number 1 saddle tower breaking from the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Anna Karenina is up and on the early pace. Gunboat is flashing sharp early speed, as is Little Mambo on the outside. So Gunboat is the quickest. Little Mambo is now a clear-cut second. Anna Karenina just behind them in third. Fleet-footed is fourth. Then Cadencia tucked in fifth. On the far outside, Misdemeanor is next, followed by Decanter and Hi, Hello, How Are You trails. 21 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. It's Gunboat, pushed by Little Mambo. Anna Karenina angling to the outside confidently in third, followed by Cadencia on the inside, fourth as they reach the top of the stretch. Here's Anna Karenina on the outside, in between Little Mambo. Gunboat fighting on. They are joined by Cadencia, and here's Cadencia. Anna Karenina takes the lead, trying to hold off Cadencia in the final 16th of a mile. Anna Karenina just in front. Cadencia with a final surge at the wire. Anna Karenina too strong. Cadencia fired big, second best. Decanter third, Gunboat fourth.
Anna Karenina, Chad Browner at Ortiz Jr., Madacat Stables, Michael Dubb. And favoritism late went back to this filly, who gets her first stateside win.
Yeah, and it was a nice win, and she got first run on Cadencia. I think Cadencia really had no excuse, but Anna Karenina, well ridden by Irad Ortiz, set the perfect trip and was able to tip out the head of the stretch. 3-horse Cadencia, given everything she's got, but was never going to get by your winner.
2 for Irad this afternoon, guys. Chad Brown gets this filly to break through here. Finally, the state's her third try at this level.
Yeah, that was a good effort. I really did, JK, because Cadencia came right up to her. And you could see that Irad kind of just was flagging this filly. And, you know, sometimes a 3-year-old, we've talked about this against a 5-year-old, maybe has a little bit more upside. And she finally broke through today.
Yeah, look, she's always shown some talent. She just never really could get over the hump. Super excited for the connections. Obviously, Madacat Racing, Dubb, always involved in these big races, E5. Yeah. But a buddy of mine, Dan Pickett, you saw him right there walking down with Chad Brown, involved in this horse as well. So always happy to see guys getting back in the game and getting wins at Saratoga.
Yeah, and the other part about this, like, you know, I don't want to focus on anything else because I actually didn't bet Decanter. I was just I tell you what, Flavian Pratt just makes unbelievable moves. For this horse to run third, he checked to the inside, took the inside route, and just ran up for third. I thought it was an amazing ride for third, but take nothing away. There you see Chad Brown with another W here at Saratoga, and that man right next to him, Mr. Dub, he knows how to win some races as well.
And yeah, that man next to him, that's the man we were talking about who established the Faith House here for the backstretch workers and their families. Doing so much for the people who take care of our horses. There's Michael Dubb. Yeah, E5 part of this group as well. And finally this filly breaking through, and she dug in and fought when she got that challenge from Cadenzia.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was only her 4th race here in the United States, so we've got to cut her some slack, and she did get that win today, and it doesn't look like there's any reason that she's not going to go on and get plenty more.
5-2, went off as your favorite. 4-3, 7-5 finish here in the 9th. Anna Karenina digs in, holds off Cadenzia for the victory for the Chad Brown barn. And Arad Ortiz Jr. collecting his 9th of the meet, 2nd on this Wednesday card. We'll have the prices for you, set up the nightcap when we come back. It's always a party here in the summer at Saratoga. Fans enjoying opening week, and week 2, it only gets better.
Continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
The classic sire.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Back on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live on this Wednesday card. We have the finale still to come. We still a thrilling stretch battle. Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr., his 2nd winner on this Wednesday afternoon on the filly who was favored through most of the wagering. It shifted to Gunboat, but she came the favorite by the time the gates open and picks up her first stateside win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Chad Brown, we were just joking about, I think the last time she ran, Chad, we joked, you were like, 5.5 at Saratoga is going to be her thing.
No, the first time I ran her, I said, Maggie's going to say this horse can't go a step beyond 5.5 when she first sees her. That's my biggest prediction of the year. So that's about as far as she wants to go. I'm happy we found a nice spot for her here. Wonderful partners that earn this horse, and particularly one of my friends, Dan Pickett, that I grew up with, who lives close by. His first winner at Saratoga. So I'm trying to convince him I got this horse beat all these times waiting for Saratoga. I don't know if he believes me or not.
I was say, was Dan in the winner's circle?
Yeah, Dan's over there with the blue sport coat there.
Oh, there he is. Well, that's really cool. Like, talk about, kind of growing up around here and having people that you knew for several years be involved in the sport.
Yeah, it's nice. We grew up in a little city, Mechanicville, not too far from here, and a lot of successful people came out of there. And now we've reconnected a bunch of us later on down the road, and some of them got into horses, so it's great. It's extra special when you have some success for your friends.
Well, as we turn our attention to Friday, the Lake George looking like you have a pretty formidable quintet in there. Talk about Liguria. I think she's pretty interesting. Obviously, coming out of a win, she's this big, strapping filly for such a young three-year-old, or a three-year-old, I should say. And she's so big. Talk about her development.
Yeah, and reading my war front, right? You see a lot of pedigrees and different horses that pass through you, and she's got a lot of leg on her. She's a bigger, stronger model of that stallion, who's a great stallion. And I think the sky effectively stretch out maybe a little farther. We're thinking of Queen Elizabeth down the road if we keep her good and healthy. Biggest concern Friday is the weather.
What will happen? Will you run any of them if it's off?
Well, if it's off the turf, you know, probably not. If it's soft, I got to do some hard thinking there to see, you know, what I want to do. But, you know, right now the forecast doesn't look too good, but we can always hope.
Let's keep our finger, toes, and everything's crossed.
I'm using every trick I have to pray it stays firm, but the rain's got me a little bit all meat. We found some areas of success, so I'm grateful for that.
Well, congratulations here with this win, though, with Anna Karenina.
Thank you always.
All right, rain gods, you heard no rain dance. Mother Nature, please cooperate, guys.
Obviously, last summer, it was, I think, the best ever. Only lost 17 races off the turf with the amount of rain we got, which is tremendous. But, you know, with so many turf horses he has in the stable, it's where he had so much success. It's incredible that he's been able to win all the training titles he has.
Yeah, and something tells me that we're going to have a wet summer up here unless things start changing around. We got a beautiful day today, it's supposed to be beautiful tomorrow. We had enough rain over our dark days here on Monday and Tuesday that I thought that there was a chance we might be washed off the turf today. Turf looks good, it's riding good, and so hopefully the weather gods will look after us this summer.
Today, just absolutely gorgeous. We'll wait and see how the rest of the week here plays out as we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along that 6-1 start with it. Looks like a talented first-time starter. Filly for Danny Gargan. 63 calibers, the first favorite on the sequence to win for Tom Amoss, and now another favorite winning for Chad Brown as we get to the nightcap coming up. This will close out this Wednesday card. New York Stallion Series Statue of Liberty division. 3-year-old fillies going a mile on the grass, including a filly who won the Cupicoy's Joy division downstate at Belmont. Miss Big Bucks did it on the front end, and as a result now is going to have to carry a little extra weight today. So we'll see if Jose Gomez, Miss Big Bucks, can go on another merry romp on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to try and take and gate the wire as she did in her last couple, and she's going to be up against it, though. I mean, that turf course at Belmont was playing for speed. It was kind of favoring speed, and we'll see how it is today.
All right, we'll get deeper into this field to close out this Wednesday card when we come back. An incredible opening week. What a first-time starter in the traditional opening feature of the Schuylerville. Gary Contessa giving out high fives after that performance. It's only to be upstaged in the Sanford by a 46-1 shot. Just part of the upsets we saw in this opening week from Saratoga.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist, plus New York bred champions American Revolution. And what do you think now? In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Saratoga. Boston Bay did her best, hasn't gotten to her yet. Boston Bay surges to the front. Becky's Joker looming about 2.5 lengths off the pace. Becky's Joker has taken command. Becky's Joker, what a performance out of her. She will dazzle home.
I had said in the beginning I wasn't afraid of anything that was in this race if it was in a maiden race, so why be afraid to run in here? And it turned out to be the right decision. And this is my place. This is my happy place, and I'm so happy to be here.
Randomized, going on strongly. Randomized in complete command. Randomized has won the Wilton. Anna's Arabesque and Unified Alliance start to duel right out of the gates. Unified Alliance 2-length lead. Anna's Arabesque in hot pursuit. And Unified Alliance and Javier Castellano all the way in the Coronation Cup. And they're off in the Diana, in Italian, in control. As In Italian now has to fend off White Beam. In Italian, White Beam, a final try. White Beam in Italian.
And it is White Beam, put up as the winner in a huge upset. The Graveyard strikes early here at the meet.
On the outside, Casa Creed is called on. He's coming with a 3-wide bid. It's still Big Everest clinging to a narrow lead. Casa Creed right to him. Casa Creed, what a classy individual, wins the Kelso. And they're off. A bobble for Gold Sweep, who is last. And Market Street on the outside challenging as Yo-Yo Candy is rallying. Yo-Yo Candy with a 2.5 length lead. And Yo-Yo Candy has won the Sanford. Uncashed around the far turn, leading the way 3/4 of a length. Uncashed has asked the question, responding gamely while hugging the rail. Uncashed, razor sharp in the quick call.
What a week it was. That quick call, by the way, that came off the turf. Uncashed coming in from out of town to win. Their intent to get him back on the grass. It looks like the Mahoney might be next for him, but just some incredible upsets. An Italian getting beat by her stablemate White Beam in just an absolute shocker. In those 2-year-old races, not what anybody expected.
No, it's not. And Yo-Yo Candy, man, $94. Wow.
46-1 surprise. Obviously, you know, Gold Sweep going to his nose out of the gate aided that a little bit, but they're going to get a chance to see each other again likely, along with some other new faces that we're yet to see unveiled probably to this point in the hopeful.
Yeah, Gold Sweep, when I thought he was going to finish dead last when he stumbled like he did. He buckled at his knees, went down to the ground, and to pass horses like he did, come on and run second, says a lot for his talent.
Did he almost gain in stature from that defeat?
I think so, yeah, in my eyes.
It's going to be fun to see him back with a clean break, what he can do. But Yo-Yo Candy, that was fun to see those connections celebrate like that. What a moment. And that's what can happen here at Saratoga. This finale on our Wednesday card, Mile on the Inner Turf, New York Stallion Series, Statue of Liberty division, as we take a peek ahead to our stakes schedule coming up. And the Coaching Club American Oaks, of course, will be on Big Fox, first of 6 of those programs this Saturday. Caress as well. And we're going to see Nest back, the filly who dominated that 3-year-old filly division really for the whole second half of the year in the Chuvy, making her long-awaited return in that grade 2 on Sunday.
Yeah, she's a special filly, and if she comes back as strong as she was last year, then we're in for some treats this summer.
Week by week, it's just stars after stars keep showing up. That's why this meet is so much fun. All the best combined to come here during these 7.5 weeks here in upstate New York. Let's get to a paddock report and check in with Maggie.
We'll take a look at the horse down in the row. One of 2 for trainer Bill Morey, who is looking for another winner on this card. Almost had 2 going into this one. Narrowly defeated in the last. But taking a look at his number 1, Red Moon in here. She'll try a longer distance for the first time, but she does have that advantageous rail draw. And I'll be honest, this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her, but she took kindly enough to the turf. Now, she was out the back early where we saw Ms. Big Bucks and Little Lindsay also in this group, forwardly dominating. So To me, she was the one who made up the most ground of any. Now, it took her a while to switch leads. Sometimes that's a thing of kind of trying to figure out surfaces. So hopefully she's a little bit more professional when doing so today. But she looks fantastic. And furthermore, she looks like a filly that would love a mile. Got a little bit more stretch to her. I mean, kind of built downhill, but still incredibly athletic, very forward in here. I like what I'm seeing from Red Moon. I think she makes a lot of sense, where I kind of question, you know, they're the same price. Your favorite, Ms. Big Bucks, who, don't get me wrong, she won this division going 7 furlongs. I question how far she really wants to go. Will she be able to carry it? Can be dangerous. Number 4, Camp Aquila. She also exits that effort, same New York Stallion Series stake at Belmont. But her last 2 have been poor. I'll be honest. It looked as though she was kind of getting out around the turn. I think, and it's not going to happen here, but I think she would be a filly that would love to be out on the front end. Look at her last win. It was a mile at the fairgrounds when she was on the front end. It just feels like she resents being amongst horses. She would benefit from being out in front, getting to set her own pace, getting to find her own rhythm. And unfortunately, I just don't see that happening here, though I do think longer is better. She's definitely built like a filly that wants more ground. She's long, she's stretchy. She's not built like a sprinter whatsoever. She is very fit looking heading into this one. I just wish she had a little bit or a little less speed that she has to face here. But guys, Red Moon, what do you think about her for Bill Morey for her second try on the turf?
Well, I think she's dangerous. And the reason why is you can see the second time she's put on blinkers. She didn't run with Lasix last time. She got left in the gate, and she was making up a lot of ground. Now, these could be the type of horses that you fall kind of in love with, or they're kind of sucker plays here, JK, because this could happen again where Red Moon gets left and gets put behind the 8 ball with a lot of speed in here. There you see the trouble. The horse did make a nice little run, but are we falling into that trap?
Well, I mean, look, she did, you know, have some trouble, and she did come running late. We talk about it all the time. You know, just because a horse comes running late going 7 doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do the same going long. Maybe that's what she has. Maybe she just has that one quick run. Also, being drawn on the inside, what if she breaks slow like that again? I have no problem with Red Moon. I just prefer the horse winning right here, the 3, Ms. Big Bucks. This horse is tactical, gonna pop away from there, can make the front end. There's not a lot of horses in here that I think can pressure if they want to, and she's kind of got that even style where it suggests that she'll go a little bit further. Now, if she pops away from there, someone decides to go, she's going to be able to sit that perfect tactical inside stalking trip that I love on this turf course.
You make a good point about Miss Big Bucks because she cut off some tough fractions. I understand that turf course was fast, but 109, she finished up in 121, and no one really got to her hip. And so Jose Gomez has got to figure out whether, you're right, do I need to go fast early and use her speed? Because, excuse me, Maggie makes a good point. 4 could show some speed. There's some other horses in here that could, but is the 3 just the quick of the quick?
I do think the 3 is the quick of the quick. I mean, if you look at her pace figures, she did it going 7. She popped away from there. She's on the inside. She's got an aggressive rider in Jose Gomez. I just think that she's going to – I mean, I'd be shocked if they took that weapon away from her. You know, we saw that a little bit within Italian. That's her weapon, is being forward. Let's not raid her and take away her weapon.
You know, it's interesting, too, as you look at her, and as a result of that victory last time out, she's got to carry 5 more pounds than everybody else in this field. As you look at one of the 2 Bill Morey runners, the filly next to her, Camp Aquila, you go 2 starts back, and she was in that Ms. Big Buck race after that. She was nowhere near the lead. She actually looks like she might be quicker, but they didn't try and use that speed with her last time out.
Yeah, which is surprising with the Tom Amos horse.
He values speed almost as much as anyone in this game.
He does.
Yeah. We'll see what the plans are with Camp Aquila. That may be a big part of what happens with this race late, what that filly does, the 4, if she goes back to that quickness that she has and tries to challenge on the front end in here. Bill Morey's got the 1 Red Moon. He's got the 9 Orange Freeze as well. Orange Freeze, the 9, is one last time out for Christophe Clement, now claimed and in the Morey barn. And Red Moon, for that same barn as well. In that Miss Big Bucks race, obviously slow from the inside. She's got to deal with the inside again, though, today.
Yeah, I don't think it was so much the inside. She took like a stutter step. If you watch the head-on of that start, she kind of buckled back behind or something. Something didn't look just right, but I don't think it had anything to do with being in the one hole. But when she did take that stutter step, then she got pinched off about 50 yards after that and wound up at the back of the pack and made a huge run to come and pick up third money.
She's 3-1. Morat Ortiz Jr. talking about the one Red Moon. Going to try and get his third winner of the day as we look at Clover Street here, the 5, who is getting on this surface for the first time.
Yeah, Mark Hennig, he's had a good meet, good start to the meet. 2 winners already here, and I'll trust in Mark. If he thinks this 3-year-old filly will like the turf, then probably will.
Let's check in with Maggie.
We were just joking. I forget that Bill speaks actually very good Spanish, and you were reminding Joel of something.
I put him on his first mount in the United States. I forget what year now. It's been almost 20 years ago at Golden Gate.
That's incredible, and you'll be reunited again on the outside runner. But I do want to talk to you about Red Moon. I thought she ran very well in the context of how that race unfolded. She was way back early. Do you think she'll be more forward today going the 2-turn mile?
We're hoping so. You know, obviously she missed the break a little bit. We're hoping for a cleaner break today.
Now, Orange Freeze, you picked up. Did you claim with this race in mind?
We got lucky. Anytime you get a New York bred, or especially a New York sired, you got to look at these races. So we took a look at it quickly.
Feeling good since you got a winner, a really good second. How we feeling heading into this Stallion Series?
Feeling confident. Let's get them.
I love it, Bill. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Bill Maury, like I said, looking for another win on the day, and it would be icing on the cake to take down the stakes. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. And here's one of the 2 fillies he will send out. Here's Red Moon, second opportunity on the grass.
Yeah, you know I like this horse. Comes from my hood, Turf Paradise, and got on the turf last time out and liked it. So I would think this horse is going to make a big run late.
Burnt again has put together back-to-back wins.
Yeah, ran well a couple races back down on the inside. Projects to get a similar trip here. Not bad at the price.
Ms. Big Bucks won the Keepakoy's Joy division, gate to wire at Belmont.
Yeah, and you're right. She was very impressive doing that, and she looked like a filly that wants a little bit more distance. They leave her alone on the front end, you might see a repeat.
Camp Aquila, Trevor McCarthy, and Tom Amos.
Just feels a taste too slow for this group.
Clover Street, the one we were talking about, switching surfaces, first-time turf.
I know there's no turf pedigree, really, with Clover Street, but, you know, she's run well on sloppy, muddy, so I would think, you know, she runs on all different surfaces on the dirt. Maybe she'll like the turf.
Little Lindsay, she was chasing Miss Big Bucks. Everybody was. She was runner-up in that Keepakoy's Joy division.
Yeah, she didn't run that far behind Miss Big Bucks, and she's 3 times the price.
Yeah, and she gets a little weight today for the rematch. She'll be 5 pounds lighter. BB Kaz, 39-1.
Yeah, this one for Lane Luzzy. Peter Casamance, he owns actually the sire Bankheist here. It's one of the few I've seen get on the turf.
Queens over 3s, big price here, just claimed by Leah Giramati.
Yeah, just a touch below in terms of speed figures with this group.
And definitely interesting. The other Maury filly just claimed off of Christophe Clement off a win.
Yeah, pretty amazing that Billy Murray put Joel Rosario up on his first mount. Maybe he was thinking at that time he was going to be a superstar. And right now you're getting 7-2. This filly's getting played here on the outside.
Meanwhile, your favorite, Ms. Big Bucks, trainer Michelle Nevin has said she's not even sure if she needs the lead, but she might get it here anyway.
I think she probably will. Just depends on what filly directly to her outside does, Camp Aquila. But look, she's only started 3 times, showed a huge improvement. First race to second off to turf race on a muddy surface. It comes back and wins the Stallion Stakes there at Belmont Park. And I mean, I think she was super impressive. I don't care if the turf was favoring speed or not. It's the way that she did it. And I think she'll be able to get the extra furlong just fine today.
And we were talking about the 3 Ms. Big Bucks, and then we're taking a look there at the 1 Red Moon. Here's the 4 Camp Aquila. And yeah, this filly, in a weird way, may hold the key to this race here in terms of if she pressures the 3 Ms. Big Bucks.
I just don't think that Camp Aquila has the same gate speed. I could be wrong. We'll find out here in about 5 minutes, but I don't think she's as quick as Miss Big Bucks is.
We heard Tom Amos talking about his favorite race. It was one in those silks for Joe Politti. at Kentucky Oaks back in 2019. She'd win the ballerina as well later in her career. We'll see if Camp Aquila can get the second win of her career coming up as we get a look here at Red Moon. Better break. Can that be the difference today with the Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard?
Well, that's the question. I mean, she fell back 2 races back. She hasn't really been bad in the gate, but that start cost her a lot in her last race. I like the other Bill Morey, Orange Freeze, down on the bottom, the outside with Joelle off the claim here. I mean, if the race falls apart, she made a huge win, or a huge run to get up and win last time.
5-2, 7-2, inside, outside for the 2 Morey uncoupled runners. Let's go to Maggie.
Right, and he kind of has a good insurance plan because I think Red Moon will be more forward coming out of the 7/8 race, and Orange Freeze I think will sit back and kind of make that one run coming out of the longer efforts at Belmont. Now again, I'll say it once, and if I say it 1,000 times up here at Saratoga, just speed does do well. You want to be at least, I think, forward in these mile races here on the inner turf. And well, Red Moon, like I said, I think she'll break a little bit better, getting more ground. And she's getting such an aggressive warm-up by Rad Ortiz, and I like her in the warm-up. She's going to be my selection. I think she looks fantastic. And 2, in a pace that pretty much held together last time, she was the only one making any real impact into it. Let's talk about, though, your favorite and the horse that won that former New York Stallion Series Stakes, number 3, Ms. Big Bucks. Pedigree says, sure, she can get more ground. The configuration of this course says, sure, she can get more ground. Physically, she doesn't say that. She's short, she's stout, she's compact. So we'll see how she does. I just thought she could be a little bit vulnerable here, though. No doubt about it. She's got some talent, and she's been good for Michelle Nevin. Guys?
And as of right now, she's no longer the favorite. For the first time in the wagering here, the favorites become Red Moon, the one of those uncoupled fillies, uncoupled entry here for Bill Morey. And here's his other one onto the outside here, Orange Freeze, who is coming off that victory for a different barn for Christophe Clement. Was favored in that spot, was supposed to get it done, did win rather easily against this group.
Yeah, Joelle rode her with so much confidence. I mean, yes, it was maiden 40s, but if you watched him early on in the race, he was just riding her with a lot of confidence, never any panic, and she started taking him. He wasn't asking her around the final turn. He was able to sit on her until inside of the final furlong of the race, and when he asked her, she accelerated like she's worth every bit of the 40,000 they claimed her for.
So we'll see if she can win right back. Same pilot aboard, but moving to a new barn. Guys, she's 4-1 right now.
Yeah, look, I have a problem with who she beat. I know it was visually impressive. That's why I trust Speed Figure so much. The Speed Figure's not bad, but when you get to kind of do things your own way, it helps you run a faster Speed Figure. And I just feel like it's probably too deep of waters for her, but I'm sure I just got her picture taken.
Well, the blinkers have helped her big time. You know, the first time she put on blinkers, she got destroyed at the start. Her last 2 starts where she's broken well, she has run good with the blinkers. She's got to step it up a notch to beat her stablemate, though, and the one is continuing to take money here, Greg.
And she really is, down to 9-5. That's significant money here for Red Moon. As we bring you our finale here on this opener from week 2 at the meet. 9-5, Red Moon. Rad Ortiz Jr. again trying to get a 3rd win on the afternoon, but Miss Big Bucks the 3. Will she be the one? Again, leading the way. There she is, like she did in that Cupicoy's Joy division of that New York Stallion Series downstate at Belmont. Or will she take pressure? Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thanks, Greg. BB Kaz, joined by Camp Aquila. Here's Queens over 3s. Orange Freeze. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Statue of Liberty division of the New York Stallion Series. Ms. Big Bucks, but here's Queens over 3s. Rushing up to take the lead, Camp Aquila comes away in third. Little Lindsay immediately guided toward the inside, fourth, as the field moves into the first turn. They're followed by Clover Street in mid-pack, about 7 lengths off the pacemaker. BB Kaz is just outside of her, followed by Red Moon, Orange Freeze, and Burnt Again at the back. 23-1 for the opening quarter, and it's Queens over Threes, the long shot leader. Queens over Threes has it by 3 lengths. Ms. Big Bucks, Camp Aquila side by side cutting into the margin now. That group is followed by Clover Street, who's racing in between horses. Down at the rail, Lil Lindsay and BB Kaz is just outside of that pair. 4 clear of Red Moon, Orange Freeze, and Burnt Again. 47-3 for the half mile, and there's room for Ms. Big Bucks, and she pounces. Ms. Big Bucks is the new leader. Queens over Threes, Camp Aquila on the outside now moves up to take second, followed by Little Lindsay. BB Kaz is fifth. Here comes Orange Freeze, the gray. A wide bid, but a good one. White blinkers as they turn for home. Ms. Big Bucks has opened up 4. On the outside, Orange Freeze is digging in, and Burnt Again has surfaced too. Orange Freeze right to Ms. Big Bucks, and right on by. Orange Freeze and Joel Rosario. Burnt Again moves into second. It's Orange Freeze, a clear-cut winner of the Statue of Liberty division of the New York Stallion Series. Then it was Burnt Again, Ms. Big Bucks, and Red Moon.
Orange Freeze, back-to-back wins for 2 different barns, claimed by Bill Morey. Joel Rosario aboard for the win.
Yeah, and race was kind of messy early on. The 8-horse Queens over Threes. It was running off with the rider. Saddle had slipped up on the horse's withers. Didn't have a lot of control, leaving a hole open for Ms. Big Bucks, forcing him to have to move a little bit early, and he probably would have wanted to, but he had a dream run. No real excuse there. Orange Freeze, perfect trip. Big improvement again today off of the claim for Billy Morey. Congratulations.
4-1 here in the nightcap, and Rosario again from off the pace here with his 3-year-old filly, guys.
Well, it just shows you get the confidence when you win off by 3 3/4. We talked about this horse getting blinkers, and it was a weird run race. This when the 8 took off, I thought the 3 ran courageous. Actually, Jonathan to run third. No excuse for the 1, Red Moon, who had the pace. I had the horse kind of mixed up a little bit, but the 9 was just the best in here.
Look, if you love a horse when you wake up, just hit me up on Twitter. I'll get on air and I'll say that the horse doesn't make any sense to me because they were running for 40 last time, and then you'll get them to win by 4 every time. It's an easy, easy equation.
4-1 here to close things out. It is difficult. We know connections-wise to win races here, and we're finding that out as handicappers as well, summer after summer, how difficult this meet is. It's where the best come to play, and that's one of the absolute best right there, Joel Rosario, to close things out on this Wednesday card. We'll be back with the prices, reaction from this Statue of Liberty New York Stallion Series division when we come back. Bill Morey off the claim in the nightcap.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, Orange Freeze taking the nightcap Statue of Liberty division. This New York Stallion Series, our Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be? Joel Rosario for Bill Morey, first off the claim. Puts the man who broke this Phillies maiden last time out right back aboard, and it pays off in this finale.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, if you can get him, take him anytime you can get him. And I love it when I see a horse that's been claimed and they're able to get the same off of a win if they can get the same jock back on. So congratulations to Bill Morey, not only on the win, but being able to get Joel Rosario back up.
Always a good
back
thing.
Favor.
No question. $10.60 for the win. Burnt again at 12-1 to complete the exacta pick 5. Quick peek there, over $1,700. And Miss Big Bucks checking in third. Take a look at this follow-along 6-1 start. 63 caliber. Anna Karenina, back-to-back favorites. And Orange Freeze at 4-1 to close it out to get a $1,700 plus pick 5. It's always a tremendous wager. This Wednesday card in the books and a big week that we have to come. And 2-win day for Rad Ortiz Jr., but it's Joel Rosario who closes things out here on this Wednesday card. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Bill Morey, kind of dominating the end of the show. That's pretty cool. Well, talk a little bit. You said you put Joel on his first winner in the States, all full circle winning now at Saratoga.
Yeah, he showed up at Golden Gate, like I said, about 20 years ago, and I did put him on his first mount there. So it's fun to be back with him in the winner's circle at this place, at the tops in the country, right? Here we are.
It's amazing. And Orange Freeze, talk a little bit about picking her up. Did you have to shake for her that day?
It was a shake, so we got a little lucky, but that's the claiming game. You know, we're in shakes every day. So are all claiming trainers, and you got to get a little lucky. The good thing is with this New York sired program and New York bred program, you can get lucky like this with a horse like this filly.
And what's fun about it too is they're for 3-year-olds, so there's every opportunity that she could get better from here.
Let's hope so.
Go get your picture taken. Get that trophy. Congrats.
Thank you.
Bill Morey, winning trainer and owner of Orange Freeze in this New York Stallion Series Statue of Liberty division, Greg.
Time to celebrate for that man tonight. Not
Absolutely.
just here. He had a win earlier in the third. That was with Golden Dagger. When you win trainer 2 races on a card at this meet, it's cause for celebration.
There can't be too much celebrating. He's got to go home, do his homework, go through tomorrow's racing forums, probably at about 5 different racetracks, and see what he's going to be shaking for tomorrow.
And that shows you this game, too. Several others. This filly could have wound up in their barn, but won the shake, which means several in to try and get the claim for the filly. And I probably feel like wins impressively as she did last time out, and then she moves to your barn. Sort of an aggressive move from him, although within reason in this New York bred company, and pays off.
I mean, you've got to take shots like that. If you claim one like that, and the race is there for the taking, and she won the way that she did the day he claimed her, going a route of ground, I think that was the biggest thing, is it was a route of ground and the manner in which she did it, and if she could repeat that, which she did, and then took another step forward, today, was the smart thing to do. It was the right thing to do.
Now, big battle coming up in this 3-year-old filly division on Saturday in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. It's our ABR race of the week. Several intriguing storylines, but one of the foremost storylines we're going to concentrate on is that rematch with Hoosier Filly, who was undefeated as a 2-year-old for Tom Amos. He spoke so highly of her. Thought potentially he's one of the best, if not the best he ever had. She went off track a little bit. Now she is certainly back to that top 2-year-old form, and wet paint, Well, she beat Wet Paint. It was the Kentucky Oaks favorite when they met at Ellis in the Monomoy Girl.
Yeah, and listen, Wet Paint, she was kind of bottled up down the backside. The first opening quarter of a mile was 25 and change, and you can see Edgar Morales just absolutely galloping Hoosier Filly through the stretch. He was sitting motionless. Matter of fact, the track announcer said Edgar Morales is a statue aboard, and he was. He never had to ask her for anything, but I'm hoping that the real Wet Paint shows up, you know, for the CCA, and we're going to see a good horse race if that's
and Tom
the case.
Amos, too, was realistic with his filly, Hoosier Filly, off that performance. Talked about how Speed did so well at Ellis Park.
Yes.
So he's still cautiously optimistic that she's back to that really good 2-year-old form. And, of course, she ran huge in the Black Eyed Susan.
Yeah, and with Tom's winner early on today with
63
caliber. His horses have obviously shipped well and are doing well up here.
And let's keep in mind, too, it's not just about these two fillies in that coaching club, American Oaks. Gambling Girl,
yes,
intriguing there for Todd Pletcher, who just missed by a neck to, I have to say, the top 3-year-old filly in the game right now. But even though she's won by short margins, pretty mischievous. It's going to be a fun Saturday coming up. Of course, Friday card terrific as well. We're back tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on our FS2 coverage. Chad Brown and one of the 2 winners for Rad Ortiz Jr. today, Anna Karenina, winning as the favorite in that 9th race. And Joel Rosario, so cool, so calm, coming from off the pace once again, just as he did in this filly last time out for a different barn, taking the Statue of Liberty division of this New York Stallion Series to close out this Wednesday card. We'll see you Thursday, at 1 Eastern.